Madam President, I move that we resume consideration on House Bill number 4488 under Committee Report number 10, an act appropriating funds for the operation of the government of the Republic of the Philippines from January 1 to December 31, 2023. The parliamentary status of which is we are now in the period of interpellations. So I move, Madam President.
Any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
I now move that we consider the budget on Climate Change Commission and recognize the sponsor, the distinguished Senator Amy Marcos.
Senator Amy Marcos is recognized to sponsor, defend the budget of the Climate Change Commission.
Thank you very much, Senate President Pro Tempore Legarda. Thank you very much, our Majority Leader. We are ready to present the 128 million proposed appropriation for the CCC, which has been reduced from its 2022 appropriations, and the bulk is in the maintenance and operating expenditure. There are no budgetary provisions for capital outlays.
Madam President, there being no other member who has manifested the intention to interpellate, I move that we close the period of interpellation and consider the budget on the Climate Change Commission for the budget
Yes,
consideration.
before you close the budget, I just wanted to clarify. I heard from the sponsor that Senator Pimentel, so you will no longer ask questions. I thought that he'd previously reserved, just to be sure.
I thought, Madam President, that you would be asking questions.
But I'm presiding. They are in such good luck that I am presiding now and will no longer ask questions.
That's-
And just to put it on record, last week, while some technical advisors and two commissioners were in Egypt for the Conference of Parties talks, the annual climate change conference, all of us, the senators, had demanded that the heads of agencies, in this case, 3 of them, be present. And so just to put it on record, they are all here. So the Climate Change Commission commissioners and the technical staff are present today. Yes, I would have asked questions first if I was not the presiding officer, and by sheer good luck of the commission, I'm the presiding officer and therefore will no longer ask questions, but will request them to give a report. Partially they have, but they are supposed to submit to the body, for all senators, a report on their trip, on the status of negotiations, in this case, the inclusion of loss and damage in the agenda in the Egypt talks. And third, all funds and projects accessed by the Philippine government since the beginning of the enactment into law and the creation of the commission, so that we see the work they've done. And to be fair, there are 3 new commissioners, fairly new commissioners. Also, Philippine kindly submit to the body since the travels that each commissioner has embarked on since the beginning, no, just for this year. And may I request, and I will put a special provision, that all travels of staff, technical advisors, consultants, and commissioners will have a post-travel report sent to the body for senators to learn from. Right? And I
Yes.
think that should apply not just to the Climate Change Commission, but all agencies in the executive department, so that whatever conferences they attend can be used for policy.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam President. Indeed, this law was enacted by yourself in 2009, and 13 years after the fact, there's very little to show, except for constant travel. From April to November of this year, 20 trips are recorded by the CCC.
Yes, we want to know the 20 trips. I'm not aware of that. Who traveled to what country and what conference? And so we need 20 reports.
That's right.
Yes.
We
Yes,
will
Madam Chair.
urge them to produce that. Furthermore, the mainstreaming at the LGU level has been cited for a mere 18% accomplishment. I also think that, as you have rightfully observed in the past, mainstreaming is a fundamental part of the climate change program.
Yes, I'm glad that you mentioned that mainstreaming disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation and mitigation, especially adaptation in a vulnerable country like the Philippines, is the main focus of the task at hand for the Climate Change Commission. So perhaps instead of traveling abroad, where we even spread too much carbon footprint, we should focus on mainstreaming DRRCCAM to every LGU so that we can measure every quarter the 18%. If that's accurate, that's quite dismal. We should increase it right away. For after all, you've been there for more than 10 years, so that all LGUs would know how to practice adaptation best practices.
Yes, and finally, if I may recommend, per your observation, that an audit be conducted on the People Survival Fund, the initial 1 billion that was released in 2015. To date, 690 million remains with the CCC unexpended.
Oh,
Pera na naging bato pa.
I am not familiar with that, Madam Chair. I'm glad that you had mentioned that. I promise I would not ask questions since I'm the presiding officer, but that concerns, that is of great concern because that 1 billion People Survival Fund is for LGUs, POs, and CSOs. May I know why the funds are not moving and why it is not being utilized for climate adaptation projects on the local level?
Yes, we've asked that year on year. We've always derived the same answer, stating that whereas the funds are with them, the DOF has taken over its management, and since 2017, nothing has been granted. I cannot understand this, and it's also clear that it's not entirely true because a project in Sarangani for 93 million was granted in 2018. Akala ko sarado na noong 2017. Bakit 2018 nag-approve pa sila?
Ending na.
Yun lang po, kaya dapat siguro i-audit, Madam President,
Okay, we're
dahil
closing
malabo libro nila eh.
Yes, we take note of that. Yes, and the Senate President is here, and we are not debating. I was not supposed to ask questions, but we will ask for those submissions.
Thank
I said that to be fair to the body who wanted to suspend the rules and ask the commissioners about climate change and other issues, that was a suggestion last week. However,
Right.
I took it upon myself to deliver a privileged speech next week after the budget with the commissioners all there so I can address each and every issue that all senators want on behalf of the commission. I will help them. Some are new commissioners, and the request of the majority leader to suspend the rules so that questions can be asked. We can just do it next week because there are
Yes.
other agencies.
Thank you very much. That would probably be a more opportune and proper moment for questioning regarding the programs, given that this body has been in existence for 13 years and indeed has very little to show except for international travel and its carbon footprint. So we will await that. In the meantime, the CCC will submit the documents as required.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It is a challenge to the new leadership of the CCC now to disprove the statements of Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Okay. With that, I hope we can pass the budget at 128 million, disallowing travel unless absolutely necessary. Is that the pleasure of the President?
That is the suggestion of Madam Chair. I will leave it to your better judgment, but at least post-travel reports on necessary travel.
Yes, we will craft a general or perhaps a subsidiary provision so that that's indicated in the final version of the GAA 2023. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam President, the minority leader wishes to be recognized.
Thank you, ma'am.
We recognize Senator
I
Pimentel.
will no longer ask questions, but before our session, I gave the commissioner some general advice. Okay, yun lang po. Thank you very much.
May I know the advice, Mr. Senator Pimentel?
Marites.
Madam, you are our Senate President pro tempore. The advice was for commissioners only.
Oh,
Thank you.
it is, when I go down later, if you could whisper it to me.
Thank you very much, Minority Leader, and we will make certain that whatever that advice is, it will be heeded.
Again, Madam President, I go back to my previous motion that no other member wishes to manifest or interpellate. I move that we close the period of interpellation, consider the budget on the Climate Change Commission for the body's consideration. I so move, Madam President.
The budget of the Climate Change Commission is deemed submitted, pending as well the submissions requested. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank-
thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam President. Next, for the body's consideration is the National Commission of Senior Citizens. Madam President, I move that we consider the budget of the National Commission on Senior Citizens and recognize the sponsor again, the distinguished Senator Amy Marcos.
Senator Marcos is recognized to
Yes,
defend the
thank you
budget
very
of the
much.
Senior Citizens Commission.
The National Senior Citizens Commission has a budget of 193.343 proposed for 2023. It is an increase over the initial reduction by both the House as well as the Senate of 5 billion from the original NEP of 173 million. So if there are questions for the National Commission on Senior Citizens, I think the commissioners are here present. Okay. Madam Chair, Majority Leader, the Minority Leader is asking for a 1-minute suspension.
Session
Thank
is
you.
suspended.
Yes, Mr. President, the sponsor, Senator Amy Marcos, is now ready to defend the budget of the National Commission on Senior Citizen.
Yes, we'd like to recognize a distinguished colleague, Senator Amy Marcos, to defend the budget.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Majority Leader. We're here to present the budget of the National Commission for Senior Citizens, which stood at 173 in 2022 and is now recommended for approval of the GAA 2023 amount of 193.343 million. We are ready to accept any questions.
Mr. President, the Minority Leader wishes to be recognized.
We recognize a distinguished minority floor leader.
We have registered to propound questions on the budget of the National Senior Citizens Commission. But for the commissions, I know we require the leadership of the commission, the entire body to be present before us. A good example would be the Climate Change Commission. All the three commissioners are present. I've been informed that the leadership of this commission is not totally present this afternoon. So since that is the case, I would move for the deferment of the consideration of this budget and preliminarily reset it to Thursday afternoon, Mr. President.
Yes, Minority Leader. In truth, only 3 of the commissioners are actually present. The chairperson, Franklin Quijano, Commissioner Espejo, Commissioner Rodeles. Absent, however, are Commissioner Ida Patron, Raymar Mansilungan, and former General Rainier Cruz. That is correct.
Before we act on the motion of the minority floor leader, may I just ask the sponsor, how many members are there in the commission by law?
At present, there is 1 vacancy for Region 6 and 7 in the Visayas. And of the 6 commissioners, there are only 5.
So it's 6 commissioners and the chairperson.
That's correct, Mr. President.
So at least may kulang, walang sobra. Hindi katulad ng ibang hensya.
Yung iba naman,
Ah,
sobra po. Ito
sobra
naman
po ina-appoint
kulang-kulang.
under their charter. So we just like to put that on record. So there's a motion by a minority floor leader. Is that duly seconded by our majority floor leader, Senator J.V. Ejercito? Our deputy majority floor leader?
Yes, Mr. President, since
There's a motion, so we
there's
act
a
on the
motion by, yes, let us act on the motion.
There
by the
being no
Minority Leader.
objection to the motion is hereby approved. They'll have to come back tomorrow afternoon for their budget. With the complete set of commissioners, as much as they can.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend session so that we can ask the DNR people, the next agency, to move in.
Yes, session suspended.
Mr. President, I now move that we consider the budget of the Department of Environmental Natural Resources and its attached agencies. The sponsor, the distinguished Senator Sita Villar, and to interpellate Senator Risa Ontiveros.
We'd like to recognize the sponsor of the budget of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, the mama bear of the Senate, Senator Cynthia Villar of the city of Las Piñas, and to interpolate our distinguished Deputy Minority Floor Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Thank you, Senate President, Majority Floor Leader, and my colleague in the Senate. At this juncture, I am ready to defend the proposed 2023 budget of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources and its attached agencies. Based on the committee report of our Committee on Finance, the total proposed 2023 new appropriations for DNR and attached agencies amount to 23,131,980,000 allocated as follows. DNR Office of the Secretary, 17,944,847. The EMB, our best friend, 2,328,917,000. The Mines and Geosciences Bureau, 1,249,228,000. NAMRIA, 1,395,000. The National Water Resources Board, 142,724,000. And the Palawan Council for Sustainable Development is 87,869,000 for a total of more than 23 billion. We are hopeful that this proposed budget, once approved, will be efficiently utilized towards the conservation, management, development, and proper use of the country's environment and natural resources, which constitute the primary responsibility of DNR, and to fulfill the constitutional duty of the state to protect and advance the right of the people to a balanced and healthful ecology. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, Madam Chair. I'd like to begin by greeting the DNR community family led by its new and highly welcome secretary. Mr. President, Madam Chair, yearly damage to, sorry, I'd like to correct myself. I would like to also thank the DNR for responding to my questions sent to their office. However, Madam Chair, Mr. President, I would like to follow up on some points. First of all, of course, I understand that budgetary constraints are always a problem. However, based on the assessment of the budget cut, I also find it really unfortunate that DNR excluded mangroves as a priority commodity under the program. And only the conduct of inventory, assessment, and conciliation of records to determine the gains of the program has been budgeted for. Meaning, Mr. President, Madam Chair, there will be no plantation establishment that will be done this year. Now, the cut in the program will affect our fishing communities. Ilang pong mga areas, Mr. President, Madam Chair, ilang mga sites ang naset aside ngayong taon?
For this year's proposal, the maintenance and protected activities under the mangrove commodity has a total target of 656 hectares, equivalent to about 1,630,000 propagules. This total target is broken down into year 2 or current year 21 target of 556 planted with 1,390 propagules, and year 1 target of 100 hectares planted with 240,000 propagules.
So tama po ba, Mr. President, Madam Chair, na nabawasan ng areas, nabawasan ng hectarage, nabawasan ng propagules for fiscal year
For
2023?
this year? Bawasan ba?
Pinabaan natin yung targets kasi for this year, we will focus on assessment of the related sites para na ma-make sure natin na effective yung mga. So 11,000 hectares ang target natin. Kalahati niya sa Philippines.
This year, binaba daw nila ang target nila because they want to 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 study how they can monitor what they have done in the past and what they will do in the future kasi nawawala yung monitoring nila. Kaya parang doon nila dadalhin ang budget to study how they can monitor yung kanilang planting of mangroves kung okay naman to. But in addition, I have asked them na in their national greening program, they just leave the amount, which is around more than 1 billion, to their existing projects, and the rest to be assigned to the legislated protected area para yun ang gamitin ng mga legislated protected area kasi mas masusupervise pag dinala sa legislated protected area because every legislated protected area would have a what you call protected area management board composed of NGO, local government, and the DNR. So, kung magdadala tayo ng pera doon, may magbabantay na nagasta ng maayos yung pera na dinala natin doon instead of just planting anywhere, which that's why they are trying to revise a system or do a system by which they can monitor what they have planted and if it has done good for our country.
Salamat, Mr. President, Madam Chair. I find it regrettable, however, na as confirmed by the good chair, binaba nga po yung target at medyo nakapagtataka po yung dahilan ng DENR that they want to study how to monitor. Samantalang yung monitoring naman po ng lahat ng long-standing departments pati agencies po ng gobyerno, kumbaga built-in na po ang monitoring and evaluation phase sa bawat programa nila. And I would imagine na mayaman naman ang datos ng DNR about previous targeting and previous performance, particularly about mangroves. Salamat po sa Madam Chair dun sa response she made in relation to the national greening program. And I'm glad na sinabi nila na she has recommended to the department to leave the amount of more than 1 billion for the NGP. Actually, ito Mr. President, pwedeng batayan nung isang ipopropose ko mamaya and at the proper time. At na-appreciate ko rin po yung sinabi ni Madam Chair na yung papel na pwedeng gampanan din ng mga legislated protected areas. However, I would still hope that a rethinking, a second thought can be given about the mangroves in particular, lalo na po in the context of a bill, a pending bill that I have filed and that has been referred to the Environment Committee. But just to return, Mr. President, Madam Chair, dun sa ibinabang mga targets. So katumbas po nung pagbaba nung target na iyon, in particular for mangroves, magkano po yung pinutol sa proposed budget?
Pinutol, nilipat lang.
Actually, they did not cut the budget. They transferred it to the legislated protected area. So in a way, instead of the DNR doing it, then the protected area management board and the people in the protected area will do it. So in general, wala ring nabawas.
Kung salamat.
Sama po ba yung
And I think that's better because really the protected area management board are very active in each protected area. And I think it will be implemented well instead of the DNR implementing it.
At Mr. President, Madam Chair, yung nilipat or rather, yung inilipat po sa PAMBI, kasama po ba doon yung support sa mangrove
Yes,
establishment?
yes.
Ah,
Like
so
for
kasama po.
example, my protected area in Las Piñas has a 35 hectares mangrove forest. And we continuously plant because we know that it is a protection of the town or the city from typhoon surge and other calamity.
Exactly.
So I guess that's better.
I would agree in part that is better, but maybe even better kung, ayun po, mas napopondohan natin yung PAMBI and yun na nga, ma-rethink yung pagpondo pa rin ng mangroves program. Yung pong nilipat dun sa PAMBI, magkano po iyon?
Mahigit 1 billion.
Mahigit, yun yung mahigit 1 billion. Salamat, Mr. President. And if ever, kung hindi man sa susunod na fiscal year, sa mga susunod pang taon doon, ma-restore yung budget, particularly doon sa mangroves bilang priority commodity under the program, yung mga komunidad po kaya na originally under that item for fiscal year 2023, handa sa mangrove planting?
They promised that next year they will see to it that there will be no cut in the budget of the National Greening Program, which will go to mangrove planting also.
Fantastic, Mr. President, Madam Chair. Maraming salamat para dyan. And this representation will gladly await the opportunity to support the chair sa ganyang pong klaseng line item budget next year. Dahil nga po, gaya ng sinabi na rin ni Chair, Madam Chair, Mr. President, napakahalaga ng mangroves para sa laban sa malalaking alon at pagprotekta sa mga tirahan ng mga isda na kailangan nating dumami bilang source ng pagkain. And as I mentioned earlier, Mr. President, Madam Chair, I've filed the Coastal Greenbelt bill to strengthen this very program. Sasabihin ko sana sayang yung isang taon ng delay para sa pagpapalago ng mga bakawan, pero it turns out, gaya ni sinabi ni Madam Chair, in a way, maaampun ito dun sa mga legislated protected areas. And as I said earlier, I look forward na ma-restore yung item na yon sa mga susunod na fiscal years.
And we promise
Yes,
you,
Madam Chair.
Miss Senator, that the bills that you filed that will help to encourage more mangrove planting, we will see to it that we will be able to pass it before
Ay,
this
maraming
Congress.
salamat
Thank
po,
you.
Mr. President, Madam Chair. Another good thing to look forward to. Kanina po, sasabihin ko sana na if those sites, those communities are ready for mangrove planting, we may propose a special provision to allocate a portion of the NGP to mangrove planting. Pero mabutit na anticipate na po ito, Madam Chair, ninyo ng DENR. So I just mentioned that for the record, Madam Chair. Lipat na po ako dun sa public lands for fisher folk settlements. I've been advocating the inclusion of this special provision for fisher folk settlements since 2018. And I've sent queries on the update of the implementation. Up to now, the DNR is still identifying fisher folk settlement and is still initiating coordination with LGUs to include in their municipal planning and development programs this identification of fisher folk settlements. Gusto ko pong malaman sana, Mr. President, Madam Chair, kung public lands na pwedeng gamitin para sa fisher folk settlements at the regional level ay available na po yung impormasyon sa pagtukoy ng mga public lands na ito. I do understand that DENR has ongoing efforts towards making this information available. Ano na po bang status doon?
Miss Senator, the identification of fisher folk settlement is ongoing. However, the task should be initiated by DA-BIFAR in coordination with DNR and LGUs concerned. Thus, DNR regional offices initiated the coordination with LGUs to include in their municipal planning and development programs the identification of fisher folk settlement. Further, BIFAR was provided copies of the region's initiative relative to this.
Salamat, Madam Chair. Pag sinasabi, and Mr. President, pag sinasabi po ng DNR ongoing at may mga specific tasks na ini-initiate na rin po in partnership sa ibang mga departments, pati sa LGUs, would DNR say 50% of the way through na sila, 60%? Ano na po yung nahakbang so far?
They said they are 50% in the process.
All right, so. All right, salamat po Madam Chair. Baka pagdating po sa pag-interpolate natin ng DA at BFAR budgets, maganda rin pong itanong from their end para talagang maitulak natin mula dito sa Senado yung pare-pareho mga department to meet each other halfway para madali ng ma-close yung gap from 50 to 100%. Salamat po Mr. President, Madam Chair. Para po sa huling paksa ko po, dito sa interpellation ng DNR budget, isang manifestation, Madam Chair, basehan ng ilang mga follow-up questions ko dito. During the interpellation of the DPWH's budget yesterday, I asked some questions about the environmental impact of the Samal Island Davao City Connector project. But reassuring you, Mr. President, Madam Chair, so as not to cover just the same ground, I will be submitting questions on those issues to the DENR in writing. These will be questions about the valuation of ecological services provided by coral reef ecosystems, such as those found in the vicinity of the project area. Na, Mr. President, Madam Chair, inamin po ng DPWH kahapon, hindi pa nila kinikwenta yung valuation ng ecological services. At hindi pa nila alam kung ano yung percentage ng mga ecological services na iyon na maliligtas nila sa pamamagitan ng kanilang mitigation measures. And lastly, at least nagtaya po ang DPWH kahapon na mula ngayon ay hindi lang posibleng alamin nila itong mga ecological services, pero siguradong kikwentahin nila yung ecological services at yung percentage niya na pwedeng iligtas sa pamamagitan ng mitigation measures. At sabi ko nga po, Mr. President, Madam Chair, may siyensya na dun eh. And I directed them to a scientific journal na may methodology para doon. As I mentioned during the deliberations vis-a-vis the DPWH budget, a 2012 study published in the International Academic Journal, ito po yun, Mr. President, Madam Chair, Ecosystem Services, pegged the annual baseline value per hectare of a coral reef at $353,429 US dollars. Considering po that this project that I asked DPWH about affects around 3 hectares off the coast of Samal Island and 2.7 hectares off the coast of Davao City, that could easily be more than 100 million pesos a year. On this point, at dito po ikakawin ko na sa DNR, Mr. President, Madam Chair, these questions na isusumite ko po sa DNR in writing shall include whether or not in projects located in environmentally critical areas, the DENR should prepare an estimate as to the value of the ecological services provided by affected ecosystems. Also, fisherfolk communities who depend on the Davao Gulf for their food and livelihood could be affected by the destruction of coral reefs and marine life in Paradise Reef. Yun po yung ika nga house reef dun sa areang iyon. I would also like to note that 3 species of giant clams out of the 9. So 1/3 po sa lahat ng in-identify dito sa Pilipinas, kasama na po yung endangered tridac na gigas, ay nahahanap dun po sa Paradise Reef. The coral reefs are where the fish lay their eggs, and when destroyed, will also affect the livelihood of fisherfolk. Sa aking questions in writing, the DNR should also clarify whether these effects have been studied and quantified for the purpose of establishing a compensation plan for probably affected fisherfolk communities. Mr. President, Madam Chair, I will also be forwarding to the good chair a video showing the current state of Paradise Reef. And with her help, I would request that it be shared also with our interested colleagues here in the Senate to highlight why environmental advocates are so passionate about this issue. So I just have a few um, different questions from what I propounded to DPWH yesterday, Mr. President, Madam Chair. Honorable sponsor, the 2023 budget of the DNR includes 17.885 billion pesos for the OSEC, which will be used for, among others, the key programs of enhanced biodiversity conservation and coastal and marine ecosystems management. Among the DNR staff bureaus is the Biodiversity Management Bureau, which is responsible for the establishment and management of the country's protected areas, conservation of wildlife, promotion and institutionalization of ecotourism, management of coastal biodiversity, and the Madam Chair is very passionate about this, wetlands ecosystems. On the other hand, the Environmental Management Bureau is the national authority responsible for environmental impact assessments. The EMB receives the second highest allocation of the DNR's budget at 2.39 billion pesos. Why I'm bringing this up is so that we can discuss the environmental impact of the Samal Island Davao City Connector project on critical ecosystems. These include not just the landing point in the barangays of Kaliklik and Limao in the island garden city of Samal, but the takeoff point of the project located in Barangay Vicente Hison. In a 2016 study prepared for the Japanese Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, or METI, it was noted that Samal Island is listed as a protected area under the National Integrated Protected Area System. The same study noted, however, Samal Island might be delisted, considering the rapid development of the area, as well as the decrease of mangroves and declaration of the marine protected area of the habitats with important ecological value. Mr. President, Madam Chair, sakop nga ba sa NAIPAS ang buong Samal Island?
Naipas ba is ano? Di yata ang Samal Island ba naipas?
Initial component po.
Ano?
Initial component.
So, the island of Samal has not been declared as a legislated protected area. Those in the INAIPAS has been declared as protected areas by legislation. So, if you want to, you want to make Samal Island a protected area, it's in the initial, it has been declared by presidential proclamation as a protected area, but not by legislation. So we should ask the congressman coming from Samal, because this is a local bill which we pass in the Senate afterwards, to file a bill on this, and then they pass it in the House, and then when it is passed in the House, then I will pass it in the Senate as a legislated protected area. But it's just done through proclamation, not by legislation.
Salamat, Mr. President, Madam Chair.
And I want to
Yes, Madam
add
Chair.
to Ms. Senator that the DNR has been implementing what they call the natural capital accounting. So what you're saying, that we should value the damages that a certain activity is doing to the environment. And they said they have met with marine biologists to discuss the potential impacts and possible valuation of this project with regards to the environment. So I guess in the coming months, they will be doing this as you would want them to do it.
Maraming salamat po, Madam Chair and Mr. President. Pati po dun sa foresight ng Madam Chair na i-welcome nila yung pagpasa ng isang bill na i-declare na legislated marine protected area or legislated sa ilalim ng INAIPAS itong Samal Island. At baka sana po yung natural capital accounting na isinasagawa ng DNR, pwede po nilang ibahagi sa DPWH in particular for this project para magabayan po sila at mas mabalanse po nila yung ganyang consideration.
And
Yes,
to
Madam
add,
Chair.
Ms. Senator, there is a budget for Region 11 mangrove areas from Tanuit Point in Banao to Kinablangan Island and Island of Samar, 346 million for the mangrove planting in Samal Island to make you feel better.
Maraming salamat, Madam Chair, Mr. President. It does make this representation feel better, and it would make not just this representation but the stakeholders on Samal Island feel even better kung yung pong pagpopondo, pagbabudget para sa mangrove area sa Samal Island ay may kakambal or may kapatid po itong higit na pagprotekta dun sa Paradise Reef, which is the subject of their advocacy at this point in time. Salamat din po, Mr. President, Madam Chair, dun sa note na ginawa ni Madam Chair na hindi pa by legislation deklaradong protected area ang Samal Island. Yet, siguro dapat din nating bigyan ng kahit papaanong halaga na it has been declared or as such, even if through executive action initially sa isang presidential proclamation. Ibig sabihin, yung pinakamataas na na office sa executive branch kung saan ang DNR at ang DNR secretary ay ang tawag po doon, hindi lamang yung nasa ilalim noon kundi alter ego halimbawa ng presidente, ay meron na po siyang ganyang parang sense of the executive or sense of the president na mayroong katangiang or kalikasang protected area dapat itong Samal Island. It is a building block to build on it. So probably
They said,
yes, Madam Chair.
Ms. Senator, that even though it's just by executive order, they have a PAMB there already, Protected Area Management Board. But I would suggest, Ms. Senator, that you ask a congressman from that place to file a bill on that. Because from my experience, if it's just executive order, they do not listen much. It's better that it is legislated.
Yes.
Because it's against the law to destroy something that is legislated.
Yes,
Thank
Madam
you
Chair,
very
Mr.
much.
President. Speaking of the PAMB, Mr. President, Madam Chair, documented nga po na on 8th October 2020, the Samal Island Protected Landscape and Seascape PAMB issued PAMB Resolution Number 4, Series of 2020, clearing the SIDC project for being outside the Samal Island Protected Landscape and Seascape under Inay Pass. So just to confirm po, yung mga ecosystems na apektado ng proyekto, hindi po sila saklaw ng NIPAS o anumang marine protected area sa ngayon. Okay, thank you, Mr.
But you know,
Chair, Mr. President.
Ms. Senator, a legislated protected area is entitled to a buffer zone.
Mhm.
So it doesn't mean that if that's the end of the protected area, you are not supposed to protect beyond that. If you will ask the Bureau, rather the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, every protected area is entitled to a buffer zone. And you can force them to determine that so that the protected area will be better protected.
Salamat, Madam Chair, Mr. President. And also for the concern, I can clearly feel in the halos payo o gabay na binibigay ng Madam Chair. I only wish na makahabol po sa panahon itong pagdedeklara nga ng pagsakop ng Samal Island, pati yung Paradise Reef, sa ilalim ng Inay Pass. Dahil alam naman po natin yung 1 inch lang ng coral kung ganong karaming dekada o taon pa kakailanganin para lang tumubo siya or ma-regenerate siya kapag negatively affected na ng isang proyekto na tayong mga tao ang gumagawa. Just for the information of everyone, Mr. President, Madam Chair, there is an MPA just off the coast of the project's takeoff point at Barangay Vicente Hizon. It's a 2.7-hectare fish sanctuary located at Zone 1, Purok Baybay, Lizada Village, Barangay Vicente Hizon, Senior Davao City, embodied in City Ordinance number 375-07, otherwise known as Ordinance for the Establishment and Management of the Davao City Marine Protected Areas and Providing Funds therefore. So, paano po mare-reconcile itong proyekto dun sa MPA plan naman na mayroon ng Barangay Hizon?
From the point of view of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, if that is a marine protected area, it's still protected. So they still protect the whatever environmental destruction from any environmental destruction that a certain project will bring. So alam nila na it's a marine protected area, the DNR. So they take care of that also.
So, ibig sabihin po, Madam Chair, Mr. President, kung still protected, hindi pwedeng i-reconcile yung proyekto or at least yung proyekto at that location for the takeoff point. Tama po ba itong representation?
Tama po yun. Yung isang policy natin na pag-creation ng ECC natin dapat malayo po sa mga protected area para hindi ma-destroy. And look po yung way forward natin.
In the future, they said they will make sure that any project should be at a distance from the protected area. They were not the ones during that time, but in the future, they will see to it that the protected area are protected from this kind of project.
Salamat, Madam Chair, Mr. President. That's well and good for the future, pero ngayon, andyan pa rin po yung Paradise Reef, nag-advocate pa rin yung mga stakeholders. Hindi ko pipilitin na magbigay ng sagot ngayon ng DNR kung pwede pang hindi pigilin baguhin yung plano ng proyekto. Because alam po natin, ang bawat pirasong reef ay precious at hindi po ganyang kadali ni kabilis na mapalitan.
Miss Senator, they said that portion where the project will begin is outside the protected area. They saw to it that it's outside the protected area.
So yung yung take-off point po ay hindi nasa loob nung
Protected.
fish sanctuary or
Yes.
yung protected area. All right. Sapat na po ba yung distansya ng take-off point dun sa fish sanctuary?
In the future, yung titingnan natin kung yung locate yung mga project close to the protected area. Yung pag-aaral na po na hindi pa yung
They're not so familiar yet, but rest assured that in the future, they will study that the project will be far enough not to destroy the protected area. That's the assurance from the Department of Environment and Natural Resources.
Salamat, Madam Chair, Mr. President. Pero isasama ko na rin po sa questions ko in writing
Yeah.
yung tanong na iyon about this particular project or take-off point, specifically take-off point of this project para lang masiguro ng department na it is at present far enough. Dahil habang hindi pa nagagawa ang isang possible harm, maigi na pong wag na nating gawin. Mag-adjust po tayo para hindi na gawin bukod sa pagsigurado na sa hinaharap hindi natin gagawin ang mga iyon. Also, Mr. President, Madam Chair, what is the status of Paradise Reef itself? Doon naman po sa, ano pong status ng reef? Doon naman po sa landing point.
Ano yung Paradise Reef? Hindi ko naman alam na sa Island na yun.
It's a small it's not there. So, you know,
Pero so walang laman.
but the committee have a report.
Ayun, wala.
Safe. I can assure her.
Yes.
The paradise.
Medyo poor na yung condition. But the maintenance of the project assured that we will continue. Pero it's not exactly dun sa
Yeah. The, ano pangalan ng paradise?
paradise.
The project is not in the paradise fifth ba yun?
Paradise Reef po.
Yeah. But they said that the condition of the, what do you call this? The reef there is not good, but the project proponents said that they will take care of that. They will try to improve the condition of the reef in the place where you are very concerned about, but the project is not there. But the condition of the reef is bad. So it's they promise that they will improve the condition of the reef in that area.
Salamat, Madam Chair, Mr. President, at para din dun sa assurance ng project proponent. However, I must make of record na nakakagulat yung sinabi ng DENR na the condition of Paradise Reef is not good or is even bad. Dahil for one, si marine biologist Dr. John Michael Lacson has described Paradise Reef as a reef like no other, as it was still at its healthiest stage. So baka ibang reef po yung tinutukoy ng DENR.
So that's why. So the mitigations. It's specific.
The DNR said that the landing area is not in the Paradise Reef. Paradise Reef is very big,
Yes.
and not all condition of the reef is bad in the Paradise Reef, only in the area near the project. So the proponent of the project promised that that area they will try to improve, di ba? But the whole reef is not in bad condition. It's
Yes.
just the reef near the project.
I see, Madam Chair, Mr. President. And well, usually, yes, Madam Chair.
And our secretary of DNR said that she received your letter,
No po.
she spoke with Dr. Lacson.
Okay.
And they have talked about it, and she will try to take the suggestions of Dr. Lacson with regards to the Paradise Reef. Okay.
Thank you very much for that, Madam Chair, Mr. President, and to the good secretary. Tulad nung pinag-uusapan kanina na maigi kapag yung iba't ibang government departments work together for common programs or projects. Maganda rin kapag there's that kind of contact and coordination even between government and academe, or for that matter with civil society na kabilang din sa mga stakeholders at advocates dito. So, Mr. President, Madam Chair, what is the procedure? Ano pong procedure sa loob ng DNR para sa listing at delisting bilang isang MPA o vis-a-vis yung Inay Pass?
If you are a legislated protected area, I don't think the DNR can remove you. Di ba? It's only the delisting happens but when it's
Pareho din yung process ng pag-listing, pag-declare. Kailangan po mag-undertake ng PASA, no? Assessment, tapos
pero yung legislated hindi nyo magagalaw yun. It's legislation.
tapos anong PASA, i-determine po kung i-legislate or i-delist.
The delisting happens before you are declared as a legislated protected area. So when there's a bill filed for you to be declared, for the place to be declared as a legislated protected area, they will analyze if it, they will conduct PASA. Ano ba yung PASA?
Protected area assessment.
Protected area assessment to determine if it will be recommended to be a legislated protected area or it will be delisted. So they go through the process through that PASA. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. President. Kaya ako tinanong dahil nga may ordinance na, I'm sorry, saan na ba yun?
Ilan na?
Merong
Congress, 20.
Merong PAMBI resolution, and so kailangan may mga prosesong babantayan both on the executive and, as the Madam Chair said, on the legislative side. Dahil kumbaga napaka-special ng listing na ito ng mga MPA sa ilalim ng Inay Pass, at minsan yan ang last line of defense sa mga environmentally critical areas natin.
I just
Yes, Madam
want
Chair.
to inform the good senator that there are 20 bills filed in the House of Representatives declaring areas to be legislated as protected areas. And how
Salamat.
many in the Senate? 7? 7 in the Senate. So we hope that we can do that during this Congress. We
I
can
share the
pass those legislated
Yes.
protected area this Congress.
I share the hope of the good chair, Mr. President, and this representation will work with her to support such bills. For the record, Madam Chair, Mr. President, in connection with the previous, this representation's previous question, sabi po kasi ng DNR, oo nga't malaki yung Paradise Reef, pero yung bahagi lang niya na malapit sa project ang in bad condition. Ang malas naman yun pa yung nasa malapit sa project. Na, usually
Mas
kapag may...
makaswerte yun kasi may mag-aalaga.
Ay, tingnan,
Diba?
tingnan po
Oo.
natin, Madam
May
Chair, baka
proponent,
kailanganin ng,
oo.
kailanganin ng gabay ng DNR and yung proactive measures ngayon pa lamang. Dahil usually, commonsensically, sasabihin ko sana kanina, anecdotally, commonsensically, kapag mas malapit sa isang malaking proyekto, mas may probability na lumala ang kondisyon ng isang ecosystem tulad ng reef. Mas maigi kung mas malayo, which is also behind my questions, Madam Chair. Mr. President, as a mitigation measure, it was mentioned that silt curtains will be used to protect affected marine ecosystems from the silt stirred up by the project. Ano po yung efficiency ng mga silt curtains sa pagpipigil na yung silt ay makadamage sa bahura, sa corals? I've heard they are 40% efficient. Accurate po ba yon? At kung accurate, katanggap-tanggap po ba ito sa DENR sa isang mukhang environmentally critical area?
DPWH po.
O ano, range, wala? Wala kayong idea.
DPWH ang project po.
Miss Senator, the silt curtain is a project of the DPWH.
Yes.
So it's the DPWH who can answer that question. Maybe we should write the DPWH. What is the effectivity of the silt curtain?
We'll do.
They don't have any idea on the effectivity of the silt curtain.
Will do, Madam Chair. And salamat, Mr. President. Pero kung pagkasulat ko po sa DPWH, pag ma-confirm po nila na 40% efficient ang silt curtains sa pagpipigil ng silt na makadamage sa corals, kung accurate yun, magiging katanggap-tanggap na ba yun sa DENR?
40% lang. According to the Secretary of DNR, any damage to the coral reef is not acceptable to the DNR. So after they talk with DPWH, they will design a mitigation program so that we can increase the effectivity of the silt curtain.
Salamat, Madam Chair, Mr. President, and to the DNR Secretary, lalo na po sa ganyang prinsipyo ng anumang percentage ng damage ay hindi acceptable. And I would just like to encourage na aside from on the mitigation side, na usually yun ay adjustment on the part of the ecosystems at yung protector ng ecosystem, pangunahin ng DENR, pwede rin pong ang adjustment ay on the side ng proponent or ng proyekto mismo para in a way meeting halfway din. So for my last question, Mr. President, Madam Chair, ayun na nga po. So, paano naman yung naiiwang 60% ng silt na makikick up? Kakayanin ba nating i-translocate yung mga coral yung mga giant clams. Baka yung giant clams, posible pa ng ilan, no? Massive diver operation. Pero yung reef, yung corals,
Okay yan. Keep that advocacy up. That's a good legacy advocacy.
Oral buds.
So, the DNR said that it's very difficult to do it 100%, but you can improve the coral reef by building coral bud around bud. It's BUD. Okay, BUD around the area to enhance the coral reef. So it's a very sophisticated system, but it can be done.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Mr. President, and again to the DNR Secretary. Siguro nga dahil alam nating lahat kung na napakahirap itong gawin, again, bukod sa adjustment on this side, yung magiging location ng proyekto, pati yung effort sa isang, sabi nyo nga po, very sophisticated process of building coral buds. Ngayon ko rin lang narinig. Pag upo ko mamaya, i-google ko na napaka-interesanting pakinggan. Siguro naman dapat ay di lang DNR pero DPWH, pwede din nilang isipin kung mayroon bang mga adjustment na pwede at kayang gawin. Actually naman po, Madam Chair, Mr. President, itinanong ko rin po sa DPWH kahapon. So just for my brief manifestation to close this interpellation, Mr. President, Madam Chair, these are why I filed a Rights of Nature bill. Because I believe that natural ecosystems themselves, populations, and processes have the right to exist to the maintenance of the vital cycles, functions, and processes that ensure their continued sustainability and well-being to the conditions necessary for their renewal and restoration. As I mentioned, yes, Madam Chair.
Ms. Senator, the DNR said there is a successful program of reef buds that has been done in the Philippines in Bolinao, Pangasinan, done by the UP Marine Science Institute. So we have hope that we can do this in other places.
I would share that hope, Madam Chair, Mr. President. It's always good to have our best practices models. Kumbaga, may proof of concept itong coral buds. Of course, palagay ko sa Bolinao, walang ganyang kalaking proyekto na katabi nung kinoral bud tulad sa mga planong gawin dito sa Paradise Reef. But I will, with the Madam Chair, Mr. President, I will take hope where I can find it. Pero let's also ask the other department to exert more effort from their end. And as I mentioned previously, I am not against the economic development of the Davao City Samal Island area. However, as called for by environmental advocates involved with the issue, sabi po nila, build the bridge but protect the reef. This is the position of stakeholders from Davao. The former president of Ateneo de Davao University, Father Joel Tabora SJ, has gone on record as urging the government to realign the bridge so as not to damage Paradise Reef. At na-share ko na rin po kanina yung sinabi ni Dr. Lacson, reef like no other, baka nabanggit din nila kay SEC nung mabutit sila'y nag-usap. So in closing, Madam Chair, Mr. President, I would simply like to re-echo their sentiments. Let's build the bridge, but let's do everything we can to save the reef. Let's save the reef. Marami pong salamat, Madam Chair, to the DNR family, Mr. President.
Thank you, Ms. Senator. We share your advocacy and we will try to do as much as we can to protect the environment.
Thank you, Senator Risa. Mr. President, next to interpellate is our Senate President Pro Tempore, Senator Loren Legarda.
We recognize the distinguished Senate President Pro Tempore, Senator Lauren Legarda, to interpret the budget.
Okay. Na nag-aral tayo.
Thank you, Majority Leader. There. Thank you very much, Mr. President. With the distinguished Senator, Chairman of the Senate Committee on Environment, and co-eco warrior, and whose home is one of the wetlands designated under the ENIPAS, with this representation authored and sponsored by her 4 years ago, yield to some questions to enlighten us and to help the budget.
Of course, my fellow eco warrior, with our whole heart, we will answer all your questions.
Body, heart, and soul. I always, for the past years, if not decades, have supported the budget of the DNR, one of the agencies closest to my heart and my life. So the questions are for my own enlightenment and education, as well as to put on record our concerns, especially amidst our environmental crisis, our climate crisis, our crisis in food security, and the laws that we have authored in the past decades, where the DNR is the implementing agency. But first, let me go to a program that I have supported as your chair. And fast forward 2022, we simply want to know, have the taxpayers' money gone to trees grown and forests created? I'm referring to the National Greening Program. I had the honor and the pleasure, maybe displeasure, to fund the NGP. So a basic question, Mr. President, from the beginning of the National Greening Program, how much has Congress, the Senate, allocated to this? How many trees have been planted? Are they all native species? In what regions of the country? How many have grown? And what benefit did it give to local communities? What is the percentage of growth of trees planted? If I'm not mistaken, more than 50 billion has been allocated to the NGP since it started in 2012.
Survival rate. Ano to ba 220?
B. Senator Estrada is shocked. Yes, I think it's much more than 50B. And we approved this in the past decade, 10 years or more. I'm sure we would have the records.
From 2011, Ms. Majority Floor Leader, the National Greening Program budget from 2011 to 2022 is 55 billion.
So I'm correct, yes.
Okay. And in 2023, it will be 2,342.
So around 57 billion,
Yes.
Madam Chair,
And,
Mr. President. Yes.
They have planted 2,217. 2,217,182. And ito, ano to? Ito, hectares. It's 2,217,182 hectares with a seedling of 1,855,298,000, and the survival rate is 78%.
That's a very high survival rate. I wish that was accurate, but I will not question the competence or the fact checking of the good chair. But honestly, Mr.
That's their
President,
report.
I would like to see the basis for the 78% survival rate, because that was not the answer to me, Mr. President, when I was the chair. So perhaps they improved because of my oversight function. So from 2011 to 2023 budget, or what we're hearing now, 1,855,000,000 seedlings have been planted, and the survival rate, what is 78% of 1.8 billion? have grown. Is that correct, Madam?
Yeah, it's
Chair.
their report.
It's their report, yes.
It's their report. It says here, 2011, 76%, 2012, 76, 2013, 77,
An average of
2014,
78. Okay.
77.
That's okay, Madam Chair.
2016, 72, 2017, 79, 2018, 83, 2019, 84. The average is 78%.
I will leave it at that. I would like to request, not right now, but within the week before we approve the budget finally, for the maps where the 1.8 billion
Yes.
have been planted and the 78% survival rate, Madam Chair, Mr. President.
Miss Majority Floor, Miss President Pro Tempore, they said that they are willing to give you the map because they are using the drone. They have drone technology to look and satellite to look at the places where they
Yes.
planted this. But
And of-
I want to remind you, my dear friend, that we have requested them to transfer one half of the national greening
To
program
protected
to
areas.
the protected areas.
And I support that.
Oo,
Yes.
para mas madali nating monitor kasi palaging question ng Senado, where are this greening program ba? Yun ang palagi nilang tinatanong. Now we have an address of all these protected area, 114 of them. So at least
What
one
is the
half
budget for
can be
you're proposing,
monitored.
Madam Chair? What is the budget for 2023? Less than 5 billion already?
2.3.
2 billion.
The budget is 2.341.
Okay.
2,341,873.
So half of that,
Half
1.2.
of that to the protected area and
Yes.
half to the existing greening program. I think most of them with the IPs, no?
May I know, Mr. President, Madam Chair, whether the 2.3 billion is a lump sum or whether it's already been allocated in the various regions of the country in existing NGP areas, and the other half are already allocated in the various INIPA sites that we have declared by legislation. Nakalaan na po ho, disaggregated na po yung pondo, hindi lump sum na 2.3B sa Office of the Secretary.
Place. They have a breakdown and they can give you the
Yes.
allocation.
And in the budget, is a line item National Greening Program, or is it already disaggregated per region? Let's say Cordillera, or Region 6, or 4A.
It's aggregated daw by Penrose. by
It is already
provinces,
divided
oo.
among the Penros.
Oo.
So if it's among the Penros, Mr. President, Madam Chair, that would be 81 Penros?
Mm. 76. Farm is not included.
Farm is not included. I'm glad you mentioned that. With the recent devastating effects of Paeng, we've seen how a whole sitio
Maguindanao.
in Datu Odinsintuat in Maguindanao was wiped away. And it was not just water that washed them away, but mud flow because of denuded forests. Nothing in the organic law would prohibit us from augmenting the block grant or identifying forest areas that can be reforested by the greening program, by the DNR. That is my understanding. I think the Senate President would know it better since he has authored the BARM law. And in my understanding, when it comes to natural resources, nothing will stop the national government from helping the autonomous region in reforestation of, you say, not deforestation, in planting the correct species of trees, especially in heavily denuded areas. And we know that the 64 billion block grant will be focused on health, hospitals, education, roads, and may not be enough to reforest the denuded areas, which are very dangerous, which can really wipe out sitios and barangays in urban areas.
They
Hindi po
were
bawal.
telling me,
Yes.
my dear friend, that compared to other areas in the BARM region, Maguindanao has better greening program for the last 5 years. So it's really not just the greening program that has failed. It has better greening program than the other places in the BARM region. But they said they can help as long as they will be invited by the Department of Environment and Natural Resources of the BARM
BARM,
region
yes.
because
They
they
cannot
have
just go
their
in, of
own
course.
It's a
department.
ministry.
Yes.
It's a ministry, ma'am.
Of
So
course.
if they will be requested, they will help.
Well,
But it should come from them.
Yes.
It should not come from
we
our
realize that.
DNR.
And
Yeah.
because the first meeting headed by the Senate President of the Interagency Interparliament Forum was held yesterday, organizational meeting, and reforestation was not mentioned. Perhaps just like education, which is so essential, environment, sustainability, and reforestation in particular, especially in light of the disasters brought about by strong, intense typhoons, can be one of the areas where the national government can help, so that they would, I'm sure they would be happy if it's, as long as you don't touch their block grant and you can help them with your own funds of the DNR. Anyway, so that's just a suggestion for the Secretary of DNR to reach out to the Ministry of Environment of the BARM Parliament so that possible collaboration for reforestation. But back to the National Greening Program. So the DNR has always declared that it will intensify the government's national greening program by planting trees on more than 2 million hectares of land. Is this correct? By 2028, a commitment made in relation to President Marcos's directive to increase the tree planting program of the government upon witnessing our bold mountains that have made landslides inevitable after torrential rain, especially in BARM, which is what I discussed. So aside from this NGP that has, you say, a 78% survival rate, what are the other measures that the DNR seeks to intensify in addressing deforestation, which was said to have caused landslides, not just in Paeng, but even way before then, and causes widespread flooding that claimed the lives of many people, even before then, and as far back as Ondoy in 2009.
Greening.
So are we just relying on a 10-year-old program called NGP, or do we have other reforestation programs? Do we have, let's say, nurseries in every Penyo area where we give away free seedlings of native tree species? Do we have nurseries in state universities and colleges where we also propagate native tree species? Because I recall perhaps 10 years ago, this representation, Madam Chair, Mr. President, initiated an amendment to the DNR budget where the SUCs were partners of the NGP and established clonal nurseries in SUCs. Do they only rely on amendments of legislators and then abandon the project, or do they continue with that? I would like to know. So NGP, we can easily scrap NGP. What happens now to reforestation if this program is scrapped? Thank you.
Okay. They have 11 mechanized nurseries now all over the Philippines. And they have partnership with the 27 SUCs for nurseries also of trees. And then they have forest protection officer given by DOLE through TUPAD. And of course, they have asked the private sector to adapt certain places for reforestation.
Okay. I am happy to hear, Mr. President, Madam Chair, that there are partnerships still with 27 state universities and colleges, which we initiated 10 years ago or 5 years ago, was it? Is this ongoing, or are you relating a project that was
It's
initiated
ongoing.
before? It's ongoing,
It's
meaning
ongoing.
the nurseries that were established then, they are continuing that partnership
Yes.
under the NGP.
Yes.
Perhaps we could expand it to more than 27, since we have more than 100 state universities and colleges.
That's why the DNR has established also its own mechanized nurseries, and they said that their nurseries can produce 2 million seedlings per day.
Each nursery or
Mm.
all nurseries all over the country
They
can
have
produce.
11 nurseries and DNR.
The 11 nurseries produce 2 million in total a day. What do you do with the
They use it
For,
2 million seedlings a day.
Yes, what do you do with the 60 million seedlings a month, Mr. President, Madam Chair?
2 million, 60. They plant it because the seedlings they need is 1.8 billion, almost 1.9 billion for the year. So they have a
So they have
market
2 million a day, 60 million
a month,
a month
times
times
12.
12.
Kulang pa yon.
So there is no provision in the budget for the purchase of seedlings. Everything comes from
No.
there.
I think they will buy. And besides, there are 27 SUCs that produces then
Where's the
seedlings. And I think if it's not enough, they buy. Diba?
What
May I-
kind
may I
of
interject,
species? Of course, Mr. President.
With the permission of our Senate
Yes.
President pro tempore, with the permission of the sponsor, you know, I've noticed with the greening program, and we're all environmentalists here, and we have an understanding of the greening program. For it to succeed, it has to have, the trees planted have to have follow-up ring weeding, upland preparations, yung sunog, ang number one kalaban yan, sunog. Pag na-survive na yung seedling na yan between 1 year to 2 years or 3 years, ang kalaban naman yan, panggatong, yung uling. Puputulin na naman ng tao pang uling. Hindi na aabot ng 5 years yung tree. So, kasi if that's the case every year, we lose it, we plant it and we lose it. It's really a waste of money if you ask me. If the seedlings get dying because of brush fire, because of charcoal making, because hindi napabayaan. Yung kogon po, pag the seedlings, they grow so slow, the kogon grows above them. Once the kogon covers the whole the seedling, patay na yan. Within the next few months, they'll not have any sunlight, the seedlings will die.
But they have
Yes, ma'am.
forest protection officer na binibigay daw ng DOLE under TUPAD. So,
So,
marami
meron ba?
silang
Kasi-
forest protection officer and marami silang kapartner na private sector. In-encourage nila yung private sector.
That's the key.
So, tutulong din yun.
So
to
meron po
protect-
siyang program talaga.
Oo, may
Hindi lang
program.
tanim, hindi lang nagtatanim lang.
They take care of the trees after 3 years, tsaka lang nila iniiwan sa forest protection officer.
And
But they
maybe-
have budget to take care of the trees for 3 years.
Maybe we can ask on another time the secretary to show us success stories of this. Because
Yes.
unfortunately, sa amin sa Bukidnon, there's very few success stories.
In Las Piñas, we have plenty.
Ma'am, kasi at least Las Piñas kasi medyo
Kasi urban to na, tsaka nandun ka eh.
nandun kayo,
Pero isang-
binabantayan nyo.
Mabantay eh.
Opo. Pero sa ibang parte ng Pilipinas, bago gumagastos mo tayo hundreds of millions
Hindi
sayang.
ka sa bukid nun at bantayan mo.
So sa Las
It's a more-
Piñas, wala naman kayong forest. You're talking about the wetland.
Ano may ay,
It's a forest.
Correct.
And if you go to my farm school, the bakod is all trees.
No, may
Correct.
I
And
interject,
I
no?
plant trees along the roads. So,
May I interject, Madam
yes.
Sponsor?
we have to take care of them. Otherwise, the people will not take care of them.
You know,
And
Madam
they-
Sponsor, may I interject? May I have the floor, Madam Chair?
Yes,
The
yes,
Senate
yes.
President is appealing to the chairman of the committee, if I may say something. Thank you. My point being is that it's not a matter of going there and seeing it yourself. There must have community partnerships. Unfortunately, you have to deal with the IPs, our indigenous peoples, who claim that the trees are planted are their trees for them to do what they want with it. So, pag hindi na nakakapasok yung mga forest guards, and you can ask the DNR, they're there. Hinuhuli nila yung mga pumuputol, sasabihin ng pumuputol, ancestral land namin to. We can do what we want with our trees. May I make a suggestion to the secretary? if we can do agroforestry instead. Kasi magtatanim kayo ng lawaan dyan, wala pang 2 taong gagawin nilang uling yan. I'm not saying Bukidnon, but everywhere else. If you plant durian, you plant coffee, cacao, they will now nurture the tree so that they have income for this particular area. Just a suggestion, being an agriculture and environment graduate, schooled and educated, I think that's my 1 cent worth of information.
Okay.
Thank you to the sponsor and to the Senate President Pro Tempore.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Senate President. Your interjections are helpful. And allow me please to request the agency to provide not just the drone mapping of the areas that have been reforested through the NGP, but also the so-called commodity mapping, which are, as mentioned by the Senate President, agroforestry. What kind of trees are these? Which are hardwood species for reforestation? In fact, do I have that answer now? Of the 1.8 billion
Anong
planted,
species?
what are agroforestry trees and what are hardwood species?
Ano species daw? Tinatanong ang species. Species. And ano, Nara? No, anong species din? Nara, Kamagong, Kamagong.
Because I understand when this was conceptualized under the Aquino administration, it was not meant to be a reforestation program. It was supposed to be a community-based forest management program where people can earn a living. So I would like to know if they say that there's 78% survival of the 1.855 billion trees planted thus far, which are commodity crops, which are hardwood species, and this, so that means that they have embarked on reforestation as well.
These are the species which they are planting. The indigenous species is Nara, Kamagong, White Lawaan, and Mayapis. And then, of course, the mangrove species. Then the bamboo, which we can use. We can make them
Yes.
furniture already and whatever. I have a bamboo, engineered bamboo factory. And of course, the mangrove where the fishes are grown, di ba? Yan ang spawning ground of fishes, yung mangrove. So, may livelihood din yan. And then the fruit-bearing trees. And of course, coffee and cacao is considered. They plant also coffee and
Yes.
cacao. So, itong mga ito, up to mangrove, ano na to eh? Livelihood to eh. Livelihood. So, it's not only about trees, it's about livelihood.
Livelihood. And
also.
because
But-
that was, am I correct in trying to recall the
Yes.
original intent of the NGP, that it was not a reforestation program, but a community-based forest management for livelihood of people?
What is good with mangrove, in addition that it protects us from typhoon surge and calamity, it's still the place where the fishes
Fish
are
spawn.
born.
A fish
So-
spawning
so
area.
it's really for the fishermen. And the bamboo, ayaw na nating mag-cut ng trees. So ang ating furniture ngayon, puro bamboo, engineered bamboo. So
Where is a successful bamboo forest that the NGP has initiated?
I think I buy my bamboo from Quezon.
No, I want to know an NGP program that is
Pangasinan din
successful.
daw, successful.
May we
Pangasinan.
know which LGU in Pangasinan hosts a bamboo forest that was propagated by the
Aguilar,
National Greening?
Pangasinan.
Aguilar. Okay.
Aguilar, Pangasinan.
Aguilar, Pangasinan is a host to an NGP project for bamboos. And that is an area we can visit as a successful best practice NGP project.
Where else? Where else pa? Aside from Aguilar.
So perhaps what the Senate President wanted earlier was to show us some best practices. Number one, for agroforestry, right? Second, for bamboo. Third, for mangroves and other marine species. And fourth, for reforestation of native hardwood species. Those are the four areas we would request a report about in photos and a report. Who are your partners? How much was downloaded there? What kind of community-based livelihood did it spawn?
I think in Bukidnon, it will be coffee and cacao. Kasi naandun na si Nestle, di ba? Encouraging coffee and cacao, di ba?
Very good.
Oo.
Madam Sponsor, very
Yeah.
good. Matutuwa yung eyepiece namin yan.
So that's what they do in Bukidnon. Pumunta na dun umalis na sa Region 4A ang Nestle, pumunta na sa Bukidnon.
Okay, having said that, thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. President. I will leave the issue of the National Greening Program pending the submission of those reports within the week, please. Second, I proceed to our law, the INIPAS law, where 94 protected areas were enacted, aside from the 13 that were already
And we have
enacted into
additional
law.
7 for this Congress.
Ah.
It's 114 na.
No, so there were 13, right?
13 plus 94 plus
Before
7.
INIPAS, and then 94, 2018.
And then 7.
Just 7 more?
Additional 7.
So 100,
114.
114, that's 94, no, wait. There were 13 before 2018.
Oo.
Yes.
So plus
And 94 in 2018. So that's already
107.
107.
And then we pass additional 7.
7 put together or
Oo.
individually?
Individually. But I pass it together, the Congress individually.
Ah,
It's
but here
always
together,
like
parang
that.
INIPAS. Ah, nagdag-
114 total.
Together in time. Correct. So that's that's when I was not here, maybe the 3
Yes.
years.
Additional 7.
Additional 7. That's the DNR confirmed that. So that's total.
114.
And that's where the half of this budget will go to. Is that accurate?
Oh, yes. The last 7 is Mount Arayat in Pampanga, Tugbo in ano to?
Wala ako dito.
Say
100. Okay. Yeah.
Tugbo, where is Tugbo? In ano yata, Kalinga ba to? Oo. Naga Kabansalan in Mindanao, Mount Pulag in ano to? In Car, Tirad Pass in Ilocos Sur, Banao is Nueva Vizcaya ba to? And Sicogon Island.
Okay. May I
Iloilo.
know from the DNR, Madam Chair, what other protected areas, terrestrial, marine, highlands, whichever, kapatagan man, have complied with all requirements that is pending legislation? Are there any
Yung ano,
that had not been enacted into law but can be filed by the respective district representatives or even filed by the Senate as a second INIPAS? In short, what are the low-lying fruit for legislation?
bills, pero ito yung mga initial component.
And if it is not yet enacted into law, do you have a budget for its protection? Or are we only protecting by providing funds to those enacted by legislation?
there are 20 filed in the House, 7 filed in the Senate, but they said that the protected areas which can be legislated is around 43.
May we request also the DNR, please,
Yeah,
to
there's a
submit
list.
the 43
Yes.
draft, the technical bill, and we will file it in the Senate and let the district congressmen file it as well. Then we see what is approved by them.
There are
Right.
around 27 filed,
But there are 40 plus.
but there are 43.
Yes, in various parts of the country. We would like to have that list and also perhaps have the draft technical bills from the DNR so that by next year we can work on enacting a second INIPAS if the chair so agrees, which I'm certain the chair will agree.
Of course.
Yes, that means we will also have to increase the budget for the protection of protected areas. Now, of all these 114 protected areas, what are the problematic, when I say problematic, those with overlapping claims, those with informal settlers, those with other government agencies also claiming it as theirs? Because it's not just the private sector, informal sector. Sometimes another agency has issued titles on what we call or have legislated into a protected area. Or are all of these 114 problematic? Or are there protected areas which are pristine, na walang problema?
For you to pass as a protected area, they have research on that, and you cannot pass the legislation unless it's clarified.
Oh,
So, yung 114, malinis yun.
Madam Chair, when I was hearing that in my second term, before it was enacted into law, there were protected areas with informal settlers and with so-called development within during our hearings. That's why I'm asking this question.
You know, these informal settlers, it's hard to prevent them. Even if you start without them, you will end up with them. You know?
Okay,
That's
so
the
I just
problem.
want-
I have that problem also in my Las Piñas, Parañaque Wetland Park. There was no informal settler before. Suddenly, they all appeared there.
That is the reason why I'm asking this question. Of the 114 legislated protected areas, is it pristine? Wow, that would be paradise. Or are there protected areas that have issues, legal issues, informal settler issues, unsustainable development practices by unlawful groups or individuals, similar to the Masungi, which is not yet totally declared a PA, but some parts of it
Yung
are
IPs
declared.
At saka yung ano po.
NCI po kasi private ones.
Ano?
Tapos hindi
It's obvious.
akili naman disposal within the protection.
Almost all okay.
Dapat to exclude ng PCP yan.
Sabi nila marami daw tao sa protected areas, mga IPs.
Oh, karapatan nila yun.
Yan. Kaya nga, so, yun. Oh, so, oh. So many protected areas are really owned by the IPs,
As
diba?
private.
As private land. But they are protected areas.
Of course. Nauna ang mga sinauna ang mga katutubo kaysa sa ating lahat. May
Kaya
karapatan
nga,
po
kaya
sila.
yun ang problema. Kami sa amin, talagang ISF ang problema namin.
Kainis kung pumasok sa di agricultural
Mm.
taga-kiri din. Kailangan
And marami daw area na pumasok as agricultural land, tapos sa DA, tapos protected area din. So
I
yun
don't
ang
understand that.
conflict.
I don't understand. That's what I mean. Government agencies, nag-aaway yan eh. DAR, DA, DNR. Nagpapatitulo sila ng kanya-kanya.
taga-kiri. Pumasok na doon ng END land. May mga END land na declared as protected area.
May mga A and B land daw, alienable
Disposable.
and
Alienable and
disposable
disposable
na
land.
na-declare na protected area.
There were A and D that was part of our A and D, alienable disposable, but they are part of our declared
Protected area.
PAs. So,
Sometimes that happens kasi
Example, Taal Volcano.
example daw Taal Volcano.
Miss Taal Volcano is
Maraming
beside
tao
me.
doon.
Okay, explain to me Taal Volcano. Miss Taal. Okay. Taal Volcano, the crater is part of the Taal landscape, right? Yes, that is a protected area. But you're saying that after it was declared a PA, titling was done in the PA?
Ititle na po doon.
There were
May
previous
titles na daw
titles.
before bago na-declare na
Ah.
protected area.
Karapatan nila yon. So, A and D, it was A and
Why
D.
was it declared?
So titles were issued, and then sinakop natin by law into a PA. Oh, may I know the legal opinion? Why did we declare it a PA if there were privately issued titles in those areas. May I be educated?
You know, when we passed the law or the bill, we just asked the DNR
That's
if
why.
it is
They should have done the
can be
technical
declared. And
requirements.
they said it's okay, then we passed the bill.
Ang consideration po kasi natin biophysical eh. So hindi naman
So there were previously issued titles. It
So,
was
sabi
alienable and
nila-
disposable. Congress comes in and says it is no longer A and B, it is now protected.
No,
What happens to the
it's
people?
A and B, pero protected area because their definition of protected area is something that we have to protect. Biodiversity, which you have to protect. So it doesn't matter if there are people there, we still have to protect the area.
So we're saying that in the 114 legislated protected areas, there are individuals or groups who have privately issued, have private homes and they're issued titles which are legal. But it's part of the ecosystem and needs to be protected. Okay, understood. That's all I want to clarify. Yes. But you also have areas with informal settler families. And the indigenous peoples, I do not consider that a problem because we should coexist with them, we should work with them and make them the stewards of nature in those areas.
So the same thing also with the other Filipinos who are in the protected area.
Yes,
They can be our partner.
our partners, those already
But
living
we
there,
have to protect the area even if they have title there because that is part of their their findings that we have to protect those areas like Taal volcano, you know.
talking about Taal volcano, I understand that there is a circumferential road that is being constructed. Was an ECC granted with that? Will it not affect the marine life in the lake? And we know for a fact that, was the ECC granted by the regional EMB or by the central EMB?
So, allowed yun.
And when does
Basta, so,
when does a regional EMB issue an ECC and when does it go to the central DNR's EMB? How do you distinguish a project that goes to the regional EMB and to the central
sabi po
EMB?
nila, yun daw Taal, if it's a DPWH project, tapos binigyan ng go signal ng PAMBI, then it can be done.
Was it-
Mai-issuehan ng ECC.
But the PAMB, they gave clearance. What is 10 kilometers?
Like our protected area, if DPWH will construct the road, we will allow it.
Ah,
So that it will be easy for people to go to our protected area. I think that's the logic. Like our protected area, ginawan din ng kalye ng DPWH.
so, in short, when there is a road project, as long as the PAMB agrees,
Yes.
the DNR region allows it.
Yes.
But of course, this biodiversity assessment is part of that, right?
Yeah.
ECC, EIA, etc.
clearance naman depende doon sa protected area management plan.
Oh.
Kung consistent, kung hindi naman.
They said that the PAMBI will agree if the project is consistent with the protected area management plan ng PAMBI.
Okay. Now, our basic environmental laws enacted in the past 20 years, specifically RA 9003, the Ecological Solid Waste Management Law, where at least 1/4 of our population utilizes it, but the others don't. Are they at least mainstreamed and implemented in our 114 protected areas? Sabi mo na, hindi na kaya ng 110 million Filipinos, hindi na kaya ng 42,000 barangays at ng 81 provinces. Pero sa 114 naman na protected area, siguro naman stricto kayo sa pagpatupad ng paghihiwalay ng basura sa nabubulok at hindi nabubulok at stricto sa pag-implement ng RA 9003.
In our protected areas, we do that.
May I know if all the
If
114?
others, I think it will depend on the PAMB, diba?
So may I therefore request a clear cut memo from the DNR secretary that all environmental laws must be honored, respected, implemented, of course, ideally nationally, but most especially in in legislated protected areas by national legislation, and those pending legislation but still that need to be protected. Because how can we protected? How can they be protected if we violate the Clean Air Act, if we violate the Clean Water Act? For example, in a river in Pandan Antique and in coliform, nag-ano na doon, kasi hindi pa declared, pero kailangan protektahan. Let's say, in your own wetland, if infectious waste is thrown into your waterways. So in short, in every protected area, it is understood that garbage is segregated, that recycling is done, and that the basic environmental laws are strictly implemented. Can I kindly request the DNR to do that for us? Actually, I should not request because those are our laws, but we expect them to do that. That's part of their mandate. But a memo, which we will put on social media, that will be disseminated to 114 PAMBIs, will be given.
Dear friend, based from my personal experience from my legislated protected area, you have to have also the cooperation of the local government.
LGU.
Oo.
Yes.
Kasi kami, lahat ng basura galing sa Manila Bay, pumupunta sa coast ng aming Las Piñas, Parañaque, protected, legislated protected area. Pag hindi kami tinulungan ng Senro, because we have to get the garbage every other day.
I know. We
Kasi
don't
ang
exist in
dami-dami
isolation.
garbage from the Manila Bay. So, pag hindi ako tinulungan ng Senro ng Parañaque in the Parañaque side at Senro ng Las Piñas on the other side, the PAMBI cannot do it.
That's true.
Oo.
Let us
So,
start with the PAMBI and ask, you're correct, i-enlarge natin yung memo, the outlying LGUs because we don't exist in isolation. In fact, cleaning up Pasig River and Manila Bay would mean Laguna de Bay as well and all the tributaries, the San Juan River, the Malabon River, Valenzuela, Tuliahan River, yung
you
atin.
cannot do it
Oo,
alone.
we
My
can't do
God,
it alone.
every other day, truckloads of
Exactly.
basura from
Exactly.
the ocean.
So,
My God.
I'm sure the good secretary would know what I mean. I mentioned about
Tama na lang sa PAMBI.
our environmental laws for 114, but also the ILG. I'm sure Secretary Abalos as an environmentalist would agree. I'm sure the mayors of the neighboring of the cities and municipalities that cover the protected area. So I don't have to belabor the point. I'm sure the DNR understands what I mean. I would be happy to receive a memo so that I see with a big, bold first step.
They said they will do a memorandum of agreement with DILG
Yes.
to ask the help of the local government
Yes.
in protecting our legislated
Very good.
protected.
Very good. Memo, maybe a memo to their PAMBI, since that's under them, a MOA with DILG, tulungan ko pa yun, and with the LMP, and League of Governors, and League of Barangays. They would be happy to do that.
And I
Right?
think our PAMBI, we should encourage yung Senro na maging member ng PAMBI natin. Kasi sila talaga yung maghahakot ng basura, yung Senro of the local government. Oo. O yung ano ba tawag sa municipality, Menro. Menro.
Okay.
Oo. Kami kasi binrainwash na namin yung Senro ng Parañaque at Las Piñas that they have to do it or else we're in trouble.
Protected areas management.
Now, I proceed from the National Greening Program to the request for the memo as well as the list of the private sector partners of the protected areas. The private sector partners of the protected areas and, if any, and the NGP, so that we see. Yes. Now, High Ambition Coalition, the secretary knows this. we just embarked on a successful, productive trip to the French Senate and the National Assembly, as well as the other delegation went to the EU. The High Ambition Coalition, while it is not discussed in our country, is big in the world. It is important that we have a high ambition, and this was a coalition of peoples and governments to protect 30% of our land and our oceans. And being an archipelago, of course, it's good for us. So I am grateful to the Department of Foreign Affairs, whose budget we approved the other night, as well as the DNR, whose budget I believe will be approved anyhow this afternoon, for the cooperation and support that we had been a signatory a few weeks ago to the High Ambition Coalition. May I know, how could we uphold our commitment to the High Ambition Coalition? Has the department come up with a workable, operationalized program in pursuit of our commitment that is based on its existing programs and adheres to relevant laws that we've enacted? If not yet, I understand, because we just signified our intention to join a few weeks ago. But I will kindly request for a workable plan so that our commitment, hindi lang hangin. That's not ink on paper.
They have here. Can I read it?
Very good,
Yeah.
please. Thank you.
Okay. One is establishing baseline of current status of flora, fauna, coastal, and marine ecosystem, adapting new scientific methods to determine the condition of our biodiversity and carbon stock, encouraging multi-stakeholder engagement in meeting the 30 by 30 target, inviting local and international expertise to develop super matrix for monitoring the commitment, and intersect these areas to be identified with NIPAS areas. That's their plan.
Okay. Yes, that's a concept note. Yes, a workable plan would be
Padala mo sa
appreciated so that we can discuss with the founding members of the HAC, France, UK, and Costa Rica, right? And it's former US Senator Feingold is the one in charge of this advocacy, along with Dinto Nilavina and other advocates in our country. Okay.
Okay. Our DNR secretary said that during COP27, they met with
President Macron.
President Macron and their DNR secretary.
Yes,
and
Minister of Ecology.
UK Environment Secretary to discuss these things and what they have to do about these things.
Yes. I know it was a brief meeting during COP, but I would appreciate just a short note from the Secretary on what transpired with regards to the High Ambition Coalition. Because just for the record, for the past few years during pandemic, this representation was asked by former US Senator Feingold and the governments of the UK and France and Costa Rica for the country to support the HAC and the previous administration, at least DNR. Hindi nyo ako pinansin noon eh. Congressman ako noon eh. Tapos buti na lang si Secretary Isaga kaagad. And to be fair, si Yusek Leones naman akto kaagad nung pagkatapos nung eleksyon. Kaya lang 2 taon, siguro pandemic rin, may ibang prioridad ang DFA, hindi pinapasa-pasa ng DNR at saka ng DFA sa isa't isa ang ating pagsuporta sa HAC. Goal lang naman to, commitment lang naman, bakit hindi? Diba? Okay.
High ambition.
So as discussed in our budget deliberations, Madam Chair, Mr. President, we know all local governments must have access to critical information on our natural risks and hazards in our communities. And this is being provided by GeoRisk PH, a platform that aims to standardize information and provide risks and hazard assessment to local governments across the country. As if we never learned. 20 typhoons a year, more intense, more frequent, but we're always hit. There's always increasing deaths and loss to livelihood. So among among the most important lessons that we must learn is how critical information must be had by the local community so they can prepare. So, local officials sometimes deflect the blame by claiming they were not sufficiently informed or warned early enough, even if we have the Pag-asa Modernization Act. And perhaps this could have been avoided if we have a knowledge of the geohazard map, and not just geo, multi-risk, multi-hazard. May I be informed, educated on what the DNR, along with other government agencies, are doing so that we could equip local governments. Perhaps if the Maguindanao LGUs, including Dato Odin Sinsuat LGU, were informed that where they evacuated the people to a safe area was the area that would be wiped out, they would not have gone there. As if we did not learn Typhoon Pablo, where that barangay in Compostela Valley, what is that barangay? I went there with Maricar Zamora, forget. They relocated the people and they put them in harm's way because the maps were not distributed, understood, and perhaps the maps were geohazard and not multi-risk and multi-hazard. So may I know, is there any effort on the part of DNR to work with the OST and Pag-asa, or are we complete in information, soft and hard copy, and complete with the knowledge, hindi lang sumusunod, which I doubt. Because if they could save the lives of the constituents and themselves, they would use all this information.
Dear friend, the DNR said that they provided the maps to DOST GeoRisk about the landslide and flood-prone areas and to local governments. These maps serve as thematic layers and the platform. DNR also distributed maps to LGUs, but need to study further how to improve communications and capacity building programs so they will use these maps effectively with DILG and DOST and refine the maps further. Ito yung answer nila.
Ilang mawawala sa biodiversity? Ay, isulat mo. So,
In addition,
Yes.
I think
Sulat
I
mo.
have to read.
sinasabi ko yun 20 years ago or 10 years ago. When we breached 1.5
Additional
billion
information.
sources,
Uh,
O, patingin nga.
The real challenge is not just about hazard communication, but risk communication. DNR will be adopting a comprehensive risk management that combines climate change risk and multi-hazard risk analysis. So, they have to improve pa rin yung system nila.
We should
kasi-
not limit it to geohazard.
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah,
So, clear. Hindi lang po geohazard, It should be climate change risk assessment, multi-hazard, multi-risk.
pagsasamahin. Oo. Sabi niya, different department have different data available to them. They have to integrate this data so they can make a better risk analysis that they can share to the local government. So it will be a combination of the effort of the different departments also.
That would be DOST,
Yeah.
DNR,
DOST, DA,
DA,
and kayo. So it's DOST, DA, DPWH, and DNR. Oo.
will mean loss of 70%. Yes.
So dapat mag-meeting kayo. Iba-ibang data.
I hope to see DNR be an active partner with regards to this because this would mean saving lives.
Yeah. Ito sa'yo.
Okay, last now.
They will do
It's
it.
my
They
last
will
question.
try to be
Yes,
successful
yes.
in this. Okay.
It's my last. Yeah, I was gonna. Thanks. Okay, my last question is, although I could ask questions forever, the IPCC, the IPCC, why? The questions are useful. It's to enhance the budget and giving them the direction. The IPCC report says that breaching the 1.5 degrees Celsius will mean loss of 70% of all corals and 50% of all insect habitats, which means disaster to our to our life. It's end of the world, and the way we are now, the world. I'm talking about the world, not the Philippines. We will really breach 1.5%. Can Madam Chair, through information from the DNR, explain to us a scenario of what world this will be with a 1.5 degrees Celsius breach in terms of greenhouse gas emissions? In short, pag hindi po mag-mitigate ang mga industrialized nations na kanilang linagdaan sa Paris Agreement, bagamat ang Pilipinas ay 1/3 of 1% lamang, ay higit sa 50%, 70% po ng ating mga corals na siyang bahay po ng ating isda, na siyang kinakain po natin lahat, ay mawawala. At higit po sa 50% or kalahati ng mga insekto at ang kanilang habitat or ecosystem ay mawawala din po, may risk po. So, ang tinatawag nating food security na ating problema ngayon ay
Climate
sukdulan
finance
pang maapektuhan. Ito po yung mga tinatawag nating climate change impacts and climate risk. So that's my last question. Ano ang ginagawa po ng ating DNR sa paghahanda, ang pangangalaga ng ating biodiversity? That's why I've always said we should protect biodiversity, but as a non-emitter country, what can we do, if at all? Thank you.
They're negotiating for this climate finance and adaptation finance, that those who are emitting a lot of gases will be paying those who are victim of this or the those countries which are victim of disaster because of their emission. So they have adopted this, and I think many countries have given money for this.
May we therefore request also a list, maybe in the past, what's realistic, 5 years, 10 years?
2030 daw.
2030, no, from the last 10 years perhaps, all monies or grants that, alam ni Yusek Tehan, na, that we have received from various funding agencies, GEF, Green Climate Fund, wala pa, Adaptation Fund, AF, GEF, GCF, it was Pag-asa, and others, or bilateral, not multilateral, could be EU, could be GIZ, German, or the others. So,
They
I am
are very
yes,
willing to give you the list.
I'll be happy, and I would like to
Bigyan mo
know,
rin akong kopya.
ito pa, isa pa to, I would like the DNR to develop adaptation best practices based on indigenous knowledge for the 114 protected areas of the country. I am being requested to yield my interpellations, I understand, but I believe, and I'm sure the chair agrees, that these are helpful not just to the budget, but in enhancing our policy that will ultimately save the lives and livelihood of our people. For after all, there is no planet B. Having said that, pinuloko naman ako ito. I am grateful to my friend, my co-eco warrior, Senator Villar. I will no longer ask you about La Papachea and its protection.
Who will answer? I'm looking for the one who will answer.
About La Papachea?
If you ask me about La Papachea, I will call EMB
Yes.
Director Conado to answer.
Maybe I should ask. Should I ask?
Nasaan ba?
Is there any,
They said that if you will ask about La Papachea, we talk about reclamation, you will suspend the rules and we will ask Director Conado to answer.
no, I don't want to prolong the the interpellation, Madam Chair, while
Naranasan niyang umanswer dito.
I will terminate. I'm having friendly stares from the majority leader. I will terminate my interpellations in support of the budget of the DNR, but will introduce special provisions. Kayo ng CCC, Sir Rachel, special provision, lahat ng mga sinabi ko.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
sir,
Madam
Senate
Chair. Thank you, Mr.
Pro Tempore.
President. Thank you to the DNR family.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Senator Legarda. We know that this is your baby, your expertise, your forte, and we know that you can talk about this forever and ever, as the sponsor is also making side comments, Mr. President. At this juncture, Mr. President, next to interpellate is the distinguished gentleman from the great province of Cavite, no other than Senator Bong Revilla Jr. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague from the province of Cavite, the great province of Cavite, Senator Bong Revilla is recognized.
Hindi daw reclamation. Kinausap ko na siya tungkol dyan. Nag-agree na kami dyan. Ako naglilinis natin.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President.
Yes.
Oh, lamig na ulo, mama. Yeah. Well, my topic is about NGP also, no?
National
Just to
greening.
reiterate.
Yeah.
Love ko yan. Peace. Well, nitong nakaraang linggo, no, nag-ikot po tayo sa iba't ibang bahagi ng ating bansa upang mamahagi ng tulong sa mga nasalanta ng Bagyong Paeng. At sa aking kapasidad bilang chairperson ng Committee on Public Works ay nagsagawa rin po tayo ng pag-iinspeksyon sa mga pampublikong infrastruktura na lubhang napinsala ng kalamidad. Sa paglipas ng panahon ay kapansin-pansin ang mga malakas na mga bagyo. Kung kaya't mas malaki rin ang pinsalang idinudulot nito sa atin. Sa akin pong pagbagsak ng relief operation at site inspection, lalo na sa mga bahagi ng Mindanao, iisa lang po ang sinasabi ng ating mga kababayan doon. Halos kalbo na ang ating mga kagubatan at kaunti na lamang ang mga puno sa ating mga kabundukan. Mga dahilan kung bakit kapag dumarating ang mga malakas na ulan ay tiyak ang pagbaha at ragasan ng tubig sa mga pamayanan. Higit pa rito ay lubharing napipinsala ng matinding pagbaha ang ating mga kalsada at mga tulay. Yung mga troso ng mga pinuputol na siya naman tumatama sa ating mga tulay at sumisira ng ating tulay at kalye. Ang tanong po, saan-saan po ba kayo nagtatanim? Maybe we should also do a site inspection on these areas. After all, these are interconnected. Kung walang mga puno, tuloy-tuloy ang pagbaha at ang matinding ragasan ng baha ay nagdudulot ng pagwasak ng mga tulay, kagaya ng nasasakupan nitong mga nakaraan. Iisa lamang po ang solusyon sa lahat ng ito.
Baka hingin niya lahat.
mahalagang pagtukoy natin
Ito ba
ang
lahat
ugat
ito?
ng problema.
72.
Ito na po talaga yata ang epekto ng climate change. That's why I filed Senate Resolution number 262, which directs the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the palpable and emerging effects of climate change to ensure the safety and welfare of Filipinos. But I know that we have programs to help us mitigate the effects of climate change. My questions for the department would focus on the National Greening Program or NGP. Naitanong na rin to kanina ni Senator Legarda, no? Nabanggit na rin itong about the budget na nakalaan dito sa NGP. Started nung year 2011, 1.3 billion plus, 2012, 2.6 billion, 2013, 5.8 billion, 2014, 6 billion, 6.2 billion plus, 2015, 8.1 billion plus, 2016, 8 billion plus, 2017, 7 billion, 2018, 5 billion plus, 19, 2.6, 20, 3 billion, 21, 3 billion, 23, 2.2 billion, and for this year's budget, about 2.3 billion plus. Is this correct,
Yes.
Madam Chair? So, isang dekada na, no? In total, gumasos na ang ating gobyerno ng 58,142,740,000. So, am I correct, Madam Chair?
Yes, yes.
So, okay.
Meron report.
Executive number 913 was signed on November 12, 2015. The expanded NGP will rehabilitate all the remaining unproductive, denuded, and degraded forest lands estimated at 7.1 million hectares from 2016 to 2028. Nabanggit nyo na rin kanina yung updates, no? At pero ang gusto lang po namin marinig yung mas detalyado, no? Sa 30 milyong hektarya na sumasakop sa buong Pilipinas at 300,000 square kilometers. Saan po ba ito nakatanim? Dahil palagi po tayong lumilipad, naka-chopper, nakikita po natin ang sitwasyon ng ating kabundukan. Talagang napakasama na po ng sitwasyon. Pero minsan, katulad ng yung mga bagyong dumating, itong Cordillera nakapag-save sa atin, itong malakas na bagyo dahil sa mga may puno pa, no? Ang nakakalungkot, just like what happened to itong Maguindanao, Sultan Kudarat, ako po'y nanggaling din doon dahil nakita natin yung epekto ng bagyo. Talaga nakakalungkot yung Maguindanao, talagang nakalbon na po. Makikita nyo ang diferensya ng Maguindanao at Sultan Kudarat. Sultan Kudarat, napangalagaan ng kabundukan, buo ang mga puno. So, in that aspect, katulad yan, sakop ng BARM. Anong solution o paano natin matutulungan ang mga lalawigan ng katulad ng BARM? I know they have their own budget, no? Tinanong ko rin niya kay Senator Sherwin kanina at siya yung nagsabi sa akin na may sarili silang DENR and all that stuff. Paano pagka nakikita natin, yan ay sakop pa rin ng Pilipinas, nakikita natin na may mali. Ano ang pwedeng gawin ng ating gobyerno dito, Madam Chair?
The DNR Secretary, my dear Senator, said that the head of BARM in DNR should write to her and request her because they cannot interfere there without a written request. So they have to write to her and request her to help them. Oo, kasi may sarili silang department.
May sariling department. Pero talaga pong nakakalungkot. Just like yung katulad po ng aking katanungan kanina, saan po ba natin tinatanim? Okay, sabihin na natin yung barn, may sarili sila. Okay, ipatawag na lang natin siguro sa susunod yung na mga namumuno ng barn. Pero doon po sa ating ibang kabundukan, itong nabanggit kanina na 58 billion, gaano karami na po bang puno talaga ang naitindig natin dyan? Dahil po pwede natin sabihin, may mga nursery tayo, Luzon, Visayas at Mindanao, nakapagtanim tayo ng milyon-milyon na ganito. Ilan po ba talaga ang nabuhay na puno at lumaki? Ilan po bang puno ang namatay dahil binaha? Paano po ba, ilan po ba ang nakasurvive dito?
So it says here that we have planted 1,855,298 and 78% survive.
78% survive. Pag
yes.
sinabi natin 78% survive, saan po ba ito? Makikita po ba natin to? Pag tayo po ba ay magkakaroon
Yes.
ng site inspections, Madam Chair, ay makikita natin ang mga punong ito dahil kapag katulad nung mga tinamaan ng bagyo like Yolanda. Yolanda was what? Anong year to? 2013. So pasok ang 2013 dito. 5.8 billion. Naka-recover na ba ang Leyte, ang Cebu? Makapagtanim po ba ng maraming puno sa mga areas na yan? Kasi nung lumipad po kami ng helicopter dyan, nakita natin na parang posporo yung nagtumba ng mga puno. Talaga nakakaawa talaga.
We will ask the DNR to give you a report on where the trees are planted. Kasi sinabi naman nila na 1,855,000 and 855 million, di ba? 1,855 million and 78% survive. So they will give us a list of the places where they are planted, di ba? Para may list daw pa province. Do you want me to read what province do you want? They have
Yes,
a
ma'am.
list.
Baka
What
po pwede po
province
for the
do you
record.
want? Ang dami. So piliin mo na lang yung gusto mong malaman.
Like Cavite.
Cavite.
Para malapit-lapit.
Cavite. Total. But we will give you this list.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm just reading it. Cavite, the total area planted is 4,010 hectares. And the total seedlings is 3,067,000. Di ba? Tama? 4,010 hectares and the seedlings planted is 3 million.
In Cavite alone.
In Cavite alone. So they have a list here. We will ask them to give
Kasi
you the
pagka
list para
makikita natin,
ma-double check mo.
kokoonti na lang yung
Oo,
mga
oo.
puno talaga.
And then sabi nila 78% daw ang survival rate. So you must see
Kaya,
the
ma'am,
78%.
sigurado po,
Yun
78%.
ang sinabi nila
Pag nagkaroon
O,
kami
di
ng
tayo
site
ang
inspection
mag-oversight.
at binigyan nyo kami ng
Mag-oversight
record.
tayo, diba?
O sige. Okay.
Mag-oversight
So
tayo.
sa pondo po, sa pondo po na nakalaan for this na 2.3 billion, is this enough para makatulong talaga sa ating greening
So
program?
they divided it. 1 billion plus given to their existing greening program, mostly with the IPs, no? Yung indigenous people. And then I asked them to give the half of it, which is more than 1 billion, to the 114 legislated protected area. Para alam nyo yung address, mahahanap nyo kung talagang ginawa.
Yeah.
Kasi palaging complain ng Senate, may greening program, hindi naman natin alam kung nasan yung greening program. But the 114 legislated protected area, we have a list kung anong probinsya sila, ganon. Doon natin binibigay yung kalahati para accountable kasi lahat ng legislated protected area has protected area management board to oversee the projects in their legislated protected area. So at least may mag-check kung ginagawa talaga yung trabaho.
Yeah. Actually, hindi naman tayo naghanap ng ano dito, no? Ng may kung sino may sala, kung sino nagkulang. We're here to help, no?
That's the normal that's the what you call this, that's the normal ugalin ng mga tao sa Pilipinas. Pag hindi mo binabantayan, hindi magagawa
Hindi
yung
magagawa.
trabaho.
Kailangan talagang may follow-up,
magbantay
diba?
talaga. Oo.
Dahil sa sitwasyon ngayon, talagang hindi natin pwedeng baliwalain ang climate change. I know the sentiments of Senator Villar, maging kay Canado, regarding reclamation issue, no? Kailangan talaga pag-aralan mabuti yan. Malaking tulong. May mga areas na nangailangan talaga ng reclamation. May mga areas naman na dapat pag-aralan mabuti. So, ibabalansin nyo yan ng DNR at ng PRA. At wag na nating pasakitin pa ang ulo ni Senator Villar about that. Basta ang
You
importante
know,
dito, mailagay natin, basta't ang tama ay tama, ang mali ay mali. Doon, we should
Iho.
stick to that.
I'm not only fighting for the flooding in Las Piñas, I'm fighting for the flooding in your hometown, Bacoor.
Exactly. That's why kailangan, we really have to
Tayong tatlo,
protect.
we're together in this because our rivers are interconnected.
That's correct. Ang kailangan ay talagang mapangalagaan natin kung paano natin masusugpo ang pagbaha. No? Hindi man natin. Anong ginutuloy? Ito. Istorbo ako ni Senator Loren. But I'm just joking. So sa lahat po, basta ang importante po ngayon, basta tayo po ay magtulungan. We're here to help. Kami naman po ay basta ang sa atin naman ay kung ano yung makakabuti para sa bayan. Climate change talaga, ito yung hinaharap natin na malaking pagsubok. Para sa ating lahat, dito walang mayaman, walang mahirap. Lahat dito, pag tinamaan ka dito, bagsak ka. Miski si Senator Villar, sinasabi niya, ultimo siya ay naglilinis ng bahay o pagbaha. Talagang mainit ng ulo niya ngayon. Kaya, miski kami, sa bahay namin, nilulubog kami. So lahat yan. So sa inyo pong lahat, again, thank you very much. DNR family, thank you very much. I support your budget. Mabuhay po kayo.
Thank you. I just want to inform our dear senator from Cavite that there is a protected area in Cavite, Marigondon and Ternate. It's Mount Palag Mataas na Gulod Protected Landscape. So, dito dadalhin yung half of the money. So, dapat makita mo to na maraming puno.
That's our
Oo.
watershed, actually.
Oh, yeah.
Marami area dyan sa Cavite na watershed na dapat pinoprotektahan natin.
Okay.
Thank you very much. At saka hindi, pati yung mga nauubos yung bundok natin dyan, medyo pag-aralan nyo mabuti. No?
Pinatigil na daw yung sa lugar.
Kasi dati ang daming bundok ako nakikita doon sa Cavite. Ngayon, unti-unti na nauubos eh.
Pinatigil
No?
na
Baka
yung
mamaya patag na lahat yan. No?
Pinatigil
Anyway,
na
thank you
yung
very
sa
much.
Rosario. Ano lugar yun? Yung taga Cavite yun eh. Yung pinatigil nyo na pag yun? Yung San Nicolas. Anong bayan? Tansa. Oo, pinatigil na yung pagkuha ng lupa doon. San Nicolas, that's doon kumukuha ng lupa eh. Pinatigil na nila. Pinastop na nila kasi wala nang lupa eh. Oo.
Thank you,
San
Madam
Nicolas,
Chair.
Tansa,
Thank you very
Cavite.
much po.
Oo. Okay, who else?
Yes, the next to interpolate the budget is our distinguished colleague from the province of Isabela and Davao, Senator Rafi Tulfo. Senator Tulfo is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mining. Mining ba question?
Good afternoon, Mr. President, and to our dear, esteemed sponsor, Senator Cynthia Villar. As an institution, I fully support the DNR. The budget given to them, if properly used for what it's intended for, will help us cope with the environmental concerns affecting our daily lives. There is no better time than now for us to prioritize our ailing environment. We are past the warning stage about climate change. We are now experiencing its effects. Typhoons are getting stronger. Dati, pag sinabing signal number 3, dilubyo na po yun. Now, there's such a thing as signal number 5. Siguro kung sasabihin po natin yan noon, ang isip po nila, tayo, end of the world na. Pero ito po ang reality ngayon. I'm very frustrated how the very obvious environment hazards are getting ignored and unregulated. Bakit po umaabot pa sa point na may nagrarally para pigilan ang isang bagay na makakasira sa kalikasan? Kailangan tawagin po pa ang atensyon natin at saka tayo kikilos. Di ba? Ang DNR na dapat ang eksperto kung papaano pangalagaan ang kalikasan. Tayo dapat ang unang nakakaalam. And while I fully support the budget of the DNR, I would like to find out whether the budget is being utilized or will be utilized to address the following matters. Mr. President, Madam Chair, meron lang po akong konting katanungan. At ito po ay sa sentro tungkol po sa Kaliwa Dam at Masungi Geo Reserve. Let's start with Masungi Geo Reserve. Ano pong status ng Masungi Geo Reserve, Madam Chair, and to the Secretary of the DNR?
Alam nyo, ang Masungi Geo Reserve is divided into different protected area.
Okay.
1,115 hectares, which is 41%, is with the Upper Marikina River Basin Protected Landscape. And then 226 hectares or 9% is with the Kaliwa Watershed Forest Reserve. And 1,359 hectares within Proclamation 1636. So, Proclamation 1636 declared it as a game refuge and wildlife sanctuary. So, tatlo pong protected area. So, lahat po ng protected area may sarili-sariling Protected Area Management Board. Kaya magulo po yung Masungi Geo Reserve kasi meron legal issue regarding the MOA of Masungi Geo Reserve. The MOA constituted a perpetual land trust between DNR and MGFI, allowing the latter to hold vast tract of government land in perpetuity. This is in direct contravention to Section 2, Article 12 of the Constitution, which limits the term of agreements for the use of natural resources to 25 years, renewable for under 25 years, not for a perpetual period. The lack of diligence that led to the omission of any proviso for financial transparency and financial gain to the government in pursuit of the ecotourism business of Masungi is grossly and manifestly disadvantageous to the government as it results to loss of millions of special use agreement in protected areas fees as mandated by Section 5 of the NIPAS Act as amended. The certification of precondition was not secured from NCIP prior to the execution of the agreement in contravention of Section 5, Article 12 of the Constitution and Section 59 of RA 8371 or the IPRA law. Masungi Geo Reserve development plans were not harmonized with the management plan and management zones of the PAMBI as required by Section 10 of RA 7586 or the NIPAS Act prior to its amendment by RA 11038 and Rule 10 of DAO 2008 to 2026 and its implementing rules and regulation. This caused conflict in the supervision and management of the area by both PAMBI and Masungi Geo Reserve. Now, MOA has been used as a carte blanche authority by the Masungi to install fence, block roads, install checkpoints, conduct ecotourism business, build and demolish structure, and summarily evict occupants in the protected area, all without due process and without prior permit or prior PAMBI clearance. Masungi did not coordinate with the LGUs of Baras, Tanay, and Antipolo in Rizal regarding their plans. The LGUs were not given access to assess the improvement made for tax purposes, and the fencing was done without permits from them. In addition, IPs and other long-time residents in the area were deprived of access to their homes. The PAMBI of Upper Marikina River Basin Protected Landscape issued Resolution number 02-2022 entitled Kapasyahan ng Protected Area Management Board ng Upper Marikina River Basin Protected Area Landscape na makansela ang 2017 MOA ng Masungi at DNR dated March 1, 2022. The PAMBI resolved to ask the DNR Secretary to cancel the 2017 MOA with the Masungi for being void as it's violative of the 1987 Constitution for allowing to hold the land forever. Chronology of decrees under Masungi area. Mahaba. But that's the
Thank
the
you.
story of Masungi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tama po kayo. Marami nga po nangyaring katiwalian dyan, dyan sa Masungi. At in fact, yung DILG nga po nakialam na kasi lumilitaw na inutil po ang DNR sa pagsugpo ng mga kalokohan na nagaganap dyan sa Masungi. Tama po kayo, no March 1, 2022, nag-request po yung ilang grupo na para makansela na po yung MOA between Masungi and DNR. That's why on June 4, 2022, Acting Secretary of DNR Jim Jampulna suspended all MPSA in the area. Suspended. So dapat po wala nang operation. Pero ang pinagtataka ko, bakit suspension? Bakit po hindi cancellation? Okay. Now, pangalawa, noong July 24, 2021, 2 ranges po ang nabaril ng mga nagkakwari doon. Cancel na pong permit, pero tuloy-tuloy pa rin po operation. Nasaan po yung DNR? February 2022, marami pong armadong lalaki. Pag-alagala po doon sa area. And again, tumawag po ang ilang concerned groups sa DNR para isumbong po yung mga armed groups na pag-alagala doon. And yet, DNR didn't do nothing. September 3, 2022, 22 armed men camping in the vicinity. Isinumbong po ng ilang concerned group sa DNR. DNR did nothing. Nagbulag-bulagan, nagbingi-bingihan. Mabuti na lang po yung DILG ay umaksyon at nagpadala ng mga otoridad at napalayas po yung armed people na nagkakampo po doon.
Sabi po, Mr. Senator, sabi po ng DNR, yun daw nagkakagulo na yon. It was a dispute between Masungi and yung mga claimant dun sa mga lupa. Hindi po away sa DNR po yun.
I know that, madam.
So sila yung nagbabarilan. Sila, kaya naman, ang pumasok ay pulis. Kasi wala naman silang power na stop yung barilan, kundi pulis. In fact, I asked the kaibigan ko po noon, yung head ng Region 4A na PNP, ako na po ang nagsabi sa kanya na tulungan na wag mag-away-away doon. So nagpadala po siya ng pulis. So ako po, sabi niya, ma'am, wala naman kaming mga opisina doon. Nagpadala nga po ako ng opisina, yung container van para magka-opisina sila doon para tumulong na yung PMP Region 4A para matapos na yung gulo doon sa Masungi. Oh.
So ang nagbabarilan po, sa pagkasabi po sa inyo ng DNR, yung may mga interest po doon siguro sa quarrying
Oo,
at saka
yung Masungi.
yung masungi.
Mm.
Ngayon, wala po sa power ng DNR na makialam. Is that what the DNR is telling you, madam?
Kasi parang police, concern kasi nagbabarilan.
Nagbabarilan. So
Oo,
ayaw po ng DNR
hindi.
makialam. Bahala na kayo magbarilan dyan. Basta kami
Hindi
hindi makikialam.
naman. Tinawag
Ganun
nga
po ba?
namin ng ang pulis, ang Region
tinawag po.
4A.
Tinawag
Para
po.
sila ang mag-control kasi
Apo.
sila yung may police power.
Tama po.
Pag nagbabarilan naman, hindi naman tayo
Apo.
sumasali doon. Baka mabaril pa tayo
So,
doon. Di
okay.
ba?
So kung nagbabarilan po at tuloy-tuloy po yung presence ng armed group, bakit hindi na lang po palayasin yung mga tao na nandoon na wala pong personalidad to be there in the first place? Bakit po hindi ginamit yung ngipin ng batas para palayasin sila? Because in the first place, it's illegal for those armed people to be there in the first place.
Pinapaalis daw po kasi hindi na nire-renew yung MOA kasi mali naman yung MOA. Kaya lang, it will take time because they follow the due process. Plus,
So is it-
nagpabayad po na magkano? 8 bill,
Yun nga po ang issue, hindi nakakapagbayad. Wala pong binabayad sa DNR. Wala na pong patay sa...
Oh, pero nagpapabayad sila doon sa iiwanan nilang
Iiwanan po.
improvement. Yung improvement daw ho po na iiwanan, nagpapabayad sa DNR ng 800 million. 800 million. Wala naman silang power na magbayad ng 800
sige.
million. Ayaw umalis daw po kung hindi sila magbabayad ng 800 million.
So,
Mabigat din.
Opo. So sabi niyo po kanina, sinabi po sa inyo ng DNR, so dapat may due process pa how to treat a criminal. Any illegal activities na nangyayari sa isang lugar, kailangan idaan natin sa due process. So ang ibig sabihin po, pag meron po dyan mga criminal elements, dadaanin po natin sa due process. Hey, mag-due process tayo, bago namin kayo paalisin, meron tayong mga gagawin mga hakbang para marespeto ang inyong karapatan. So, rerespetuhin po natin itong mga nanggugulo. In fact, binaril pa yung mga rangers natin. Respetuhin natin ang kanilang karapatan and we let them roam this area na supposed to be they don't have the rights to be there. So kailangan i-baby natin itong mga kriminal kasi there's such thing as a due process na sinasabi po ng DNR.
Sa Masungi, para may iwasan.
Kaya. Nag-meeting na po daw ang DNR at saka DILG that DILG will take over at mag-establish sila ng PNP headquarters dun sa Masungi to stop this.
And when will that happen po, Madam Chair?
Ngayon na daw.
Kailan po?
Oh.
PNP chief, siya po ang
Ang nangako daw po ay PNP chief.
Nangako po.
Nandun na daw po.
Nandoon na
daw,
po.
oo.
Nandun
Alam
na.
nyo,
nangako.
ako from my experience, talagang kahit na sabihin mong hindi sila
Sandali po,
entitled.
nangako. Tawagan nyo nga yung PNP.
Sino
Sino po doon sa PNP ang nangako? What's the name?
head ng PNP?
What's the name?
Azurin.
Asurin.
Okay. Can you call Chief PNP Azurin right now? Kailan po nangako sa inyo si Chief Azurin, DNR? At ano po yung
September
pinangako?
23
Was
daw
this
po.
done verbally or written promise?
DILG chief. Meeting.
No,
There
I need to
there
know.
was a meeting daw between Masungi, DILG, and DNR.
Po. Was this in writing,
And
in MOA?
the DILG promised this. The DILG secretary,
Okay.
together with the PNP head,
Okay, sige, that has to be checked.
naka-record daw po.
Naka-record. Sige po, i-check po namin yan. Ang concern po namin, gusto po namin na sana po, kung ano po yung napag-usapan, talaga masusunod, hindi lang po lip service, kundi they should walk the talk.
Alam nyo po, pag nagdi-deal kayo ng mga illegal, hindi ko mo illegal sila, susunod sa inyo. From my experience, talagang you have to, to be patient with them. Kahit tama ka, sila pa rin ang masusunod kasi
Aso papayagan po natin masunod yung mga pamamayagpag po ng mga iligalista.
naghahanap po sila ng ano
Naghahanap buhay yung mga iligalista.
ng parang hindi magulong turnover, di ba?
So pababayaan lang po natin mamamayagpag yung mga iligalista, yung mga kriminal kasi kailangan daan natin sa tinatawag na due process. So dapat po ba yung mga criminal elements, papabayaan lang natin sila manggulo?
Nangako daw po
at
ang
mangharas?
DILG na tutulong sila sila ang bahala.
Silang bahala.
Kasi
Sila ang bahala pero tayo ang kawawa. So kailan po yung timetable dito? Kailan po natin may papangako na ito pong mga naghari-harian ng mga armed groups sa loob po ng Masungi ay totally mawawala na. Kasi even while we speak, nandoon pa rin po itong mga armed groups pag-alagala. In fact, yung mga rangers po na DNR natatakot na po. Kasi nga po, paano sila makapaglaban? Ang kanilang mga baril ay pistola at yung mga armed groups na nandoon, mga naka-Armalite, M203 pa. Bakit hindi po tawagan ng Marines? Hindi niyo tawagan ng Army, SWAT? Bakit po ang inyong iharap sa kanila yung inyo pong
gusto nito
Forest Rangers? Na alam niyo naman po,
alam mo naman ang mga tao.
wala po silang
Sunod kahit pulis.
firepower compared to these armed groups. Madam Chair, this is being addressed to the DNR, not to you, Madam Chair.
May I just ask for a clarification with the permission of Senator Raffy? Kasi magulo paninig ko eh. Kasi yung Masungi Geo-Reserve na private entity, meron din po silang forest ranger na tinatawag nila. Yan po ay hindi gobyerno, di ba? Yan ay private guards nila doon sa area. So we have to be very clear. So hindi ko po alam kung ano po yung binabanggit ni Senator Raffy
Iba pa
na yung
rin.
binabaril. Kasi yung binabaril doon, yung kanilang private forest ranger.
Mr. President, ang ibig ko sabihin
Yeah.
kasi,
So tatlo ang
I'm also confused then. I'm a bit
Kaya nga
confused.
po,
ang tao, yung DNR kasi sila may-ari noon, protected area, yung Masungi because binigyan sila ng kontrata doon na illegal naman, plus yung other claimant ng area na yon.
So may other claimants.
Nag-aaway.
Yung mga residente dyan, di ba kiniklaim nila na makadaan dapat sila doon, makatanim sila
But
doon.
those are three rather protected area. Yung Upper Marikina, it's a legislated protected area. Yung dalawa is declared by executive proclamation.
So maganda siguro
Executive.
para malinawin natin na maayos sa Senator Raffy,
Yes, sir.
Idol, maybe we can differentiate yung sinong binabaril, yung mga tauhan ng Geo-Reserve or yung binabaril ba yung mga tauhan na nakatira doon na ibang claimants or yung ano ba yung pangatlo?
Nagmamining.
O
my point here, Mr. President,
yes, please
is
proceed.
regardless kung
Ang
sino po
nagbabarilan daw yung claimant at Masungi.
Yes. Regardless kung sino po nagbabarilan doon, pero meron po nangyaring barilan, meron po nangyaring krimen, dapat po makialam ng ating gobyerno. At sino po mag-spearhead dito dapat? Ang DNR, because that is a protected area. Am I right?
Oh, nakikialam na po ang pulis.
Dapat nga po, di po ba?
Nakikialam.
May
Kasi po
suggest-
nasabi sa akin kanina na kailangan may due process. So kahit na nagbabarilan, nagpapatayo na dyan, hey, huwag tayong makialam, hayaan natin sila, hintayin natin yung proseso
Yung
na bago
due
natin
process
palayasin.
po, pulis ang magte-take over kasi sila ang may police power.
Oh,
di ba?
may I make a suggestion, Your Honors? No? If I may interject, Senator Raffy. Really quickly lang. Dapat sumagawa po ang DNR, with due respect, just a humble opinion, a task force. You should come up with a task force headed by the DNR, supported by the PNP, DILG. Kasi hindi nga makapasok yung police dyan, hindi nila alam sino yung pupuntahan nila. Dapat na
There is
tama
a
si
task
Senator
force
Tulfo.
now.
Ah,
But
meron.
the head of the task force is DILG because this has become a police matter.
Okay. But there's a task force.
There is
May we
a
know the
task
name of the task force, Your Honors?
Task Force Masungi.
Hindi masungit, masungi.
Masungi.
Masungi. Okay.
Okay.
Task Force
All right.
Masungi.
Please proceed, Your Honors.
On November 24, 2022, sumulat po itong isang coalition group kay Honorable Maria Antonio Yulo Loizaga. And they are requesting na sana po yung DNR will convene the Masungi Geopark Project an oversight committee para ma-address po yung problema. Tinurn down daw po ng DNR yung kanilang request. Number two, isa pong grupo, kung tawagin ay Upper Marikina Watershed Coalition, also wrote a letter on November 10, 2022 to Honorable Maria Antonio Yulo Loizaga and requesting, again, assistance and action to the problem, perennial problem that's been happening dito po sa Masungi Geo Reserve.
Ang
Hanggang
sabi,
ngayon po, wala pong reply
ang
ang
sabi,
kagalang-galang nating
ano,
DNR Secretary.
sabi po ng DNR, they cannot, she answered, she cannot deal with them because their MOA is illegal. Pag ikaw nakideal with them, that means you are honoring the MOA with them when it's illegal. Oo. So, parang mawawala sila ng power na pag sila ay nakipag ano sa kanila,
Precisely.
convince sa kanila, that means you're accepting that they have a legal
Precisely.
power.
And I agree with
Sa
you totally.
wala naman silang
Opo.
legal power dun sa
Tama po.
protected area.
Tama po. We should not deal with criminal elements with illegal people.
Sabi niya,
Opo.
she answered daw in writing.
Kaya nga po, tama ho kayo, DNR Secretary, pag illegalista yung tao, wala po silang personality na entertain po, makakatanggap ng pag-entertain mula sa gobyerno. Pero ang request po nila, magkaroon ng oversight committee, hindi pabor sa kanila, kundi pabor para sa lahat, para matingnan at matugunan ang problemang nangyari po sa reserve area na yun.
Ang gusto daw nilang oversight committee is tungkol dun sa MOA. Illegal daw yung MOA. Paano naman nila i-convene yung oversight committee over an illegal MOA?
Naintindihan po natin yan. Pero at least man lang, hindi nyo ho ba sila kinausap o in-entertain para ma-explain sa kanila na sila ay illegalista, na sila ay dapat hindi in-entertain, etc., etc. At least man lang, they should, the DNR should have the decency and courtesy, kahit pa sabihin na sila ay illegal, sasabihin sa kanila na kayo'y mga illegal, therefore we will not entertain you. But there's no such letter that was sent to them as a reply para malaman nila kung saan talaga, where they stand at kung anong status nila sa gobyerno.
May,
And can I see that
Majority
reply
Floor
that you
Leader,
gave?
can we suspend the rules and ask our DNR secretary to answer the questions para hindi palipat-lipat yung answer from me to her? Di ba? Okay?
Can we just move for a minute suspension, Your Honors, with the indulgence of my colleagues? Just a minute suspension, Mr. President, Mr. Presiding Officer. Session suspended for a minute.
Gentlemen and ladies, my dear colleagues, that being a very uh, complicated topic, kawawa naman ang ating sponsor. She's not very familiar with that particular issue on the Masungi Geo Reserve, but we're all interested to know what the DNR's plans are for that particular program. We will allow, and I will wait for the motion of the majority floor leader to suspend the rules. We would like to follow tradition to suspend the rules sparingly, but in this case, because it's a very heated topic, it is something that's being discussed in the news today, and we would like to also be informed what the DNR is planning to do. So we, with the permission, of course, of the body and the minority floor leader, allow the suspension one more time of our rules to allow the secretary herself to answer the question. So what is the
Yeah,
proper
yes,
motion?
Yes, Mr. President, that's exactly what this representation would like to state for the record, and with the concurrence of our minority leader and the Senate President, and with the consent of the body, I move to suspend the rules of the Senate to allow our Secretary of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, Secretary Antonina Yulo Loizaga, to respond directly to the queries pertaining to the said agency. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, majority leader, the motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. May we now recognize the distinguished gentleman from Isabela and Davao, Senator Rafi Tulfo, to continue with this
Yes,
interpretation.
please proceed, Senator Tulfo, and to answer now is our distinguished secretary, Secretary Yulo.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon to you, Madam Secretary. Sabi nga po kanina ni Senate President, what is the DNR planning to do? So in the past 6 years, this will define who you are, your kind of leadership, your character, para pretty much malaman po ng taong bayan kung ano pong klaseng tao si DNR Secretary. Dito po magkaalaman tayo. What is your stand sa National Land Use Act?
Sir, with all due respect, Mr. President and Excellency Senator Tulfo, we have been in support of the passing of the National Land Use Act since I have been in my previous positions in the civil society community.
Very good.
And we have been waiting for this long-standing act to actually pass.
So therefore, you will support this chamber. You will support us. You will support me to push na sana this time around yung National Land Use Act ay may pasa na because 4 na presidente na po ang nagpo-push na mapasa na to pero hindi mapapasa-pasa for whatever reason, one way or the other, hindi po natutuloy. So kung kayo po ay susuporta, magpapakita ko kayo ng support na wala kayong kinakatakutan, I suppose na may papasa na po itong National Land Use Act.
Yes, Mr. Senator, we are in favor of the passing of the National Land Use Act.
At least alam ko po, for the record, kayo po ay supportive na may pasa po yung National Land Use Act. Very well. Thank you. Very well said po. Now, balik na po tayo doon sa Masungi. Nasabi niyo po kanina through Senator Cynthia Villar, ewan ko kung tama yung pagka-quote sa inyo, kasi po yung mga criminal elements, kahit na criminal sila, meron din po silang karapatan at kailangan dumaan sa due process yung panggugulo na ginagawa nila pamamaril sa mga ranger, whether that is private forest ranger or from the government, their rights has to be respected. Kahit na mamaril sila mamaril, kailangan pabayaan lang sila dahil meron due process at huwag silang awatin dahil may due process. Yan po ang pagkakaintindi ko. Pwede ba paki-explain po, Madam Secretary?
Thank you very much, Mr. Senator. If we may just clarify, we recognize that at this point, this is a police action that needs to be taken. The DNR does not have the authority to conduct a police action.
Okay.
And therefore, Secretary Benher Abalos has very generously and very wisely offered to work with us in order to settle this matter as far as the police action is concerned. If I may, Mr. Senator, very respectfully, The Masungi Georeserve issue is a very complex issue. When I came into this office, I started to inquire about the background and history of this particularly, how do I say, controversial agreement. This has been ongoing for the last 5 years in terms of whether or not this agreement should be respected, who should be part of it, etc. Whether in fact it is in contravention of the Constitution or not. I do support very respectfully, Mr. Senator, that the Senate and the congressional investigations take place so that all of these details, these complexities may be put forward in full transparency for everyone to understand how complex this issue has become. We are not going to be able to resolve the full complexity here. I am very convinced, very respectfully, sir, during this interpellation. However, we are preparing, as I indicated in my written response to the letter that you have mentioned, we are preparing and we are very willing to cooperate with both the Senate and the House. I understand there has been a motion already from Senator Risa Ontiveros to open an investigation in the Senate. And we are also aware that in the lower house in Congress, Representative Dino Tanuatco, Representative Jack Duavit, Representative Georgia Garcia will also open an investigation to this matter. The DNR will cooperate fully with both investigations po, Mr. Senator.
Okay, very well said. At asahan ko po yan, yung tinatawag niyong cooperation. Break muna tayo dyan sa Masungi. Let's talk about figures. 10 billion pesos pa ang inyong operation expenses and then nadagdagan po ng 2 billion support for operation. 12 billion para lamang sa operation. And then, ang nakapagtataka po, nagsingit pa po ng 90 million pagdating po sa lower house, inaprubahan po sa upper house, dito po sa Senado, ang laki-laki na nga po ng budget, 12 billion, dinagdagan pa po talaga ng 90 million para mapunta po sa Office of the Secretary, 60 million. Sa opisina niyo po, 60 million, 10 million para sa mining monitoring, and 20 million para sa national water. Hindi pa po ba sapat ang 12 billion na operation expense na kailangan pa po humingi ng another 90 million para sa inyong tanggapan, Madam Secretary?
With all due respect, Mr. Senator, the DNR is tasked to manage trillions of natural resources in value.
Okay.
We are but number 12 po in the order of magnitude in terms of the budget of the government. There is a very severe lack po of capacity in terms of being able to monitor and supervise different areas of the DNR's work. So the additional amounts that were referred to po by you, respectfully, sir, were really additional amounts to help us, number one, with water security, which has been an indicated priority of this administration. And secondly po, in terms of mining, that was for instruments, as I understand it, that is a ground penetrating radar instrument that is badly needed by our Mines and Geoscience Bureau in order to actually conduct their investigations as to mining and geostrategic resources for the country.
Okay, so what you're saying is, yung pong bilyones, 12 billion, ay doon po para sa water security, mining, radar.
Sir po, the additional amounts for the mining and geoscience and for the water security, those were additional amounts po.
Opo. Okay.
The Office of the Secretary's budget cascades all the way down to the regions po in terms of operations. Hindi po lahat yan ginagasta ng Office ng Secretary. Kinakascade po yan pababa to all the regions to be able to operate and conduct their mandate.
Opo. Okay, can you give me a breakdown, quick breakdown dito po sa 12 billion? Kasi meron na pong 10 billion operation expense. Sana po sinagad yun na lang. Nagdagdag po ng 2 billion support for operation.
Andito.
At while you're there, while you're at it, at tinitingnan po yung mga dokumento ninyo, meron po kayong confidential intel and extraordinary expense fund, 13.9 million.
Yes po, if I can just specify in terms of the NWRB, the Water Resource Vulnerability Assessment program. That was part of the additional amounts of 20 million. The Palawan Council for Sustainable Development po, additional amount for 35. Mines and Geoscience po, this is part of the Geological Risk Reduction and Resilience Program that is related to the disaster program of the government. I will give you the breakdown po, if I can just have
I'm
the-
sorry, Secretary.
Yes, sir.
12 billion operation expense. Sana po, kinuha na lang dyan yung sinasabi niyong para sa Office of the Secretary na 16 million, mining 10 million, National Water 20 million. Bakit hindi lang po dyan kumuha sa 12 billion total for operation expense? Huwag niyo po muna sagutin yan. Now, meron po kayong 13.9 confidential and intel and extraordinary expense. Now, dapat po, kung ako pong tatanungin, with this amount, kaya niyo po sigurong mag-tap ng network of intelligence para alamin kung sino-sino po talaga itong mga taong nanggugulo sa loob ng Masungi Reserve. And you can use that money with that 13 million, that's a lot of money, para alamin sino-sino itong mga grupong ito, and then ipasa niyo po yung information na yan sa PNP, sa Army, sa Navy, sa Marines.
Yes,
Bakit po hanggang ngayon, hindi niyo pa rin po maturo-turo kung sino, who are these people behind sa panggugulo diyan sa loob ng Masungi at sino-sino itong mga armed groups na gumagala-gala diyan na up to now, even while we speak, nandoon pa rin po sila ng gugulo at namamaril at they fire randomly at nangaharas po ng mga tao nandoon sa paligid. So please answer po, Madam Secretary.
Thank you very much, sir. With all due respect po, as you know, I am just newly confirmed in this position. These past events occurred not during my time po in this position. However, we have obviously deferred at this point to Secretary Benher Abalos on his request and on his offer to actually conduct the investigation as to what is going on po talaga po in this area. There are some initial findings po, and we are working together with the group of SILG in order to come up with a list of, how do I say, of participants in these types of activities in the area. At this point po, I'm not at liberty and we do not have a full knowledge as to who these personalities are. However, there is a history, there are names, and I'm deferring at this point to the investigation that's being conducted by the police po, in terms of identifying the characters and taking the necessary action.
So what's the status of the investigation being conducted by the DILG na naipasa niyo po sa kanila? Sabi niyo kasi po bago lamang kayo sa inyong posisyon. At by the way, bago din po ako sa Senado, pero I know for a fact na kapag meron kang pinasa na trabaho mo naman yon sa another agency for help, dapat you should be on top of that.
Yes po.
Whatever that pinasa mo doon sa agency na yon, like the DILG in this case.
Thank you very much po. I will be meeting with Secretary Benher Abalos shortly. As you know po, I have just arrived from being designated by the President as head of delegation to the climate change negotiations. And so I don't want to have this type of conversation really remotely with the Secretary. So we are due to meet po, and definitely if the next cabinet meeting, we will be meeting. I will be seeing him there po, as with your brother po, si Secretary Erwin, who is my seatmate in the cabinet meeting po.
Okay. The MOA was entered into by DNR and Masungi. DNR now saying MOA is illegal, so mali ang DNR in entering into this MOA.
Sir, at this point po, the nature of the MOA and the history of the MOA is what we are trying to finally establish. There are conditions that were stipulated and terms that were stipulated in the MOA that really contravene certain provisions of our Constitution and other types of legal declarations. So at this point po, we will put forward what has been the developing opinion that that instrument will have to be revised somehow if we are to continue with this kind of arrangement with the group that is currently in possession of this area.
Okay, so with that, ang gusto ko po, by next week, malaman ko po namin kung ano na po ang sitwasyon ng kaguluhan dyan sa Masungi, kung kailan po yan ma-address, kailan na po natin mapalayas yung mga armed groups dyan po sa loob ng Masungi, na yung report na nakarating sa akin, just imagine, M16, M203, meron sila, samantalang yung ating mga pulis, pagpupunta dyan, naka 9mm lang, they are outnumbered, and they are, of course, pagdating po sa puwersa, pagdating po sa firepower, sila po ay talo. So I need to know who are those people. Kaya po kanina, tinalakay ko po yung confidential funds ninyo na sana po magamit nyo po yan para alamin sino-sino po itong mga grupong nanggugulo, unless kung ayaw nyo po talaga malaman. Hindi po kayo, sabi nyo bago lang kayo, baka meron po kayong mga tao dyan na matagal na po dyan sa DNR na maaring kasabwat, maaring friendship, maaring loko-loko na kayo po'y binubulag o kayo po'y nililigaw.
Please be assured, Senator Rafi, that we will be getting to the bottom of this and we will be submitting that report to you. We would like this to be formal and therefore we will base it on the report from the DILG po. So very respectfully, we are also wanting to get to the bottom of this issue for final resolution. Thank you very much po for your questions. We hope that this will in fact advance and accelerate the investigation that is going on po.
Marami po dyan mga Yusek na panahon-panahon dinosaur, nandiyan na po sa pwesto. Pwede ho ba pakiimbestigahan yung mga Yusek na yan? At sa tinagal-tagal na nila, mukhang nagkakaroon silang dementia, hindi na po nila nagagawa yung tamang trabaho nila. Maybe it's about time na ma-assess nyo po sino-sino yung mga Yusek na yan na pagkatagal-tagal ng panahon nandiyan pa rin. Siguro po, it's about time na re-assess nyo po yung mga posisyon dyan sa DNR na maari po, I believe you, kayo po ay diretso, gusto nyo po mapabago ang DNR, pero how can you do that kung yung nasa likod nyo po ay mga taong, sabihin na natin, salbahe. Okay? At kayo po ay pinaikot lamang.
Thank you very much po. That advice is well taken. And please be assured that we are trying to build a team that have the same kind of vision, that have the same, hopefully the same integrity and commitment to the mission of the DNR.
I don't think so, ma'am. Sorry. You cannot talk about integrity of some of your people in your department. I have, right now I'm not going to mention names, I have with me proof to show you na marami ka mga tiwaling tauhan dyan sa loob ng DNR.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Senator. We would very much welcome that kind of information in terms of our trying to build a team within the.
Kaya nga po, yung mga nasa paligid mo ng mga Yusek, kinakailangan po, i-reassess niyo po sila. Kailangan po siguro gumawa kayo ng lifestyle check tungkol sa mga buhay-buhay nila, kung sino sila. You have really to assess who they are. Kasi nga naman, ma'am, kahit na gusto nyo gumawa ng tamang trabaho, pero yung nasa likod ninyo ay gumagawa ng kalokohan at binubulag kayo, binubukulan kayo, sayang lang po yung mga ginagawa nyo ang kabutihan para sa inyo pong departamento.
We deeply appreciate this, Senator Tulfo, and we hope that we can receive the information from you for our use in the investigation.
Marami po sa inyo dyan, ng mga tauhan ninyo, nakikipagsabwatan po sa mga illegal miners. Alam niyo po ba yan? Don't tell me na hindi po alam. Don't tell me hindi nakarating sa inyo ganong klaseng impormasyon. Marami po dyan. Andito po ngayon, kasama niyo siguro. Hindi ko po tinitingnan mga kasama niyo. Pero may nakikita po akong tauhan niyo dyan na tiwali at kasama po, kasabwat po ng mga illegal miners. I'm not looking at them right now, pero tingnan niyo po sa likod niyo kung sino-sino po mga kasama niyo. Patanggal niyo po yung face mask. Baka mas makikita niyo po na mabuti.
Thank you very much, sir. That is very well taken po.
Okay. Sige po. Gusto ko po, ang sa akin lamang po, alam ko po na gusto niyo pong mapatino yung isang departamento na tinatawag isa sa pinakatawaling tiwaling departamento, I'm sorry to say this, sa ating gobyerno. You want to clean it, and the way to do it is umpisahan niyo po yung paglilinis sa mga taong naghahawak ng sensitive position. Start it with your USEX and ASEX.
We hope for your kind assistance and support po in this
Thank you po.
endeavor.
Thank you po. Now, last na naman po. Ano po yung status ng Kaliwa Dam, Madam Secretary?
Special agreement rin.
Pero meron na ito.
PIC pero usapan na lang po ang pending.
As per our latest information and our records po, good Senator, there is already a free and prior informed consent with the IPs. And we are now awaiting the completion of a special agreement on protected areas. So MWSS po has already secured a PAMBI endorsement for the Quezon area. And in the Rizal area, the SAPA application is already under proclamation number 573 by PAMBI Rizal. It was elevated already to DNR Region 4A for review and endorsement to central office. So ang naiiwan na lang po is this work on the special agreement on protected areas na kailangan tapusin po ng MWSS at ng DNR.
So yung mga indigenous people, yung mga dumagat, nakakuha na po ang DNR ng informed consent. Anong ibig sabihin po ng informed consent?
Proponent po yung MWS po ang pagbubuo.
Sir, ang MWSS po ang kumuha ng
Okay.
informed consent.
At ano po nakapaloob doon sa informed consent at bakit po, at kung sila po ay nagbigay ng kanilang consent, pumayag, and what is the reason, what's in it for them?
Sir, we are not going to answer for MWSS po, pero in the process, as part of the...
Sorry, madam, you have to know. That's why I said you have to be on top of everything. You have to protect these IPs. Kasi po, wala po nagpo-protect sa kanila. So kung hindi niyo po magkikialam dito, kahit na sino pong private companies, private entities, papasok na lamang at palalayasin po yung mga IPs at dahil may consent na po mula doon sa mga nangimasok ng mga private entities, hindi na po kayo makialam. No. Yung katungkulan niyo po, ma'am, to protect the rights of the IPs.
Sir, kindly allow me to clarify po. When I said I'm not answering for MWSS, MWSS is the proponent. The DNR is the one that will be granting the ECC for this area. So I cannot speak for MWSS because we are not the proponent po. However,
Pero at least ma'am, pwede niyo ba malaman kung ano po yung deal ng between the MWSS and the IPs at bakit sila pumayag? Like, what's in it for the IPs?
sir, if you'll allow me po, I will
Sige po, ma'am.
give you the details.
Sige
So
po,
the memorandum of agreement between the indigenous cultural communities for Rizal and Quezon was signed on December 10, 2021 and January 28, 2022 respectively. Disturbance compensation of 80 million for Rizal and 80 million for Quezon was part of that agreement. And annual compensation during the operations po of 10 million for Rizal and 36 million for the Quezon IP communities is also part of the agreement. The certification of precondition was approved by NCIP and Bank on September 19, 2022. On November 7, 2022, the certification precondition was officially transmitted to MWSS because they are the proponent po. NCIP, together with MWSS, is currently conducting the final validation of affected IP families. There are 15 IP families to be relocated as of October 2022 based on the latest MWSS survey po.
Okay. Kasi po nakatanggap ako ng information na ito pong mga IPs, sila po ay tinakot. Karamihan sa kanila ay kulang po sa pinag-aralan, kulang po sa kalaman. Kaya nga, for the third time, sinasabi ko nga po, sana lahat po ng klaseng transaksyon, kailangan you are on top of it. Sabihin na natin po, private entity MWSS, nandiyan yung NICP na nagbabantay doon po sa transaksyon between MWSS and the IPs. Di po ba dapat alam nyo rin po kung ano po yung nagaganap na transaksyon? Alam din nyo po kung ano po yung damdamin at kapalit na binibigay po sa mga IPs. Now, sabi nyo po, merong financial considerations. Magkano po yung perang ibinibigay per family? Doon po sa binanggit nyo ng mga milyones. And do we have the names? Or you didn't even have to mention the names of those IPs, but at least how many families? And do we have their signature? And when they were signing that they were agreeing, meron ho bang mga abogado at public attorney's office ban lang na para bantayan ang karapatan ng mga IPs na po ipirma? Kasi in so many ways, yung po mga IPs, tinatakot po sila, napipilitan po silang pumirma. Dahil nga po, may abogado, kuminsan daw po, may kasama para pong sibilyan na may nakasukbit na baril habang pinapapirma po yung mga IPs. Di po ba dapat habang pumipirma yung mga IPs, kung ano man yung deal na yan, nandyan po yung taga-gobyerno natin, nandyan yung Public Attorney's Office para basahin po yung nakalagay po doon sa kontrata at nandun din po yung ating PNP para palayasin kung meron man doon mga nakadisukbit na baril para harasin itong mga IPs upang pumayag na pumirma.
Sir, with all due respect po, two government offices are part of this negotiation for the memorandum of agreement for free and prior informed consent. The IPs are represented by the NCIP. They have lawyers po on the NCIP that actually make the representations for the IP communities. The other government office is the MWSS po. And so government is represented po, and the representation of the IPs is through a government office as well, which is the NCIP. There are 15 IP families, all in all. In Rizal, they will be getting 1 million each for the IP communities. In Quezon, 1 million each for the 36 IP communities as well. So there is a breakdown po that we have here. It's just a summary. We can request po for the full agreement to be made available to you, sir, so that you can fully peruse the terms and conditions.
Ito po, binot up ko na nung last hearing natin. Sana po, next time kapag kayo po ay nagkipag-deal sa mga IPs, I'm not saying na hindi na pagkakatiwalaan tong NCIP. Kasi po, kumitiwala po ang IP sa NCIP, hindi na po sana sila lumapit sa akin. Bakit lumapit pa rin sila sa akin despite the fact na nandiyan na pala yung NCIP nung sila po ay pinapipirma nung isang dokumento na sila ay makakatanggap ng milyones? Why would they still come to me? So, ibig sabihin, medyo meron pong problema rito. Now, doon po sa 1 million, bawat pamilya, 1 million here, 1 million there, nasabi din po sa akin na inoperan po itong mga IPs, kapalit daw po ay bahay at lupa. Siguro po, itong 1 million, pagbigay sa kanilang 1 million cash, ibili nyo yan ng bahay at lupa. Bibigyan sila ng cash and then i-convert sa bahay at lupa, pagkakitaan sila, tumubo na dun sa bahay at lupa, nawalan pa ng property, nawalan pa ng kabuhayan yung IPs. Kasi nga po, ang sinasabi ng IPs, we don't need another house and lot. Meron nga kaming house and lot, pero wala naman kaming hanap buhay. Useless. Bakit hindi lang kami pabayaan dito sa aming lugar na dito na po kami pinanganak, dito na kami lumaki, bakit kami kailangan palayasin pa? So we don't need a house and lot. Kahit kubo-kubo lang kami nakatira, makapagtalim po kami sa paligid ng mga gulay, makakuha kami ng isda dyan sa mga ilog, okay na sa amin, Mr. Tulfo. Pero binigyan nga kami ng pera, pero yung pera i-convert po sa house and lot. I don't know kung sino po yung developer ng house and lot na yon. Na para pang ino-offer kapalit ng pera nila ay magkakaroon sila ng house and lot. So parang in the end, maso-short change po ang ating mga pobreng IPs.
Sir, we do not have that information and we would welcome receiving that information po. However, as I mentioned po, two government offices are talking to each other and then talking to us. So I believe po this issue with NCIP is a programmatic issue, and so needs to be taken up on its own po, in terms of the treatment and the administration, no, of the resources for the IP communities.
Thank you po, Madam Secretary. Kayo po mismo nagsabi, problematic issue. So, kailangan po, makialam na po kayo dito. Kailangan po, bilang Secretary ng DNR, alam niyo po lahat ng klaseng transaksyon na nagaganap kung saan apektado po yung ating mga IPs na may kinalaman po sa environment na jurisdiction po ninyo. And I really need you to focus your attention dito po sa kalagayan ng ating mga IPs. Because wala pong iba na makakatulong sa kanila kundi ating gobyerno. Paano na po kung yung mismo ating gobyerno na supposed to be na magpoprotekta sa kanilang mga karapatan, ito pa po mismo ang lumalapastangan sa kanilang mga karapatan. I want you to be on top of this, Madam Secretary.
Thank you very much po, Senator Tulfo. That is well taken.
Yan lamang po, Madam Secretary, for now. And I will wait po doon sa mga prenamis nyo na may provide yung mga dokumento. And then after that, then we will talk. And last, I would put it on record na si Madam Secretary Loizaga, siya po ay in favor na maipasa na po yung National Land Use Act. And you will work with us here in the Senate, including myself, na para maipaglaban, once and for all, maipasa na po yan. Kasi 4 na presidente na po ang gustong maipasa na yan. Priority bill po nila yan, pero hindi mapasa-pasa for whatever reason, I don't know. Pero kung kayo po ay susuporta, andyan po kayo, maging resource person po namin kayo, then I think this time around, may papasa po yung National Land Use Act para sa kapanan po ng taong bayan, para hindi lamang po para sa iilan yan. Okay? Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Mr. Senator. If I may just say, the flagship project of the DNR is the National Natural Resource Geospatial Database. This will allow us to map all the natural resources in the country.
Thank you.
And will be a great support for the Land Use Act.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. Mr. President, maraming salamat po. May sinasabi si Senate President pero hindi ko na sasabihin. Pero kung pipilitin niyo ako, sasabihin ko rin. Ano, pinipilit mo si SP? Hindi.
Mr. President, I move that we terminate the suspension of the rules of the Senate.
I believe the good minority floor leader would also like to direct questions to the secretary. Is that correct, minority leader? So we can continue with the suspension of the rules.
Okay.
Yes, the minority leader would like to ask the secretary directly.
Please proceed, gentlemen. We recognize our minority floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Because I will, Madam Secretary, I will pursue the matter of the Masungi, agreement or issue. So we have an agreement which we claim now to be infirm or constitutionally infirm only because it has no lifetime. It has no termination period. Actually, it has the entire lifetime pala. In perpetuity nga pala yun. Is that the only objectionable feature of the said MOA, Madam Secretary?
If I may just have a few seconds, Mr. Senator, so we can put our brief together here.
Sa kanila rin. Yes, sir. Bahan namin. Lalalain ba? Yun sa amin, bahan namin.
Sir, if I may just recall the legal issues as had been mentioned previously by Madam Chair. The MOA constituted a perpetual land trust. So this is in reference po to the no term. between the DNR and Masungi Reserve Foundation, allowing the latter to hold vast tracts of land in perpetuity. This is in direct contravention to Section 2, Article 12 of the Constitution, which limits the term of agreements for the use of natural resources to 25 years, renewable for another 25 years. The lack of diligence that led to the omission of any proviso for financial transparency and financial gain to the government in pursuit of Masungi Reserve Foundation's ecotourism business is also manifestly disadvantageous to the government, as it results into the loss of millions of special use agreement in protected areas fees as mandated by Section 25 of the NIPAS Act as amended. The certification of precondition was not secured from NCIP prior to the execution of the agreement in contravention of Section 5, Article 12 of the Constitution, and Section 59 of RA 8371 of the IPRA law. Masungi Reserve's development plans were not harmonized with the management plan and management zones of the PAMB, as required by Section 10 of RA 7586 or the NIPAS Act prior to its amendment by RA 11038 and Rule 10 of DAO 2008-26 and its implementing rules and regulations. This has caused conflict in the supervision and management of the area by both PAMBIS and Masungi Reserve Foundation. The MOA has been used essentially as a carte blanche authority by Masungi Reserve Foundation, Inc. to install fence, block roads, install checkpoints, conduct ecotourism business, build and demolish structures, and summarily evict occupants in the protected area, all without due process and without prior permit and prior PAMB clearance. Masungi Reserve Foundation, Inc. did not coordinate with the LGUs of Baras, Tanay, and Antipolo in Rizal regarding their plans. The LGUs were not given access to assess the improvements made for tax purposes, and the fencing was done without permits from them. In addition, IPs and other longtime residents in the area were deprived of access to their homes. The PAMB of Upper Marikina River Basin Protected Landscape issued Resolution Number 02-2022 entitled Kapasyahan ng Protected Area Management Board ng Upper Marikina Watershed Basin Protected Area na makansila na po ang 2017 MOA ng Masungi Reserve Inc. and DNR dated March 1, 2022. The PAMB of the Upper Marikina River Basin Protected Area Landscape also resolved to ask DNR Secretary to cancel the 2017 MOA with Masungi Reserve. And then there's a chronology of
Yes, ma'am. Okay na po yun. So I think those entries have been read twice into the record. So ganyan nga pala talaga to complicated. We need to hear them 2 times to be able to understand them. So basically on the content of the agreement, you have around four legal issues or issues that you've raised. And then in the execution of the agreement, yung mga lack of coordination, there are additional objections now on how the agreement has been executed. Ngayon, so the beneficiary of the agreement is the Masungi Reserve Foundation.
Geo Reserve Foundation.
Geo Reserve Foundation. Okay, that's the beneficiary of the agreement. On the part of government, who signed the agreement?
It was signed po by the late Secretary Gina Lopez.
Okay, Gina Lopez. Okay. Ngayon, yung binasa niyo po, is that the official position of the DNR?
Yes, sir. I should also state that it's the position of the DNR that the agreement is grossly disadvantageous to the government.
Okay, and you're the expert in all of our environmental laws as well as the law creating the DNR. Do you have the power to summarily cancel the MOA?
There is a recommendation, Mr. Senator, to actually cancel the MOA. I have deferred a decision because of the fact that there will be investigations in the Senate, and we would like all the details of this particular situation to be then shared with both both the House and the Senate investigation.
Yeah, when we ask for the details, manggagaling din sa inyo eh. Kayo din, alam nyo na eh. So actually, ma'am, it might be we can call this a complex issue, pero we can always simplify. Parang ngayon nga na-simplify na nga natin eh. We have 4 legal issues, and then in the execution, other laws may have been violated. So,
Mr. Minority Floor Leader, may I interject just a question because it's also on this topic. On the Musungi Geo Reserve, what I admire, although there are several complex issues in terms of legality on the land holding, but the fact of the matter is that they were able to protect it. They were able to replant, they were able to plant trees. It's now a forest. I've seen the before and after pictures. My question lang, Madam Secretary, with due respect, is that if we let go of this, if there is, your recommendation is that it is disadvantageous, what program or I guess what program would you have in effect that would be able to still maintain the pristine condition that it is now today? My worry, and I think the Minority Floor Leader will share this with me, in Mindanao, when we opened up a lot of areas to local protection, to local communities, ubus yung kahoy, wala na naiiwan. Talagang kogon na lang yan. It's all kogon. All the trees were cut and were used for whatever purpose. I don't want to put any blame on any particular group, but that's the reality of it. And I've actually stopped asking these particular areas whenever there's a budget hearing in the Senate. I don't anymore ask because it's useless to ask. There's no more trees. My point being is, if we let it go, how can we be assured that the forest that's been there now planted by this foundation will be protected? I think that also very important. This is a very important question as well. A lot of environmentalists are saying, so what happens now to the forest?
Thank you very much for that question, Mr. Senate President. As you know, there are 3 PAMBs that are already present in this area. With all due respect to the group, Masungi Geo Reserve Foundation, they have done a very good job in the roughly 300 hectares of the over 2,000 hectares that have been made part of this MOA. They've been recognized internationally. We don't want to take that away from them because it has really established itself. However, there are principles of equity here involved. PAMBs need to be heard. Other stakeholders in the area need to be heard. And the only solution at this point that I can actually put on the table is there needs to be a multi-stakeholder agreement to actually protect this very large area. It cannot be done also by one group alone. This is a vast area, and the fact of the matter is there are existing PAMBs that are present already. The LGUs also should be taken into account because they should be made part of areas that will be managed also for their ecosystem services that they can provide to the local government units. We do not have the shape or form of this particular multi-stakeholder arrangement at this moment. I believe there's room for negotiation. However, at this point, what is clear is the agreement as it stands is very difficult to defend.
Okay, thank you for the answer, Secretary.
Yes.
Thank you for your time, Minority Floor Leader.
Thank you for that also, that clarification. And so, yeah, the evaluation of the contract should not be that complex. Yung pala, it's the complex is the what to do now when how to manage the 3 protected areas covered under that MOA. Okay. So, is there no way to simplify the process? Kasi parang sinisimplify nyo lahat na pwede, can it be just the board, the PAMB of each protected area entering into a MOA, similar MOA with an NGO for the preservation of their protected area. This time a legally correctly drafted MOA. Couldn't it be that simple na lang? Why not? Why do they still have to involve all the others? Oh. Kasi at any rate, ma'am, ang dapat piliin is a responsible entity. Eh. Hindi ka naman kukuha ng irresponsible entity dapat eh. Oh.
Yes, very respectfully, sir. At this point, a MOA is really not the ideal instrument. There could be a tenurial instrument that could be designed to actually begin to protect this area formally, more formally, rather than just having a MOA. So I believe there's room for negotiation here. There's room for understanding as to what the value of this area really is, and for the principle of equity to actually prevail. To recognize those that have, in fact, relied and protected this area for one reason or another because of the ecosystem values that it delivers to them.
Ang konsepto ba natin dito ay the private sector or civil society organizations can do this better than government?
With all due respect po to the good men and women in government, I really feel that a multi-stakeholder arrangement would actually be a more transparent arrangement for all concerned.
Ano sinabi niya? Dito nakuha. Multi-stakeholder. Sige ma'am, sige ma'am. Anong tanong?
The permission of the
Yes,
minority
please.
leader, yes, I
Senate
wanted
President Pro
to say
Tempore is
this.
recognized.
I was speaking to some of our colleagues, and the impression or the what we wanted was first a status quo. Of course, they should not abandon the place, otherwise no one will care for it, right? So the present, whoever they are, managers of the reserve should stay pending the correction of the infirm agreement and pending the hearings that the Senate will hold, because we have resolutions filed, and what we hear from the DNR is there will be a resolution after the consultations. We will hold consultations here, depending on the chair of the committee, but resolutions have been filed. But what we wanted was, I don't think the place should be abandoned and then leave it to the DNR or the LGU or PAMB to manage. No, that is
No,
not
Madam
what we
Senator,
intend
no,
to do.
that is not what the
Okay,
intention
so
is
very
here.
clear, very clear.
Yes.
We thought because the agreement was infirm, they need to leave the place, and then a new group will take over with a correct contract. No,
No, Madam Senator. In
very
fact,
good. That
there
will not
is,
happen.
yeah,
Okay.
there is a suggestion that in fact the MOA can be converted into a SAPA. That is one suggestion.
In fact, the so-called infirm agreement can be corrected. And if they're doing a good job, they can continue with a corrected contract. I don't even know them. I've not even been there. So we will see after an investigation. So I just wanted, Mr. Minority Leader, he was asking me earlier, sino ba ang gumawa ng kontrata na pirmahan ni Gina? Eh, nasa langit na nga si Gina. Perhaps the DNR, the technical people and the lawyers can explain who drafted the contract, which you say is infirm. That is what the Minority Leader was asking me, as if I knew, but I do not know. So perhaps you can yield, again, since we've suspended the rules, to whoever drafted the contract. Or if they know. If they don't know, we leave it at that. Because we cannot ask Gina, obviously, but it's, so who drafted it? Who approved it? A secretary will not approve a contract unless approved by her underlings. Yun.
With all due respect, Madam Senator, at that time,
Oo.
I am informed by the DNR officials who were present then that former Secretary Gina Lopez was receiving legal advice from one of the DNR officers, whom I believe is actually on your staff at this point, Attorney Ipat Luna.
Okay. So, Attorney Luna. Yes. So, Attorney Luna was a USEC for legal.
At that time.
Yes. And
But-
so, I don't
May I
think,
qualify my
Yes.
statement in that she was providing advice.
okay.
I am not sure as how that advice was processed in order to come up with,
So I cannot imagine that Attorney Luna, who's my chief legal, it's our first day today, who's a good friend and an advocate, yes, will draft an infirm agreement. But never mind, you have other lawyers there. So what a surprise. She's up in the office. But I don't think you want to put Attorney Luna there on the microphone. So aside from the USEC legal during Gina Lopez's time, who else in DNR knew about that agreement? Hindi nyo alam? How can that be? Can you ask if, ano, she's in class, no? May class 6 to 9.
Madam Senator, I'm informed by the team here that a number of them were in fact placed in floating status at that time, and that the active advisors of former Secretary Lopez were her contractual technical advisors.
Okay, so that I'm able to answer the minority leader clearly, none of any DNR technical legal staff present in this building today has anything to do with the Masungi agreement. Para lang clear, so kasi tinatanong ako ni minority leader hindi nyo alam.
I am relaying what
Yes.
the information that
Wala.
has been provided is that they were not participants.
Okay, and assuming the agreement is infirm, so correct it.
No,
Yes, yun lang.
precisely, Madam Senator. That is what we would like to
Correct
see
it.
in
But
this
let's not
point.
abandon it. And if they're a good group, I don't even know them. I don't even know their name. I've not even been there. If they're doing well, then leave them there with a correct agreement. As simple as that.
Thank you,
Yes.
Madam Senator. I think at this point po, the DNR seems to be suffering a little bit from a public relations deficiency on this issue, because we do not actively campaign in media to promote in fact some of these how do I say, discussions. And so
I'm not familiar with any public relations issue.
Yes.
We are talking about biodiversity. We're talking about legal issues. We're talking about nature and people and livelihood. So it's very simple. Let's uncomplicate it. If it's infirm, trash it. Then perhaps the legal issues can be cured. Yun lang. But I don't even know them. I don't even know them at all. Yes. Thank you, Mr. President.
In defense of our DNR secretary,
Go.
the one managing Masungi and the DNR secretary went to COP 27. Mas sikat pa yung may-ari ng Masungi kesa sa ating DNR secretary. Nung pumunta sa COP 27, ganong kagaling sila sa media.
Ganun.
Kaya kawawa rin ng DNR dyan sa issue ng Masungi. Oo. To them, in fairness to them.
When Tita Cynthia Villar was referring to the Masungi owner, that's the Masungi Geo Reserve Foundation. Yan na po, the Masungi Geo Reserve Foundation head siya. Masikat siya. Okay. Okay, so they went to COP 27, Egypt. Yeah. So ang gusto sabihin mas marami pang kumamay sa kanya kaysa sa kay secretary. Pero hindi, ano pong assessment natin sa performance po nila? I mean, are they they are there. They have been granted that MOA to protect, di ba? To protect the reservation. What else? Aside from protection, ano po? It's not. I don't think it's exploitation. We cannot commercially use that. Please fix the mic of Senator Villar para naka-record din po. Please. Ma'am, tita.
It's a hotel.
Sige. Salita ka.
No, I'm just answering you.
Yeah, please please don't close the mics of those that are being utilized. Yes, go ahead, Madam.
I think
Chancellor.
it's being operated as a business also because they have hotels for rent. They have, and they ask people who go there to pay. So it's a business. So,
Entrance.
and they're not renting the government. It's government land. I mean, you cannot use it for your business without any compensation to the government. And it's in perpetuity.
Yes, number one.
Yeah, but
There's something wrong with that.
that Senator Villar is correct that there is a misconception because it paints the DNR in a bad light. It looks like the DNR wants to cancel a permit of a very successful reforestation program, Your Honors. As a matter of fact, I watched a CNA documentary about the it's actually, you Google it, CNA, then you say the Masungi Geo Reserve. It really paints the government in a bad light. I think the government should take the opportunity, maybe during the coming hearings, to really paint the right picture, to show the right picture, what's going on. Because it is really a misconception that's coming out in the media na kayo may kasalanan. I think you should come out with your social media answers as well to clarify the issue because it's coming out very clear now. It's a very complicated situation. Thank you for allowing me,
Thank you,
Minority
Mr.
Leader.
President.
Thank you.
So, if the MOA is a unique agreement na sinabi ni Secretary may not even be the correct form of the agreement that you may even change it to a tenurial agreement. Okay. Ano po ba ang ano po ang purpose nun? Let's say it's the correct form na ang kontrata. When you enter into a tenurial agreement, what are you expecting of the second party?
Sir, with all due respect, under the special use agreement in protected areas, there are fees po that will be rendered to the government. And here is where, in fact, the current situation in perpetuity is grossly advantageous po
Oh.
to
So
the
yun lang.
government.
Yun lang. So pwede rin yung pwede rin there's a party under a tenurial agreement with the DNR can commercially exploit the place. Build hotel.
Sir,
basta
there is a
as long as-
management plan po that is within the ecological sustainability of the area.
55,000. 40 guests and 25. Business.
Yan ang mga business. But totoo naman po, that's a second observation nga of the MOA. Number two, that it lacks financial terms, di ba? Yun yung on what is paid to the government. Parang ganon eh.
Yes po, and there is a management plan po which we hope to be aligned with the general areas management and protection plan as well.
My point is what has been happening in the Masungi Reserve under that MOA being done by the second party, Masungi Geo Reserve Foundation, under a correct contract can still be done. Tama? What they've been doing now can legally be done but under a correct contract.
Under a
Tama?
different instrument.
Under different instrument, basta correct. It may be called a tenurial agreement with the correct terms, okay?
Yes.
Provisions.
Yes po, Senator.
So nothing so alarming about what is being done there or happening there, except that mali-mali nga, kulang lang yung deficient yung MOA, so-called MOA. Okay? On 4 points, on 4 important points as mentioned by the Secretary. Okay, so klaro. Okay, now, sige, Senator Binay. Mr. President.
Mr. President,
Yes, Senator Nancy Binay.
siguro just for clarification, and the direction is to correct the contract and not to remove the foundation.
With all due respect, Madam Senator, there is a study ongoing as to how this whole process will unfold. We hope that there is an opportunity to come to some agreement with the other party. However, we cannot guarantee what their intentions or their plans are. What we can do is only operate within the bounds of the law.
Yeah, but going dun sa sagot nyo kanina with our Senate Minority Floor Leader is, ang solution is to correct the whatever is not correct in the contract. Pero sila pa din ho yung magtutuloy dun sa pagme-maintain ng lugar. But with your answer right now, the possibility of them not taking care of the place is a possible scenario.
There are terms and conditions po for the SAPA. And so they will need to comply po with that instrument, if that is the instrument that will be operative upon the agreement with them.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President.
Now, bakit nag-if pa tayo? What is the correct nga agreement to govern such a relationship over such an area? Para klaro na po, para alam na namin. Kayo expert eh. What is it? Ang nangyari kasi ito, MOA. Parang gumamit lang ng mother concept, MOA. Lahat pwedeng ilagay, agreement na yan, MOA. Pero per practice of the DNR, there is a very specific format or name of agreement. And what is that?
Under the INAIPAS law, sir, it is the SAPA.
SAPA. Okay, SAPA. Okay, yung SAPA ang ating gamitin. Okay, SAPA. Ah. So,
Sir-
Mr. 30 seconds, promise, Mr. Minority Leader. I just checked with my lawyer, Attorney Ipatluna, who's up in the office. She had nothing to do with the infirm contract.
Madam Senator, with all due respect, that is true. As I said at this point, she had given tech advice, but what was
That-
done,
Whatever it is, so that she had nothing to do with a contract that is allegedly infirm. Just so that it's clear.
yes.
I asked her categorically, of course, I was not a witness, and we
Yes.
cannot ask Gina Lopez.
Yes.
Just to be sure, because you stated that that lawyer is in my office. I said, did you draft that contract? No, ma'am, I did not.
Said she
do that
was
contract.
around to give advice po. What was done with that advice, I don't know po. I mean, that's not
So,
within.
the lawyers of DNR did not draft the contract. The USEC legal at the time, Ipatluna, who's now with my office, did not draft the contract. So we don't know who drafted the contract that is allegedly infirm. Anyway, the resolutions filed, we will hear it, and you will do your own investigation. We hopefully will come up with a feasible solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, Madam President Pro Tempore.
Yes, please.
Oh, sige, basta what is clear now, Madam Secretary, is you have this opinion adopted by the department as its official opinion on the Memorandum of Agreement Masungi JU Park Project. Yan. You have an agreement on that. It's a 3-page agreement lang naman pala. So you have already your position, which you have not yet acted upon. That's the correct state of facts, right?
That is correct,
Right.
sir.
Okay. So since we are a country of observing the rule of law, you look for your remedies, di ba? So now as of the moment, we have to observe and respect the said memorandum of agreement, because the person signing under the name of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources at that particular time had the power to bind the said department. Unless you have a different opinion, Madam Secretary. So, yun lang muna. Until you go to a court and have this struck down or declared invalid, we have to observe and respect the said agreement. Pati, ikaw. Stay mo. Blue ribbon mo to.
Secretary has the power to sign it.
Mr. Senator, yes, if I may just confirm, the secretary at the time had the power and the authority to sign that agreement.
Thank you. So, anyway, well, if you are really convinced with your on the correctness of your position, I expect you to act and move pursuant to your position. In due time, dapat mag-unravel na po ito.
Yes, Mr. Senator, thank you.
Ngayon, since na-involve po rito yung Upper Marikina River Basin Protected Landscape, yan ba? Is that the watershed? As one of the three protected areas covered by this wider Masungi Reserve. I have here now a copy of a letter to you dated November 10, 2022 from the Upper Marikina Watershed Coalition. Are you aware, ma'am, of this letter? Para hindi ko na siya basahin. November 10, 2022 from the Upper Marikina Watershed Coalition. The topic would be urgent appeal for the cancellation of quarries inside the Upper Marikina River Basin Protected Landscape and adjacent protected areas.
Ito.
Ito kasi, Upper Marikina Landscape, requesting cancellation.
Sir, if I may just clarify, is this the letter referring to the PAMBI's resolution on the recommendation to cancel the MOA?
I'll bring this to you, Madam Secretary.
Thank you po, sir. I just, as I said earlier po, I had just arrived from Egypt. Sorry po. Hindi po, but we haven't received all the mails pa po. Not yet, I haven't seen this po. If we may, yes.
Jet lag pa rin si Secretary. Okay, Madam Sec, to be fair to the Secretary, hindi pa pala niya nakikita tong letter na to having come from Egypt. Basta ma'am, I've read this letter and I'm just alarmed no, na meron. Is it possible na may MPSA covering some 1,500 hectares in the Upper Marikina River Basin Protected Landscape and nearby protected areas? Could that theoretically happen? Or is that allowed by law that an MPSA exists inside a protected area?
Of the protected area. Mr. Senator, the information we have per our records is that the MPSAs were granted prior to the designation of the protected area. Right now po, three are two are already canceled and the other two are recommended for cancellation na po.
So apat lang po lahat yan.
Yes.
Naninigurado lang po ako. So two canceled, when you say canceled, effectively canceled, talagang no more activity.
Canceled
Wala
na
yung,
po.
okay. And two for cancellation. And then ano po yan, anong timetable natin dito?
So, days. Sir, there is a 3-letter notice and a 90-day period before it finally takes effect po.
More or less, ano po, can you give me the month and year of the effectivity?
So the recommendation for cancellation po was 2 weeks ago. So there's a 90-day period from then before the effective cancellation.
Sabay sila. Sabay. Okay, so this will be cancellations for costs. I mean, or this will be cancellations which will be contested by the holders of the MPSA.
For cost po.
Yeah, and then yung two cancel, did they accept the cancellation?
Namin ito, hindi naman sila nag-ooperate talaga. Hindi pa nag-ooperate.
Yes, sir. The information on record is that the two that were canceled never operated, did not operate.
So that was easy for you.
Yes, po.
Dito tayo sa more difficult. These two about to be canceled, operated.
The second two. The second two. The remaining two, sir, have not operated since 2004.
Okay, so okay, basta ang mangyayari, all the four will be formally and officially canceled.
Yes,
Therefore, after this, after the effectivity, we can say that there is no more MPSA inside the protected area of the Upper Marikina River Basin.
Yes,
Yan po,
sir.
that's a fact. Concerned po kasi kami rito dahil sa I live in Fairlane Concepcion, Marikina City. Ondoy, andun po ako, 6 feet 8 inches po yung tubig mismo doon. Ako napa-exercise ako doon sa pag-akyat ng mga gamit. Eh, syempre, hindi mo naman maakyat lahat. So, a lot of my things and memorabilia were destroyed by the flood. Plus the fact that I had to wade through flooded waters. Yeah, that's why meron tayong mga skin disease na rito sa paan natin which could be attributable to wading in flood waters. Ganun po yun eh. And then, meron pang Ulysses, the second, ito pa kasi Secretary, when Ondoy came, ang sabi nila, this is a 1 in 100 years occurrence. So, parang ano ka doon, parang kang, yan lang yung konsuelo mo. Okay. But lo and behold, after just 10 to 11 years, this 1 to 100 year occurrence occurred again. That was Ulysses. Although Ulysses, mga 2 meters lang po umabot sa bahay. Unlike, hindi naman 2 meters, 2 feet. Unlike Ondoy, 6 feet 8 inches. And then when we were discussing the possible causes of the flood, some were saying the release of water from dams, pero malayo yon because if you trace the destination of the waters from the dams, hindi naman sila abot dun sa area namin or sa Marikina River. Ang sabi ni Tita Cynthia, Senator Villar noon, it's the cutting of the trees in the watershed. So yun. So let's assume that that is the direct cause. Therefore, we are protecting the watershed, canceling MPSAs, and any other activities within the watershed which contribute to soil erosion, denudation of forest cover, cutting of trees. Ano pa po ba?
Rambi.
May laging ba doon?
Sir, in terms of the uses in the protected area, there are areas wherein there could be other uses, as long as it's called a multi-use zone, as long as they're within the plans for the protection and the management of the area. Sir, on the causes for Ondoy's floods, at that time po, I was executive director of the Manila Observatory, which I know you're familiar with po.
Sa Ateneo?
And in fact, what had happened is that the amount of rainfall that fell during those hours when Ondoy happened was really equivalent to several, I think it was half a month's worth of rainfall in several hours. So the rainfall the volume po that actually fell is contributory po to the flood, as well as, of course, other causes
Yes.
from the denudation. So I think, if I may po, just introduce at this point that floods are very complex as well because infrastructure is involved, building urbanization that is unregulated, infrastructure that is sufficient for drainage, for these extreme events po, as you have just stated, are all contributory, as well as topography and elevation. So in the case of the Marikina City po, most of the city is in a floodplain, which will really flood po, because that's the nature of the land that it's built on.
Yeah, but something is becoming worse because
Yes, sir.
we've been there since 1976 eh.
Yes, sir.
So, and then, ilan yun? After 35 years of our staying there, then
Yes po.
it floods. And then we are consoled by the by the prediction that it's in a 1 in 100 years event, and then it happens 10 years later. So,
Yes po.
uh, so kaya nga, since we are all scientists here, we have our theories, di ba? So, we have to address that factor, the watershed, the abuse of the watershed, the erosion there, the inundation, cutting of trees, etc.
Yes
So,
po.
yan. And then of course the release of the water, even the siltation of the river, lahat po yan. We have to address all of this kasi kawawa rin po because ilan to, baka close to 1 million households or persons were affected, and if it keeps on flooding, the value of the houses, the real property, which most likely is the biggest single investment of that family.
Yes.
Eh,
Yes,
wala
sir.
na lilipatan eh.
Yes.
Well, anyway, I know you understand me, Madam Secretary. Siguro, I advise you to answer this group which wrote your office, and then
Yes, sir.
also inform them, and then copy furnish na lang po siguro ang office ko through our subcommittee.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank
And
you
then,
very much, sir.
marami pa sana akong tanong, but I know you're tired because may jet lag pa po kayo. Yung sa mining sector na lang, ma'am, according to the DNR, the President's directive is you will consider mining sector as a source for economic recovery. But then the idea is to value add, hindi ba? Parang ganon. We are not just a source of ores or the raw minerals, kasi that will remind Senator Robin Padilla and myself of the time that when we were a colony. You know, that's the function of the colony. Kinukuhaan lang ng raw materials. So let's try to meron na rin ako. Meron ako. Ay, Tita, you want to, Tita?
An opinion on mining.
Yes, ma'am.
Because we are parang 9 million hectares. The Philippines is 30 million hectares. 9 million hectares are mineralized.
Mm.
So, when you are mineralized, you cannot be used for agriculture. The plants will not grow. You have to remove the minerals, tapos i-restore mo yung mining to be an agricultural land. So, habang hindi natin tinatanggal yung mineral na yon, hindi suited for agriculture. Kaya maganda rin na yung legal miners, i-allow natin para tanggalin nila yung mga mineral para maging suited for agriculture yung ire-restore na lupa. Kaya lang kailangan yung ating mga miners would be legal miners na marunong ng restoration. But this is an asset for the country na marami tayong mineral deposit because that will earn something for our economy, especially this time na may problema tayo sa ating economy. So, yun lang ang plus ng mining. We just want to make sure that the miners are the legal ones, not the illegal ones, because the illegal ones will not restore it to be to become agricultural land afterwards when they have removed the minerals. Yun lang po
Thank you, ma'am.
explanation ko.
Maganda.
Kaya tama yung na i-develop natin yung mining natin, but make sure that the miners will restore it into agricultural land afterwards. Thank you.
Magandang insight po yun, na mineral land, after it has been exhausted, can be restored and be productive as agricultural land. Does the Secretary, as a scientist, back up that statement?
Yes po. There is
Pwede?
yes,
Pwede talaga?
yes po.
Okay. Sige, nabanggit ni Tita Cynthia Villar yung our wealth in minerals. Have we come up with an estimate of the peso or dollar value of all of our known, siyempre kung ano, hindi pa natin known mineral reserves in the country?
Yung value. Nandito siya.
Dito.
Yes po, sir. If you'll just allow me a few seconds po, we have that information. Ma'am, sorry po.
Right, the session. We'd like to recognize with the permission of the Minority Floor Leader, Senator Tolentino. Yes, Senator Tolentino?
The indulgence of Senator Pimentel, the Minority Leader. Mr. President,
Yes po.
my inquiry is this. There was a suspension of rules a while ago, and it has reference to a point raised previously by Senator Tulfo that was something to do with the Masungi situation, Mr. President. My query is this now a full-blown suspension of rules to include the entire universe of the budget of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, not just the Masungi situation, Mr. President?
Well, we will defer to the Minority Floor Leader. Yes, Minority Floor Leader, maybe the sponsor can answer some of the questions that she's already interjecting answers to your questions. So that we can allow the Secretary to.
I still remember the words carefully used by our majority leader. I don't think he limited it to the Masungi. It was allowing the plenary to ask questions directly to the secretary. Hindi natin sinabi na ano. But at any rate, Mr. President, I'm into my last question.
Yeah, okay. All right. Let's allow the Minority Floor Leader to proceed. So we can go back to our rules. To
Okay.
terminate and go back to our rules.
I thank the Minority Leader for the clarification, and likewise the chair. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. If I may, and I agree with the statements made by our minority leader that this is not primarily focused on one particular issue that we are tackling. It's more of the entire agency, department ang tinatalakay natin, Mr. President. It's just that I also wanted to put on record, and I appeal to our dear colleagues, that every time we suspend the rules, hindi lang ho yung humahaba, no, Mr. President. It's just that we wanted to appeal to our colleagues, not to the minority leader, not to those na nauna po kay minority leader, na may mga issues po na na-discuss during that time, during the committee hearing, Mr. President. And kung yung kasama ho natin, wala nung committee hearing, hindi naman po yata fair, Mr. President, na dito i-raise ulit sa floor and will ask for the suspension of rules. Yun lang po, Mr. President. I hope it is clear to all the members. And again, we appeal to every member of this institution to please makisama tayo, Mr. President, dun sa sumunod tayo dun sa schedule na pinagkasundan din natin ng caucus. Maraming salamat, Mr. President.
Thank you. Since anyway, it's the last question of
Yes,
the Minority Floor Leader.
Although, Mr.
Let us allow
President, let us not be alarmed with our use of the suspension of the rules kasi we have used it sparingly as per your advice. Pangatlong beses pa lang naman to. We have already discussed the hundreds of budgets na. So, okay. May we get the answer from the Secretary?
Yes po.
Estimated, yes.
Estimated total value of our resources po is $7.3 trillion.
Okay. But you limited that to minerals, meaning what? Sinama mo, nakasaba po dyan sila mga oil and gas?
Sir, this is metallic and non-metallic.
Metallic and non-metallic. Okay. Sige po. Thank you, ma'am. This is what I will do, Madam Secretary. I'll just submit in writing my remaining questions. Alam ko jet lag pa po kayo, and then congratulations for the successful participation in COP27.
Thank you very much po,
So,
sir.
I'll just submit in writing ang mga topics ko po is the Pasig River Expressway. Kasi meron ako information that ito bang environmental impact assessment, kayo nag ano nito, di ba? Kayo nag-i-issue nito eh. It's a for that project you issued a plagiarized environmental impact assessment. Meron daw entries coming from different past impact assessments. So just answer na lang po in writing my
Yes po.
Ayan.
Just to clarify po, it's the ECC po that comes from us.
Oh,
ECC.
who writes the environmental impact assessment?
The proponent po
Report.
is the one that submits the
The
EIA.
proponent.
Opo.
So, okay. So if it's if the proponent submits a report na medyo na-copy paste sa ibang ano, I mean, ano yan, medyo ano yan, parang warning, red red flag.
There's a review committee naman po for those.
It's good that you clarify that kasi ako impression ko it came from you. So mama, yun na lang po, mining, and of course if we can do value added mining sana.
Yes po.
Not the
Raw
not the colonizer colony type of mining, di ba? Opo. I'll ask some questions about the reclamation projects na lang in writing po. Some questions in writing na. Ako in writing na po. Yes, some questions on Kaliwa Dam, and then some questions on green jobs, as well as is NAMRIA's budget also being considered?
Yes po, sir.
Na siguro NAMRIA's opinion, nagsabit na ba NAMRIA? Opinion on the archipelagic sea lanes, although nagsabit na ba sila?
Submitted.
Nakapagsabit na rin po kayo, so excuse na po to. So, I think that, and then, is it correct that you have an additional 211 million pesos budget augmentation request?
There was a request po. Yes po.
So, I'm okay. I will terminate my interpellation, Mr. President, and of course, state my support for the budget of the DNR and the attached agencies. Napaka-critical ninyo po sa buhay ng ating bansa. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to our minority floor leader, and we'd like to thank the secretary for the wonderful, concise, and complete answers that she's given. Obviously, she knows her job very well, and we thank her for this opportunity to answer in open session. We'd like to ask now the suspension to bring back to recall the suspension of rules.
Yes, Mr. President,
To terminate.
well,
the
Mr.
suspension.
President, before we terminate the suspension of the Senate rules, I would just like to add to what the minority leader had mentioned a while ago, because during the previous committee hearing, this representation was part of it, and we just like in writing, Mr. President, no, to ask because between October 12 at ngayon po, we wanted to find out ano nangyari dun sa update dun sa 21 reclamation projects that were issued environmental compliance certificates even without proper consultation with the stakeholders. So gusto lang natin ng updates, Mr. President, kasi yung isa pa hong gusto natin ng update yung after the budget hearing po kasi ng DENR, yung mga scientists, fisher folks were actually calling the Senate for investigation of about 187 total reclamation projects. So update lang po doon, Mr. President.
May you repeat that? 187
total reclamation projects.
projects. Saan yan? Over the Philippines.
I suppose that's all over the Philippines, Mr. President.
And dito sa Manila Bay Area, ilan yun? Ilan sa Manila Bay
Mr.
Area?
President, we have yet to suspend the rules, but perhaps I will make the necessary motion,
Yes,
Mr.
suspend the rules
President.
first. Okay.
Yes, I move that we suspend,
Terminate the rules.
terminate the rules.
Suspension of rules.
Suspension of the Senate rules, Mr. President. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, there's a termination of our suspension of rules.
Yes, Mr. President, perhaps if we can hear from the sponsor of the budget, if it is true, because the Senate President is also interested. I know that a lot of us were asking these questions. 187 total reclamation projects. Is that all over the Philippines, Madam Chair?
Ito lang.
Dito po, 2 sa Cebu, 2 sa South.
The 21 reclamation, I remember during the committee hearings, yun po yung na-raise. But then after the committee hearing, it was all over the newspapers, articles, news reports, na 187 yung total reclamation project. Is that correct, Your Honor?
Let's ask the sponsor, since the sponsor's favorite topic is reclamation, Your Honors.
I will answer.
Yes, ma'am.
There are daw 19 reclamation project in Manila Bay. 19.
And
What's wrong?
19 just in Manila Bay and
Yes.
all over the country.
Outside daw, dalawa sa Cebu.
Central office po yan. Kasi yung mga iba na sa region.
Pwedeng total na lang.
Oh,
Ito lang yung data natin yung dalawa.
they only have data from the central office, 2 in Cebu, 2 in Samar. Wala daw yung data from the regions.
Yes. I'm sure there's none in Bukidnon. For sure yan. Walang reclamation sa Bukidnon. Kawawa naman po kami doon.
Eh.
Sa Makati din daw po,
Nasa
sabi ni
gitna kami
Senator
ng
Nancy.
Mindanao eh. Oh, wala din sa Makati.
The gentleman from Cavite, Senator Tolentino, would like to interject, Mr. President.
So they have no data from the regions. They only have data from for Manila Bay and Cebu and Samar. They will submit now.
Ma'am,
They
I'm a
will
little
submit.
bit, sorry, Mr. President. Wala ho silang data, Mr. President.
Hindi namin dala po.
Hindi lang po dala. But
Yeah.
you have the data. Yeah. Siguro to submit na lang, as I earlier mentioned, Mr. President, we are amenable to submitting this report. And again, we thank the sponsor. Mr. President, the gentleman from Cavite would like to interject.
Hindi ba marami dyan sa Cavite? May we ask the gentleman from Cavite kung marami ba sa Cavite reclamation?
I'm not familiar with the projects, but I've seen, Mr. President, several islets being apparently constructed near the shores of Manila Bay. So if Namria is present here, would like to join and take note, perhaps the Philippines now is not just 7,100 islands. So we will now have 7,122 islands. If that is correct, so Namria, you should be part of this. Yun lang po, Mr. President. That was not a jest, but it just shows that if another country can reclaim portions of the West Philippine Sea, we can also reclaim, but within.
Unfortunately, it's within the areas of Manila Bay.
Yes,
I
Mr.
just want to ask a question to the sponsor. Madam Sponsor, when all these reclamation projects are fully built and built up, will we still be able to walk across Ross Boulevard and see the beautiful sunset? Or will we have no more sunset to see?
When we're talking at home, my husband will say, hindi lang nag-Chinese invasion sa West Philippine Sea, nag-Chinese invasion din sa Manila Bay. Sa dami ng reclamation sa Manila Bay.
So,
It's the
may
Chinese
posibilidad-
invasion of Manila Bay.
So, Madam Sponsor, may posibilidad din na natin makikita yung beautiful Manila Bay sunset?
How can we appreciate Manila Bay when we have drowned in the flood?
But the Dolomite Beach now will become Dolomite Swimming Pool. Swimming pool na lang po. O sige, Majority Floor Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, last but not the least, to make a short manifestation, Mr. President, may I move that Senator Robin Hood Padilla, the distinguished gentleman from Bicol, be recognized, Mr. President.
The distinguished gentleman from Bicol, adopted son of Mindanao, Senator Robin Padilla, is recognized.
Sila yan, ayaw makidikit.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Mayorya, at maraming salamat po sa ating Ginoong Pangulo. Isang magandang gabi po sa inyong lahat. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah rabbil alamin. Bismillahi wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillahi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Isang magandang gabi po sa ating chairman, sa ating chairwoman, ang amin pong iniidolo dito sa Senado, Senator Villar.
Naman ako.
At sa atin pong kalihim ng DNR at sa inyo pong lupon. Ako po ay 4 na oras nag-antay para sa napakaiksing manifesto na ito. Gusto ko lamang pong malaman ng ating mga kababayan na napakabilis po ng tugon ninyo sa akin. Sapagkat nung nagkaroon po tayo ng budget hearing, kasama po natin ang ating chairwoman, ay hiningi ko po yung listahan ng mga minahan sa Pilipinas. At natutuwa po ako, kagyat nyo po palang ipinadala ito nung October 19 pa. Mapakabilis po. Halos sa isang linggo lang yata, nasa akin na. Maraming salamat po. At ako po kasi, katulad po ng sinabi ng ating minority leader, Senator Pimentel, at sinundan din po ng ating kalihim ng DNR at sinundan po ng ating chairwoman na napaka ganda po at napakalaki ng ibibigay sa Pilipinas kung itutuloy po natin ang pagmimina. Katulad po ng sinabi nyo kanina, $7 trillion. Yun po ay sa mga ano pa lamang po yun, ha? Hindi pa po kasama doon yung sinasabi din po na meron pa tayong oil, meron. Ang dami, napakadami po. Alam niyo po, kasi sa ngayon, ang bawat Pilipino na pinapanganak, meron ng utang na 110,000. At yung ipapanganak, meron na siyang utang na 130,000. At ang atin pong inutang ng gobyerno ngayon ay nasa 2 trillion. Ang akin pong good news sana sa ating kababayan, ang DNR ang magiging solusyon sa problema ng Pilipinas kung tayo po ay magmimina. Ang isa lang po, ako naman hindi naman po magtatanong. Ang gusto ko lamang pong malaman ng ating mga kababayan, meron po ba tayong teknolohiya para gawin ang pagmimina na ito? Kasi dito po sa ipinadala niyo po sa akin, parang naliliitan pa ako sa kanilang binibigay sa ating kita. Meron po bang pag-asa na makapagmina tayo dito sa trilyon-trilyon na to para makabayad po tayo ng utang? At pangalawa, hindi na po tayo mangutang. Pangalawa, kayo po, ang ating mga ahensya ng gobyerno, sa tagal ko po dito, 4 na buwan, wala po akong narinig sa mga ahensya ng gobyerno, kundi kailangan nila ng budget. Opo, kaya po sana, kayo po bilang good news, kayo po ang good news sa akin. Meron po ba tayo pong technology para magawa po natin ito?
There is, but it will require a lot of investment also. That's why we have to attract din yung tamang investment in mining. So, bihira yung 1/3 of your land, di ba? 9 million hectares out of 30 million hectares may mineral deposit. Bihira yon. So that is a gift to the Philippines. So we should use it wisely para pakinabangan natin, makatulong sa ating economic development. And at the same time, we should be able to restore it to become agricultural land afterwards.
Opo,
Yun
napakaganda
ang
po nun.
importante. That's why we have to manage it well also.
Opo. Ang tanong ko po, ano po ang pumipigil para sa investor po natin? At ang nabalitaan ko po, napakadaming gustong mag-invest sa Pilipinas, sa
Di ba
minahan.
nag-ano tayo, hindi ba pinigil din? Kasi yung pinigil yung open pit mining, which is a very good model, di ba?
UO 79 ni President Pinoy, di ba, tinigil ang new, acceptance ng new mining application.
Yeah. Parang pinara natin ang mining for some reason. Oo.
Sa ngayon po, wala na po yun.
So ngayon, ibinabalik because naghahanap rin tayo ng something for our economic development. And bihira yung country na may ganyang mineral deposit. That's why it's a good one as long as we can implement it properly.
Opo.
Oh.
Malinaw po, Madam Chairperson, na ito po sinasabi natin, malinaw, para naririnig po ng ating taong bayan, bukas ang Pilipinas sa pagmimina,
Yes.
basta responsableng pagmimina.
Oo, yeah.
Ayun. Yun
And
lamang
it's
po
open.
ang gusto kong marinig sapagkat sa akin po, kayo ay good news. Hindi po kayo bad news. Maraming salamat po. Mabuhay po. Maraming salamat po sa inyo.
Maraming salamat, Majority Floor Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And there being
Thank
no
you,
other
ah.
member
Talagang tong
which is
aking
to
kaibigan
interpolate
na to.
and ask questions on the budget of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources. And I don't have the list here. Uh, Office of the Secretary, Environmental Management Bureau, Mines and Geosciences Bureau, National Mapping and Resource Information Authority, National Water Resources Board, Palawan Council for Sustainable Development staff be deemed submitted for the body's consideration, subject to the submission, Mr. President, of pertinent documents, information requested by our colleagues. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader, the budget of the Department of Environment, Natural Resources, and all the aforementioned agencies are deemed submitted. Congratulations to the DNR family. I'll move for 1 minute suspension so that we can approach our DNR.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we consider the budget of the Department of Information and Communications Technology, Office of the Secretary, Cybercrime Investigation and Coordination Center, National Privacy Commission, and National Telecommunications Commission. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection to the Majority Leader's motion. Motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize the sponsor of the budget, no other than the distinguished lady from Iloilo, Pangasinan, and the Republic of the Philippines, the amazing grace of the Senate, Senator Grace Poe. I so move, Mr. President.
To our hardworking and distinguished colleague from the province of Iloilo, Pangasinan, and the Republic of the Philippines, Senator Grace Poe, the chairperson of the subcommittee, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before proceeding, I would like to acknowledge the presence of the heads of the Department of Information and Communications Technology, Secretary Ivan Uy of DICT, Executive Director Alexander Ramos of CICC, Privacy Commissioner John Henry Naga of NPC, and OIC Deputy Commissioner Ella Blanca Lopez of NTC. As it stands in the Senate Committee report right now, the Department of Information and Communications Technologies total budget for FY 2023 amounts to 11,322,338,000, of which 8,732,227 billion will need congressional approval, and the remaining 2,590,111 will be automatically appropriated. With that, this representation is now ready to accept any questions from our dear colleagues regarding the budget of the Department of Information and Communications Technology.
Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President. First to ask questions slash manifestations, Mr. President, is the distinguished gentleman from Isabela, Davao, and the Republic of the Philippines, no other than Senator Raffy Tulfo. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
The distinguished gentleman from Isabela and Davao is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, my dear colleagues, and to our good sponsor, Senator Grace Poe. This representation fully supports the Department of Information and Communications Technology. I firmly believe that the government should provide the department with enough funding so that it can implement necessary programs that are crucial for our country's cybersecurity, especially in this information age. Some nations are getting very aggressive when it comes to attacking other nations. War, which seems far-fetched, is more real than we think. Take, for instance, Russia and Ukraine as an example. But the number of nations or entities resort to cybersecurity attack, we think that nobody will bother with us, but should the threat become imminent, we must be ready. During the budget briefings, I was very vocal about my concern in our fight against cyber crimes. At that time of the budget briefing, the CICC admitted that we lack the necessary equipment, tools, and technology to protect the nation and its people from cybersecurity threats. Ilang ulit na ba nating nabalitaan na na-hack ang ating government websites? Napag-alaman ko pa mismo, ang ating national security data ay ibinibenta po sa dark web. Natalakay na din po natin dito ang walang katapusang klaseng tech scams. Kaya nga po, ipinasa natin ang SIM Registration Act. These are indeed very alarming incidents. Our very nation's security is at risk. Let us not wait for vital services such as electricity, water, and health services to be affected. It is high time that we equip the ICT with an adequate budget. I implore upon the department to study the vulnerability we are exposed to so we can fight for the budget that you need. And before I end this, meron lang po akong konting mga katanungan.
Bigyan nyo ng
Madam Chair, anong klase po mga computer system, routers, brand, ang ginagamit po ng ating gobyerno, especially po sa DICT?
Unang-una po, maraming salamat from our colleague from Mindanao and Isabela for your manifestation of support. And I totally agree with your concern. That's why it's crucial that we really scrutinize the budget as well as the performance of the DICT. With regards to the brand of computers, and um, there are actually different kinds of makers of their computer. Some are from the US, some are from Japan, Korea, and of course, China.
China. Okay. Ano pong brand ng computer na galing po sa China? I'm interested about the router. Ano pong, saan po galing yung router na ginagamit po ng ating gobyerno as far as DICT is concerned? Saan galing po? Saan po binili yun?
We have Cisco, Huawei, and many others.
Huawei, made in China. Pwede ba malaman, Madam Chair, kaano ho ba kaimportante yung router? Especially if we're talking about cybersecurity.
Well, ako po ay hindi expert dyan sa mga ganyang uri ng technicalities. Pero ang alam ko, lahat ng impormasyon dumadaan sa router. Di ba? Wala po, parang nag-uusap-usap yung mga computer na yan, hindi mag-uusap-usap kung walang router. So para yan ang tulay ng ating sistema.
So ibig sabihin, through that router, pwede ma-monitor po lahat ng internet activities natin dito sa Pilipinas. Pwede ma-monitor po pag nilagyan niya ng virus ng China. Considering the fact na meron pong nangyaring sigalot ngayon between China and the Philippines because of the West Philippine Sea.
Well,
Bakit po gumagamit tayo ng router coming from China, Huawei? Bakit hindi po natin palitan yan? Siguro po kailangan ponduhan ng ating gobyerno ang DICT o yung gobyerno mismo ang gagawa ng paraan na mapalitan po itong router na ito.
Opo. Actually po, it's really embedded in many of the systems in our country, including telcos, na gumagamit ng mga China-made products. Particularly nga Huawei na ginagamit ng isang telco company. Ito naman po sa DICT, meron nga tayong US pero admittedly may Huawei. Ngayon, siguro po, yan po ang sistemang nadatnana ng ating mabuting secretary nang siya ay naupo sa pwesto, pero maaari pong siguro sa mga darating na buwan ay pag-aralan natin sa susunod na budget sana ay mapalitan na yung mga ibang routers natin doon.
Okay. Do you agree with me, Madam Secretary? Siguro pwede natin tanungin ng mga experts natin, kung may mga experts dyan ngayon sa panel po ng DICT, na it may serve as a security threat. Ito pong paggagamit ng router ng ating gobyerno na made in China?
Opo, it's really something that, I mean, of course, we cannot be 100% sure that if we change the routers, there will be no threat whatsoever. But it's in a step in the right direction. Perhaps what we will ask the good secretary is to write down or to estimate how many routers are Huawei and how much it will cost to replace them so that next budget hearing, sir, you can supervise this and we can hopefully present a new budget for new routers.
Okay. Napansin ko po walang intelligence fund ang DICT. Bakit po, Madam President?
Naubos na po siguro sa iba.
Ako po. Marami po mga departamento, ahensya sa ating pamalaan na hindi naman talaga kailangan ng Intel funds, and yet nabibigyan sila by the hundreds, by the millions. Pero ito pong isang ahensya ng gobyerno tulad ng DICT na kailangan po natin to fight cyber crime. Lalo na ngayon po sa pagdami na po nito mga scammer, tech scam kung tawagin, sa social media at nalalagay na po sa panganib ang ating cybersecurity, bakit po hindi natin bigyan ng Intel funds ito pong DICT na napaka-importante po para sa kanila makapagtrabaho sila na maayos, maprotektahan po yung ating cyberspace.
Thank you for pointing that out, Mr. President. I agree with you. This is a very crucial department to monitor the safety of our countrymen. Lucky for them, they're working alongside telecommunications companies like Globe and Smart, who have the budget to do their own um, monitoring and investigation subject to a court approval. So in the meantime, that they don't have, DICT does not have its own intelligence fund, they are actually at the mercy of the telcos to provide information that they might need in order to capture some of those that are sending all of these text scams. But again, you have pointed out two very important points, Mr. President. Number one, you mentioned about the routers, which we really need to consider changing. And number two, na point out po ninyo na walang intelligence fund ang isang ahensya na malaki ang responsibilidad sa pangangalaga ng seguridad ng ating mga kababayan.
At nabanggit nyo na po kanina, Madam President, na umaasa lang po yung DICT sa information o pondo na ibibigay ng mga telcos company. So ibig sabihin, they're indebted. May utang na loob pa sila dito sa mga telcos. So kung ano ibibigay ng telcos, ano ididikta sa kanila, well, dahil may utang na loob sila dito, so they'll just accept it and do what as they want them to do. So bakit po natin hindi sila bigyan ng sariling budget? Ba't kinakailan pa umasa sa mga telcos?
Actually, Mr. President, nag-iingat rin ang mga telcos sapagkat napapasailalim po ng DICT ang NTC. At pag hindi po sila tulungan sa ahensya ng gobyerno dun sa kanilang mga pangakong commitment, halimbawa, yun nga, maintaining the security and the privacy of our countrymen, pwede din po silang mawala ng prangkisa at magkaroon din po ng penalties. Kaya hindi naman po malaking utang na loob. Ito po ay isang kasunduan sa pagitan ng DICT and sa pamamagitan ng NTC at ng telco, ng mga telco ay dapat talagang manumbalik at ibigay rin ang mga impormasyon na kailangan para sa seguridad ng ating mga
I know
kababayan.
that, Madam President, pero di ho ba mas maganda kung may sariling budget po ang DICT na magagamit nila at their disposal na hindi na kailangan pang ipaliwanag sa mga telco na magbibigay sa kanilang pera o pondo because pag maghingi sila ng pabor sa telcos, meron silang utang na loob and of course, since may utang na loob sila, may karapatan mga telcos para tanungin kung saan gagamitin yung perang ibinibigay sa kanila. Mas maganda po, they have their own money, they have their own budget. Sabi ko kanina, kung yung ibang mga ahensya ng gobyerno na hindi kailangan ng Intel funds na bibigyan ng Intel funds, confidential funds. Where in fact, itong isang ahensya na napaka-importante sa ating cybersecurity, ni singkong duling walang binibigay ang ating gobyerno. Hindi po napupondohan. Bakit po? Yun nga
Actually
tanong.
po, nung nakaraan po, meron talagang intelligence fund ang DICT. Siguro po, baka nakuryente yung iba na nahiya na o natakot na walang sinumite, di ba? Meron ba silang sinubmit? Wala po kasi silang sinubmit sa ating committee ng intelligence fund. Pero tama po kayo, nasa tamang paghawak naman ng pera yun eh. 'Di ba? Hindi naman ibig sabihin na kung may intelligence fund ay masama na. Kaya lang dapat naayon sa mandato ng ahensya. At sa panig naman ng DICT, sa tingin ko kailangan nila kung reasonable naman. Siguro pwede tayong humiling sa secretary sa chairman ng Finance Committee na magkaroon ng espasyo para dito.
Kaya pa ho bang habulin na mabigyan natin ng budget sa Intel Fund, itong DICT natin?
Pwede po naman pong i-propose ito
Okay.
na galing sa inyong tanggapan at pwede nating isumite. Tignan natin kung ito ay ma-adapt po ng chairman ng Committee ng Finance.
Kasi po, balita ko dati, meron daw ata 400 million na Intel funds, pero mukhang nagamit ata sa eleksyon. Hindi pa panahon ito ng mga nakaupong DICT people ngayon. So siguro po kailangan ibalik to because they really need the Intel Fund para sila po ay makapag-operate against these scammers, against people na meron pong intensyon na para pasukin po tayo, papasukin po ang ating cyberspace at magasik po ng lagim.
Actually, this is the sad reality, Mr. President. The Cybercrime Investigation Center requested for 4.6 billion, not as a confidential fund. Ito lang po ay to upgrade their system, etc., to get the much needed manpower. But drum roll, ang nabigay lang po sa kanila 347 million out of the 4.6 billion. This is a mere 7%, 7.4% of the fund that they requested. So, unlike you, Mr. President, I don't think the ones that are deciding on the budget is really taking the role of the DICT seriously. I think, unfortunately, we're waiting for an impending doom before we actually deem it necessary to give them the proper funding.
Siguro po pwede nating pagtulungan ito, Madam Chair, na para matingnan po nitong mga taga-DBM kung sino pa itong mga agency na nagbibigay ng budget para sa DICT sa mga ahensya ng gobyerno, i-reconsider yung pag-slash nila napakalaking pondo sa DICT na kailangan naman po talaga nila ng pondong ito para maprotektahan po yung ating cyberspace. Now, balita ko po, ibinebenta na raw po ngayon sa dark web. Ito pong ating national security data. Do you have this kind of information, Madam President?
From the Secretary, Mr. President, apparently there's really a lot of talk about our information being sold in the dark web. But unfortunately, this is, at this point, not validated. And let me ask if there's an effort and a capability to validate. The good secretary said that with the proper intel fund, we might be able to do more digging into the legitimacy of the claims that our information is being sold in the dark web.
Okay. So, there's no way to validate kung totoo itong sa dark web binibenta po ang ating mga napakahalagang national security data. Kailangan po ng Intel Fund. Yan na naman po, Intel Fund na naman, na wala po yung ating DICT.
Tama po kayo. Kaya ako'y nagpapasalamat din sa inyo, Mr. President, na inilalabas ninyo ito. Alam niyo naman po, pag tayo ay may mga komite, napakaliit po ng espasyo para kumuha ng pondo. Unfortunately, hindi po tayo yung unang nagdedesisyon, kundi yung ahensya ng gobyerno na gumagawa ng budget. Hindi naman po talaga nasama yon dun sa hiniling nila.
Kanina nga po, this is medyo out of topic, yung DNR, meron 13 million something na Intel funds na wala naman sila nagagawa para magamit yung Intel funds para mahuli yung mga nagasik ng lagim sa masungi protected area. Marami pa, hindi na ako magbabanggit ng mga ahensya ng gobyerno na hindi naman talaga nila kailangan ng Intel Fund o Confidential Fund, and yet ang laking binibigay sa kanila ng Confidential Fund na itong ahensya na tulad ng DICT ni Singgong Duling, zero, in-slash po ng DBM. Now, let's move on. Let's talk about ito pong mga cell site, towers, sa loob po ng kampo ng militar. Paano nangyari po ito?
Sa pagkakaalam ko po, noon pa man ay meron ng kasunduan ang isang telco company sa gobyerno. Nung ako po ay nag-iimbestiga nito bilang chairman ng Committee on Public Services, isa po yan sa tinanong natin sa mga National Security Advisor kung hindi ba ito makakasama sa ating seguridad. At sinasabi po nila, ito na mismo yung mga military nagsasabi noon na hindi daw. Ito daw ay secure sapagkat tower lang naman daw yung nandun, wala naman daw silang pakialam dun sa systems ng AFP or ng military.
how about, that's coming from the military, pero how about independent experts? Natanong ho ba natin kung that can pose as security threat, especially yung isa dyan, yung dito na malaking porsyento ay pag-aari po ng Chinese government. So, would that pose a threat na yung dito nandoon at iba pang telcos companies, meron pong tower sa loob mismo ng kampo ng AFP na pwede pong lagyan po ng device o technology na para maka-eavesdrop sa operations ng ating militar?
Opo, totoo po yan. Yung mga iba po na nag-attend ng ating hearing, lalo na sa private sector, expressed concern about it. But at that time, we were in need of a third telco company, and the actual administration then was actively pushing for the approval of a third telco company. That's why, in the end, although there's some hesitations about the possible safety concern when it comes to our national security, this was allowed with the assurance of the military that they were vetting the technicians, and also that the ownership apparently of that telco is Filipino. And consequently, this is also advantageous because the military can protect these towers, apparently. And we also receive a confidential memo from the military that it is low risk. So we have it in our records that they were in agreement to that setup, Mr. President.
Okay. Madam Chair, yung pong bang militar, nung payagan po nila itong mga telcos tulad ng Globe o Smart, and then dito na pag-aari po ng kung ilang porsyento dyan pag-aari po ng Chinese government, nakonsulta ho ba yung DICT?
Opo. In fact, kasama po yung DICT kasi hindi naman po papayagan na magkaroon ng prangkisa yung dito telco kung hindi po inaprubahan ng NTC na napapailalim po sa DICT.
At bakit po pumayag yung DICT?
Sabi nila, ligtas naman daw po.
Sino pong sila?
Well, nung panahon na yon, ang kalihim po ay si Secretary Rio. Tapos, doon naman po sa NTC, yung ating minamahal na chairman, Lel Cordoba, na ngayon ay nalipat na, mamimiss natin siya. Tapos yung sa National Security Advisor naman, I think si Secretary Esperon, di ba? Hindi, pero kasama siya din sa kasama din po sila Secretary Esperon noon sa consultation. Opo. At saka po yung nakaraang administration po, alam naman po ninyo yon.
Na marami silang kaibigan sa China.
Opo. Na mabuti marami tayong kaibigan kung saan-saan.
Of course.
Basta lang hindi natin kalaban.
Tama po, exactly. Wala naman po masama kung magkaroon tayo ng kaibigan sa China, pero we have to be very careful kung sino yung mga kaibigan na yon. Lalo pa po, sabi ko kanina, meron pong sigalot nangyayari sa pagitan po ng China and Philippines dahil po doon sa West Philippine Sea na baka hindi natin alam na meron na po palang espiya doon na nakapag-infiltrate dito sa atin at nagagamit na po yung kanilang friendship para makakuha o makalamang o makakuha ng mga data information that involves national security. Ngayon, ang follow-up tanong ko po, is there a way na para po mapatanggal natin yung mga towers na yan sa loob po ng kampo ng militar? Ilagay po sa ibang lugar malayo-layo na kung saan magiging safe na po yung ating military facility na wala na po makapag-eavesdrop ng kahit sino pa man niyang telephone companies, whether that's Filipino-owned or Chinese-owned.
Mr. President, I think this is a good issue to raise. Since I am the chairman of the Committee on Public Services, I think this is one particular concern that we can hear in our committee to find out if they've evaluated the safety of those towers and how many towers already were erected in different military sites. And if it's feasible to discontinue that arrangement and perhaps relocate those towers. But of course, in the meantime, we are still suffering from the speed and connectivity of our ICT. Um, so we also have to balance it with that. The DND has a MOA with telcos, and they have made a risk analysis before they entered into a MOA. But unfortunately, we haven't had a follow-up on the evaluation if the MOA is actually effective, if there's really no risk to it. So we will look into it, Mr. President, and I thank our good senator from Davao and Isabela for pointing this out.
Okay, meron ho ba tayong, I don't know if I should even ask this question, mas maganda kung sagutin po ng mga taga-DICT. Meron po tayong under your employee, yung tinatawag na, is it proper to call them ethical hackers, na para tingnan po kung meron tayong weakness sa ating cybersecurity. Na, yung mga hackers na lang. Kasi po, halimbawa sa ibang bansa, yung mga malalaking companies, yung mga IT companies, Google, na nag-hire po sila, nagpapakontest po sila kung sino yung pinakamagaling na hacker na ma-hack po yung kanilang system at makita po kung anong weakness meron po yung Google, and then binabayaran po ng $40, $50, $60,000. So don't we have that kind of like system na mag-hire tayo ng hackers na para naggaling sa black hat kung tawagin, and then we convert them to white hat na maging kakampi natin, titingnan po kung ano po yung weakness na meron tayo, and then later on they can work, he or she can work for the government.
Yes, actually, every now and then, apparently, the DICT hires somebody to do this ethical hacking to test their system. It's called a vulnerability assessment and penetration system test. On the other hand, Mr. President, they are not regulars in the company. This is just on a need-be basis. And perhaps if we can add to the intelligence fund, they can have an item in that. Kasi alam naman natin yung mga magagaling na yan na mag-hack, kahit saan po makakahanap ng trabaho yan eh. Di ba? Paano ngayon kung ating consultant lang sila, pero may kumuha sa kanila na mas malaki ang offer, syempre hindi natin malalaman ang loyalty nila, di ba? So I think really we have to have a permanent position for that. And that's another item and that you intelligently brought up, Mr. President, so that in our next hearing with the DICT, we will hopefully let them answer this. And if need be, we should be able to add more in their budget.
Okay, last na naman po, Madam Chair. Itong TextCam na ito, patagal na po ito. Paulit-ulit na lang po ito. Sumusulpot po sa ating mga cellphones. Ano po ang ginagawa ng DICT, ng ating gobyerno, para mahuli, para masakote yung mga taong nasa likod nito? Na marami na po nabibiktima nito. And yet, hanggang salita na lang po tayo, nagbibigay po tayo ng warning to the media, information dissemination that there's such thing, wag patulan, etc., etc. Ano po ang ginagawa ng ating gobyerno para ma-track down kung sino po itong nasa likod nitong tinatawag ng mga TextCam?
Well, ganito po yon, Mr. President. Maraming salamat po sa pamamagitan ng tulong ng ating mga kasamahan dito sa Senado at kayo rin po, Mr. President. Napasa po natin itong SIM Registration Act. Pero ginagawa pa po yung IRR niyan. Hindi pa po tapos. Pag yan po ay na-implementa na po, sa tulong po ng mga telco at sa tulong din ng DICT, kung meron pong magre-report ng numero, tatahakin po kung sino yang ng mga nagpadala na yan at sila po ay pwedeng maparusahan. Ngayon, tama po ang sinabi ninyo, nakadepende pa rin po tayo sa tulong ng mga telco. Sapagkat sila po, pero sa batas po na to, sila talagang repository ng information. Makukuha po natin yan kung meron pong utos ng korte. Ako po ay tinext nung nakaraang NTC chairman na si Mr. Liel. Namimiss ni Majority Leader po.
Yeah.
Yung yung NTC po, ito na naman, tatawa na naman tayo. Yung, yung NTC po, nagpadala na ng, meron na po sila talaga ngayon, hotline number 1682. Okay, so yung 1682 na yon, pwede na raw doon tumawag para mag-report. Tapos pinadalan din po ako ng mga litrato na meron na silang parang maliit na call center. Hindi, pero hindi ko po alam kung call center ba talaga yun, yung mga staff nila doon sa... Parang kulang pa kulang pa yata yung funding. Pero ito, yung creation po ng NTC hotline, yung 1682, is being facilitated. The agency has prepared for an initial 3 simultaneous hotline operators with 3 shifts per day, 9 agents, and with 24/7 operations. So, kung 9 agents po, baka pag tatlong shift per day, baka tigtatatlo per shift. So, wag po kayo... Huh? We're just starting, but at least it's getting there, sir. So, Sham, mas marami pa po tayong staff, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
That's all. Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. President. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to thank our colleague from Davao and Isabela. He has really raised important points that will help us not only with this budget, but in succeeding budgets to come. Of course, we have been inundated with so many different needs for this department that some crucial ones, like the intelligence fund, we didn't really harp on it, but I think that this department deserves it, of course, if handled by a responsible secretary, which I believe we have at this point. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator Tulfo, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, there are some colleagues of ours who would like to ask questions. The next is the distinguished gentleman from the great city of Valenzuela, no other than Senator Win Gatchalian. I move that he be recognized.
So moved. Our colleague from Valenzuela, Senator Win Gatchalian, is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader.
Alam mo,
Well, one of the problems that the COVID-19 exposed in the last 2 years is the access to internet of our learners. And based on the report of World Bank that came out in 2020, 98% of our learners chose the self-learning modules as opposed to online learning. And this is because for a lot of our public school students, access to the internet is a dream. And it's very difficult for them to have feasible access to the internet. So almost 98% of them chose the traditional self-learning modules as a way to learn. And in the same survey by the World Bank, 60% of our poorest household, 60% of the 25% poorest household have access to the internet. 40% do not have access to the internet. Just goes to show that almost half of our poorest constituents have problems accessing the internet and therefore also accessing information. That's why, Mr. President, I think this problem is not alien to all of us. That's why a few years ago, we enacted Republic Act number 10929, or the Free Internet Access in Public Places Act, which aims to bring access to the internet for free to our constituents through our schools, through public places like parks and others. And this law was really geared towards bringing information down to our constituents. Unfortunately, I was looking at the data, Mr. President, Madam Sponsor. To date, only 860 schools out of the 47,000 public schools have free access or free public Wi-Fi installed in their schools. That's only 1.8% of our schools
Huh?
uh,
29.
were installed with this free Wi-Fi through RA 10929. And I was also looking at the distribution of the free public Wi-Fi. Almost 50% are located here in NCR. Half of the installations were located in Metro Manila. So we can also see an even distribution of this privilege in our country. So, Mr. President, I would like to bring this to the fore because um, access to the internet has become essential to education. In fact, it was the goal of the Department of Education under their learning continuity plan to continue to teach and for students continue to learn through online learning. But unfortunately, because of access, that didn't happen. So, Mr. President, I just want to inquire about RA 10929 because this is important to bring access to the internet to everyone. And would like to ask a good sponsor is what is the target um, or have the ICT counted the number of public spaces or the target of number of public spaces that is qualified under this law, Mr. President?
For 2023.
Mr. President, the target sites for 2023 is 9,674. And then that increased number of free Wi-Fi sites in public places. And then maintenance and operation of free Wi-Fi live sites in public places, 5,000. Increased number of free Wi-Fi sites in SUCs, 150. Maintenance and operation of free Wi-Fi live sites in SUCs, 939. So a total of 15,834. Now, as you pointed out, this is actually, the free Wi-Fi program was a joint project with the UNDP. Unfortunately, that didn't turn out as we expected or would have wanted. In fact, you are correct by pointing out that only 852 remote sites of the phase 1 of the UNDP had the free Wi-Fi. However, if we can also point out that right now, what this DICT group secretary has decided that the DICT will now continue the program on their own without necessarily depending on the UNDP. So they will be able to move faster with this. And the good news is the Network Readiness Index of the World Economic Forum has pointed out that the speed of our internet has actually gone 12 slots higher. From 83, it's now 71. It's still not exactly what we want, but it's getting there. Maybe because also, and to give credit where credit is due, the last administration had given an ultimatum to the telco companies to speed up their internet service. On the other hand, even if our service is now faster, the internet speed, the consistency has gone down. So may ganon, di ba? Kung napapansin niyo, oh, mabilis nga pero biglang nawawala.
Correct.
That's why it's so difficult, especially most of our household students are actually only using prepaid connections. Talagang inconsistent po. That's why they would rather use the module. So dalawang bagay lang po yan. And I'm quick to admit that, even if I'm defending this budget. It's the affordability of the internet in the country, which is still high. That's why our ranking is low. It's the consistency that is still not very reliable, although the speed has gotten a little better. Now, we will hold into account the DICT to follow up in rolling out and meeting their targets. Kasi initially, ang target nila 6,000 with the UNDP. Ngayon, nasa 800 lang Pero ngayon, they're even more ambitious by making it about 15,000. Well, that includes also maintenance. So, unfortunately, I will be honest to say that we have no real good news about this, but we recognize the deficiency. And so we know that our gentleman here from Valenzuela has always been an advocate of education. And so we will report to you hopefully after we've had a hearing after the budget.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Sponsor, Mr. President. I may just know what is the universe? What's the universe of public places that are that can qualify under this law? Is there such a count? Mr.
Marami
President?
po yan. State universities and colleges, national and local governments, plazas, including barangays.
Medyo
lahat
marami
yan.
yun, Mr. President.
Hindi, buong Pilipinas, hindi. Pero meron din silang isang category which is tourist sites.
Tourist sites.
And this I feel also strongly about, aside from our academic institutions and local governments. Because tourist sites will actually generate income as well, especially when we have digital nomads relocating to places like Siargao. Di ba, a lot of them are staying in Thailand, in Phuket or also in Bali because they can rely on the consistency of the internet speed and service. So, fortunately, that's also part of the budget that they have now is to give better internet access for tourist sites.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, under the 2023 budget, there's about 2.5 billion pesos earmarked for this law, and I'm already surmising that the 2.5 billion will not be enough, no, to cover all of those public spaces. So, Mr. President,
Mr. President, actually, part also of the funding comes from the spectrum fees that are collected by the NTC. So marami po yan. I think the NTC last time collected about 8 billion. So that can always be added. There are also
Okay.
automatic funding that's not sourced from congressional approval.
So, Mr. President, is it correct that aside from the GAA, it gets automatic appropriation from spectrum fees and various sources? And that can range to about 10 billion more or less.
Well, maybe not 10 billion because they only, I think, have about 8 billion in income for collection.
Based pa rin sa utilization. But if you can finish 3 months, maybe in the next 5 days.
Okay. Yeah, but yes, there's actually sources for from the Spectrum Fund.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, just to emphasize that and encourage or recommend to the department to already start coming up with a target or a universe on how many public spaces do we intend to put free Wi-Fi and how much do we need? I know that the challenge quite great, but it's good to have a target, no? And if we can cover this through GAA or through other funds in the next few years, then so much the better. I think we'll be one of the few countries which will have this type of service to our constituents, especially to our kids, to our learners. Our learners are the ones who will greatly benefit from this because they can do research at home, they can do research in their barangays, and that will improve the flow of information, especially to our poorest constituents. No? So, Mr. President, I want belabor this topic, and I look forward to an oversight hearing by the Committee on Public Services to go deeper into this to the topic, and definitely we will support any strategy that can improve the rollout of the free public Wi-Fi, Mr. President.
Thank you for your questions, Mr. President. Are we done or?
Well, last, Mr. President, and this is just an update, Mr. President, on SIM card registration, one of our favorite bills, Mr. President, and I thank the good sponsor for working tirelessly to get this bill approved on the first few days of the Senate. Mr. President, I just want to inquire on when the IRR will be promulgated, when our consumers can avail of this service. This is in line with the questioning of Senator Tulfo, because to date, we still get an average 10, 15 spam text ranging from casino to employment to
Mr. President, may I ask the gentleman from Valenzuela, what's your provider? Is it Globe, Smart, or Dito?
Globe and
Globe,
Smart, actually,
okay.
but I get more with Globe, Mr. President.
Okay. You know what? Thank you for bringing that up again. Let me just point out that right now, the law, although passed, still has to go through the completion of an IRR, which they will have a public hearing this December 2, because they'll have to present what they put in their IRR before it's finalized. Now, Mr. President, with regards to your question about the tech scams, yes, I myself and many others of us are still victimized by this because of all of the information that is sent. Unfortunately, I think that maybe the telcos are waiting for the IRR also
Yes, Mr.
for it to be more clearer for them how to be able to police these texts. But I know that Globe and Smart has already canceled a lot of numbers based on this, and yet there's still some that are.
But Mr. President, when do we see the actual implementation of the law? Is there just a range of timetable on when we can realize the implementation of the law?
Okay.
This is the public hearing.
Okay, so the public hearing, I'm sorry, I stand corrected, is December 5. And then December 12 is the issuance of the IRR. So it will be effective definitely December 27.
27.
So marami pa rin po, Mr. President, ang babati sa inyo ng Merry
Oo nga,
Christmas
marami pa.
at hihingi ng pang-aguinaldo.
Pang raffle, pang Christmas party, pang lechon.
Pero hindi naman po kasi scam yun eh. Yun yata talaga mga kaibigan mo lahat yun, Mr. President.
Mr. President, kaibigan natin, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, that's it, Mr. President. I just wanted to get an update on the prepaid SIM card registration. I thank the good sponsor for graciously giving us some updates, and thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I respect this colleague of ours from Valenzuela, but sometimes somebody who's too hardworking and dedicated can also be a little bit challenging to work with. But thank you for making it short.
Thank you, Senator Gatchalian, Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, let me just put on record na hindi po ako naiinggit na sila lang yung may mga kaibigan na gano'n, Mr. President. Mr. President, while we are waiting for our minority leader, I'm supposed to ask some questions, but this representation would just like to make a quick manifestation. First of all, so in lieu of questions, I will just manifest, considering that we're still waiting anyway, Mr. President. And I'd like to invite our distinguished colleague, the sponsor of the budget, to comment anytime, Mr. President. We'd like to put on record our full support on the budget of the DICT and its attached agencies, headed by Secretary Ivan John Uy, whom I have talked to this afternoon, and to thresh out some of the issues that we have raised during the budget deliberation of DICT in the committee level. We also take this opportunity to again raise some few points. One, Mr. President, distinguished colleague, sponsor of the measure, we wish to remind the department that pursuant to Republic Act number 8042, or the Migrant Workers and Overseas Filipinos Act. This law was passed, Mr. President, in 1995. So, as amended, the DICT is part of an interagency body that was established to implement a shared government information system for migration. Mr. President, distinguished colleague, 27 years na po ito. And unfortunately, hindi pa rin natin nakikita itong full implementation nitong batas na ito to have this parang napaka-obvious na kailangan talaga itong shared government information system for migration. Thus, this representation is eager to see developments in this aspect, including but not limited to the development of an accurate and regularly updated master list of Filipino migrant workers and overseas Filipinos. I just hope that after this budget deliberation, I'll be given a timeline, Mr. President. On their part, syempre hindi naman nila masasagot yung sa ibang departamento, Ginoong Pangulo. But on their part, sa DICT, ano yung timeline nila. And I wish to point out, Mr. President, the distinguished sponsor of the measure of the budget was with us during our mission trip to Europe. And if the distinguished lady, Senator Grace Poe, would recall, when we were there in France, we asked actually our DMW about how many Filipinos are there, how many migrant workers, overseas Filipino, etc. Iba ho yung data ng DMW, iba rin yung data ng DFA, iba rin yung data ng CFO. Tapos pagdating ho natin dun sa lugar ng meeting natin, if you recall, Madam Chair, the ambassador of the Philippines to France gave us a different a different figure. You are there, Mr. President. And it's just that I think it is about time because, again, it's been 27 years, Mr. President, that we passed this Republic Act number 8014. So I hope to see a development and timeline, Mr. President. We have raised this issue to other government offices like the DFA and the Department of Labor and Employment. Another, Mr. President, distinguished colleague that this representation would like to stress out is the importance of the department's duty to maintain and update a roster of all beneficiaries of the First-Time Job Seekers Assistance Act or Republic Act number 11261. Which this representation sponsored, principally authored, co-authored by no less than our chairperson of the defending the budget of the ICT. And I know that this is very close to her heart, very close to the heart of our Senate President, who is also an author, Senator Win, Senator Sani Angara, Senator Risa. We were all here last Congress when we passed this measure, and it helped a lot of our kababayan seeking for jobs, Mr. President, because if you recall, during the deliberation of this particular measure, we were told that an ordinary guy who would apply for a job would need to at least spend about 5,000 pesos, 3,000 to 5,000 pesos just for government documents, no, from birth certificate, police clearance, NBI clearance, transcript of records, etc., etc. Now it's free. And just to point out, Mr. President, how many Filipinos have benefited, Mr. President? From 2020 to 2022, there are a total of 365,723 Filipinos. Napakaganda po eh. At marami pa rin hindi nakakaalam nito. So, again, the ICT is mandated to resolve the issues encountered in setting up this centralized database system, and we are continuously pushing for a government that is more efficient and more effective. Nang sa ganun, hindi na nga ho magdoble. No? Hindi na ho ako magtatanong, gusto ko kasi ni Senator Gatchalian magtanong pa ako. So hindi na ako magtatanong. I would just like to ask for an update because we are still waiting for the next one na pababa na po yung susunod na magtatanong. So gusto ko lang pong i-point out yun dahil alam ko na si Senator Grace po, ang ating Senate President Zubiri, ay talagang very passionate dito sa batas na ipinasa natin na ito. At uulitin ko, 365,723 na ang nakikinabang dito. Nakakakuha ng trabaho na hindi na kailangang magbayad pa ng mga government documents like birth certificates, police clearance, NBI clearance, etc. Last but not the least, Mr. President, before I give the floor, because I see the minority leader arriving in this August chamber. Finally, Mr. President, as I was listening attentively to the distinguished gentleman from Valenzuela when he made mention about our free Wi-Fi law, which we also co-authored and co-sponsored in this very August chamber, Mr. President, we were informed that there are currently 3,069 free Wi-Fi sites. 3,069 free Wi-Fi sites. 2,020 sites in public places and 1,049 sites in SUCs, TESDA, accredited or training institutes, and local universities and colleges nationwide, being accessed by at least, Mr. President, 3.8 million users. However, Mr. President, we are hoping that we further improve and increase internet accessibility for all our kababayans. And so, we will just ask a report and status. Ano na po yung nangyari dito? Baka may wishlist po kayo, paano pa natin ma-improve nang sa ganoon kung pagkatapos nating ipasa ang inyong budget dito at may kailangan pang gawin o kailangan i-tweak bago natin tuluyang ibigay yung final version ng Senate version ng ating national budget, makatulong po tayo at maasahan ng taong bayan na tuloy-tuloy ang implementasyon ng batas na ito. Yun lamang po, Ginoong Pangulo, at maraming salamat sa ating kasamahan na nagdidepensa ng budget ng DICT. At muli, inalagay natin sa talaan ng ating listahan dito sa Senado ang ating taus-pusong pagsuporta sa pagpasa ng budget ng DICT and its attached agency. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo.
Maraming salamat, Majority Leader. Are there, next in line is the Minority Floor Leader? Oh, is there answer from?
No, I think what the good majority leader has already pointed out everything that's important about the topic. But I would like to thank him again and congratulate him for such a noble and necessary bill on the First Time Job Seekers Act, which has benefited so many of our countrymen. And I agree also with his point that the data should really be coordinated among government offices. Iba-iba po talaga yung sagot. The data that I got is different also from the data that was submitted by the DICT when it comes to the number of sites for the free Wi-Fi. So initially I was saying about 800 and apparently it's more than that. Okay, thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, and thank you for the commitment that my request will be accommodated, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you. The Minority Floor Leader is recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President, with the permission of our chairwoman. Let's go to the budget of the department. Are we also at the same time tackling the budget of the Cybercrime Investigation and Coordination Center, the National Privacy Commission, the NTC, together with the OSEC? Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay.
That's all under the DICT.
Yes. Our committee report, okay, the House bill gives the department and its attached agencies 8.7 billion. Our committee report does not increase that bottom line amount of 8.7 billion, but there is an internal reallotment.
Realignment.
Realignment to the tune of 120 million pesos. So parang yun ang gumalaw sa loob. May we get some details?
Yes, Mr. President, actually what happened is the House in the General Appropriations Bill increased the funding for the National Broadband Plan. Okay, so from the NEP, they increased it about a billion more, and most of it went to the National Broadband Plan. In as much as we are supportive of the NBP, we also thought there are certain things that need to be funded. And number one is we aligned 100 million for the VIMS, the Vaccine Information Management System. Sila po yung nagbibigay o nagtatago ng impormasyon natin para when we go abroad or even wherever establishment requires for our vaccination information, it's in a database that's being managed by this company that's under contract with the DICT. Ngayon, the reason why we aligned it there is because we're paying so much monthly. Tama, di ba? We're paying about 35 million pesos a month for the services of that VIMS, which is, I think, it's money put to good use, but it's still too expensive. So why are we putting 100 million? We're hoping to buy the software from them para DICT nang magmamanage. Because anyway, the DICT is providing the people anyway. It's just the software that we need from them. So when you think about it, Mr. President, 35 million a month ang babayaran natin forever. If you think about it, we need that information. As to 100 million, then hopefully we can have that software. Tayo nang bahala. Another one that we realigned to is 20 million for the National Privacy Commission. They need extra funding kasi nga all of this SIM registration app and all of these other data privacy issue, they need a little bit more. So, para nagbawas lang tayo ng 120 million dun sa National Broadband Plan.
Okay, but given the 1 billion increased by the House of Representatives, neto pa rin. So the National Broadband Plan, compared to its net amount, increased kasi it's 1 billion minus 120 million.
Opo.
Ganun po. Sige po. Itong National Broadband Plan now reminds me of NBN-CTE. Diba?
Correct.
Ito ba yun? Is the same concept?
Yes, it's the same concept. Mr. President, na-allergic talaga tayo dyan lahat. That's why nahuli rin tayo. Kasi nga, it's really a good idea to have a national broadband plan, the backbone for our ICT. On the other hand, because of the earlier mistransaction that happened, we didn't venture further into it anymore. So what's happening now is that the government itself doesn't have its own backbone. So ngayon, good and bad, okay? So na-delay tayo diyan. Nagsisikipan ngayon yung transmission ng information, di ba? On the other hand, technology has also caught up because ngayon meron ng satellite service like SpaceX, di ba? So in the meantime that we are still completing our national backbone for unserved and underserved areas, the commercial services naman for telco and connectivity can be done also through this new technology. Di ba? Meron na yung cellular nga. Pero mabuti pa rin meron tayong sarili natin. Ito ngayon yung challenge, Mr. President. Dahil sa gulo din sa China, lahat naman ng mga, dumadaan din yan sa teritoryo ng China. Kaya magkakaroon din ng delay dito sa ating broadband installation.
So the NEP, how much does the NEP give to the National Broadband Plan?
They were given 1.5 billion.
1.5, okay.
Oo.
So 1.5 plus 1 minus 120. Ganun yun yung ending. Yun yung ending.
Parang ganun.
And then the entire plan will cost the Filipino people how much? Entero.
100 billion.
And are we in year 1 of this plan or are we in year
100 billion po.
100 billion plan? Okay. And we are now, this is how many years? And then in what year are we in?
Ilang phases?
100 billion. Yun talaga si pagdating sa computer.
So,
Pricey, kaya nga sila ang papabantay ko, pero sila...
Okay. So ganito po, nasa phase 2 pa lang tayo of 5 phases ng backbone. Pagdating na, pag nalagay na yung backbone po na yon, remember, parang patingi-tingi yung bigay eh. Hindi nga masyadong seryoso eh. Kasi 2 billion, 300 billion pala yung kailangan. 100 billion yung kailangan. So, parang wala pa, parang 2% lang yung binigay natin.
100 billion is for phase 2.
No, for the entire.
Okay. So
But for now, parang we've only given them 2% of what they need for the 5 phases.
But we have spent for phase 1. Magkano?
Not much either. I think
Billion siguro.
3 billion,
More.
Mr. President. So, nasa 5% pa lang tayo kung i-add natin last time and now. 5% of the total amount needed to complete it. Now, Mr. President, let's not get too excited about this because after years of completing the backbone, meron pang mga ancillary na mga arteries na mga kailangan pang i-connecta dyan.
Ano naman tawag doon sa another plan na yon? Yung arterial plan? Anong tawag doon?
Middle mile and last mile.
Okay, sige.
Okay, that's what I'm saying, sir, is if you wait long enough, technology will also catch up. But
the DICT has not yet budgeted for that middle mile and
No.
last mile plan. Kahit na on paper lang, wala. You have no idea magkano ito.
Wi-Fi project. But commercial backbone now. Not the national backbone.
well, supposedly in the free Wi-Fi, there's some study to it using the commercial backbone. Not yet. Kasi syempre, for the free Wi-Fi, they have to identify how those, what do you call this?
See the areas, geographically.
Geographically isolated areas are. So, they're plotting it pa lang, but the amount of which parang wala pa.
We're using the commercial backbone of the LDT.
Yeah, we're just using, in short, there's already a commercial backbone obviously established. So if we study those connections of the commercial establishments and commercial providers, then we may be able to assess how much it will cost for us to have our own.
But si National Broadband Plan, if fully funded na after phase 5, even without these arterial connections, would still be felt by the Filipino people? May benefits na tayong mararamdaman?
Yes, in a way, Mr. President, it will, because not only is it a backbone for use by the government, it can also be leased out to the private companies, like Globe and Smart themselves can also avail of the connectivity through this backbone for a fee. So, pwede rin tayong kumita. Kasi masikip na rin yung mga private backbones, whatever it's called.
Hindi ba ang private backbone sila?
Meron sila.
Sila ang private.
Oh, sila, di ba? Sila
Sila nga
diba,
private backbone.
Globe and Smart, di ba? Sila yung naglalagay ng mga connection pa sa ngayon.
And then sa ngayon, wala pa tayong backbone for use of government communications.
Wala.
Sila ginagamit natin, di ba? Through
Correct.
commercial transactions.
Oh, kaya nga, pero once we have that backbone already, they can also lease from us, even if they have their own. Because napupuno rin yan I suppose, di ba? So, it will free up the traffic also.
But Secretary, is that really part of your plan or part of your consolation that after we have the NBP, the private will lease from us? Is that part of the plan? Or are we just, parang
This is just
para lang
an added possibility, an added benefit. But what's important is the government network will transfer now to that backbone. So hindi na tayo
Mag-release.
magbabayad rin sa mga commercial providers. Pero 5% lang 5% pa lang yung out of the
when did
100
we
million.
start the NBP?
5 years ago.
Phase 1 was initiated when?
About 5 years ago. So we're looking at an
5
average
years
of
ago.
about 1 billion pesos
Okay.
a year.
So,
So in 100 years,
this is a backbone. So, this is a physical infrastructure. Am I correct? Kasi hindi naman,
Yes, yes.
hindi naman tayo expert. We're using
Opo,
common
opo.
sense na physical infrastructure.
Opo, kaya,
No.
kaya naabutin
In
tayo
a-
ng technology nga ng ano
In a field where technology is fast changing, yung in-install natin 5 years ago, ano ba? Anong tawag mo doon? Maintindihan yung
future-proof.
hindi yung 5 years ago, yung ano pa ba sila? Hindi pa ba obsolete?
Ah,
Na yung bibilin natin, yung bibiling equipment for phase 2, hindi na kaya mag-communicate sa equipment binili 5 years ago.
Hindi kasi ako kung hindi ako nagkakamali digging physical ano pa lang to physical um, layout of the cables. Wala pa po tayo nilalagay. So parang kung baga sa Metro Manila subway, parang boring pa lang ng tunnel. Wala pang actual trains.
So we have now physical canals or tunnels. We have dug for the national broadband plan.
No. Where the physical
The Plenary agency now phase 1 from Lawag to Quezon City.
meron na ba? Nabutasan na.
Iba underground pang area.
Okay, so supposedly the first phase is Lawag to Quezon City. So meron na raw ibang mga butas doon. Pero ngayon ko lang po nalaman na meron palang butas, meron din aerial. So both. Ba't hindi na lang aerial lahat? Yung bagyo. Oo. At tama naman, because in other countries now, everything's really
Butas
underground.
for cables.
Opo.
Butas for cables.
Oo. Fiber optics.
Fiber cable.
Wala pang cables. Meron na. Okay. Don't the cables also
Hindi
doesn't
daw
the
ba
technology behind the cables also change and then the cables also become obsolete in due time?
Well, before it's copper cables, now it's fiber optic cables. So the capacity is very, very big. All countries are using that.
Actually, for now, and I believe this is true, there's no, at least in the general market, there's no better technology than fiber optics. Used to be copper. Now, there's no doubt in my mind that in a couple of years, there'll be something even better. But at least the infrastructure is there already. We can change the cable if necessary.
Basically like laying the
Yun na nga. So balik na naman tayo. So we will not be within the 100 billion estimate for the entire project kung ikot. By the time na nakumpleto na natin yung loop, it's time now to upgrade the initial stage of the loop kasi obsolete na siya. Pero well, anyway, mas alam na dapat ito ng mga experts natin sa DICT kasi silang experts na
Actually, Mr. President, parang mga riles ng train yan Nag-a-advance po yung mga trains, pero yung mga riles basically pareho pa rin. It's just a matter of whether standard gauge or ano? Or narrow gauge. Ang magaling kasi sa atin ganito, sir Nag-o-order tayo, Mr. President, ng tren, pero narrow gauge naman tayo. So, pero standard gauge yung mga train. So, ayan.
Yes, Madam Chairwoman, naalala ko yung hearing natin sa
Exciting yon for the
sa
next
committee
meeting.
level na wala akong naintindihan sa explanation. No? Kasi,
Hindi. One thing is
kasi
clear. Hindi nila pinag-isipan. Yun talaga yon.
Kasi, that's why, kaya nga, I'm appealing to the new secretary. Ikaw yata naman ang may real and pure background in ICT among the secretaries na naupo dyan
Totoo.
Ikaw galing ka talaga sa ICT so I'm just trusting that you understand what you're doing. Pero kasi ang putok nito, maalala na naman ng taong bayan NBNCT Maniwala ka sa akin. Okay, balik na lang tayo sa main idea. alam na natin the private sector can provide the government with its backbone. Pwede naman. Under lease agreement, yun na. So in spite of that, should we still aspire for our own national backbone, which we can only fund at 2% a year, meaning to say we will complete that backbone in 20 to 30 years. Yan na nangyayari. So, upon completion, it is still not complete because obsolete na yung sa umpisa. I mean, I don't know if the secretary gets my point.
It can already be used in that area. Well, it's going down.
Mr. President, we understand your concern. Well, number one, we always want to have a contingency. We don't want to be at the mercy of any provider. Number two, we have the government in itself is a large enterprise, and us alone with all the government offices will really benefit from having its own network. Number three, even if we do this in phases, like for example, Lawag to Quezon City, even if the other phases are not completed yet, the phase that's been completed can already be operational. So, hindi naman po kailangan mag-intay ng 30 years para i-switch on lahat sabay-sabay. So, by phases, pwede rin po.
Tama. So from phase 1, meron na tayong masabing nagagamit na natin?
Next year.
Next year po.
From where to where?
That's our
Okay. Well, this is some good news, Mr. President.
Good.
Mid next year daw.
Salamat sa interpret. So wala pa.
Hindi, pero pero at least akala ko kanina 30 years di ba? So ito mid next year, Lawag to Quezon City. So, tignan natin. Usually kasi pag mga pangako dito na mid next year, ibig sabihin mid the year after next, 'di ba? So we'll see.
But mid next year because you need phase 2. Not kasi ang tanong ko phase 1 kung may ano na. So you need the phase 2.
Hindi, phase 1 yun Yung sa phase 2, hindi pa.
So okay na yun. It's just a matter of activity. What's wrong with phase 1? Completed na, hindi pa?
73% complete.
I get it. Thank you. Well, siguro kailangan natin tututukan na...
Huwag na kayo subo ng question dyan, ha? May mahaba pa pagkatapos nito.
Yun na nga, Madam Chairwoman, medyo yung national broadband kasi talagang allergic dapat tayo. Medyo hindi pa rin. So ibuo na lang meron ba publication sila, Madam Chairwoman, ng publication on the details of this plan? Are you explaining this properly? Kasi talaga allergic po tayo rito. Takot tayo sa another NBNZT deal
Sige, ikaw na.
Nagagalit siguro ang taong bayan natin kung 100 billion tinapon lang natin
Sagot po kayo.
Meron pong, Mr. President, meron daw downloadable sa DICT website yung, ano ba? Yung National Broadband Plan Agreement and Update.
Okay. Sige po. Mabuti. Ako ang hinahanap ko printed So talagang yan ang DICT. Paperless.
Sir, Christmas gift daw sa inyo, Mr. President. Printed form with a ribbon.
No. I will access it sa online. Just to show you na marunong ko mag-click dyan. In the budget hearings natin sa subcommittee yata natin to. Sa subcommittee to. DICT mentioned that government agencies may still have to subscribe with private telcos even if we have our national backbone already, since government agencies require 2 or more subscriptions. Is this a correct summary of the inputs we got during the So
Yes. Actually, it's really redundancy and backup, Mr. President.
So, okay. So hindi natin masabi na makakatipid tayo sa subscription. Kaya natin to ginagawa ang backbone.
Ay, hindi naman.
Gagawin natin itong backbone, din tuloy pa rin ang ating current gastos on subscriptions.
Not necessarily, Mr. President. This is how I look at it, and I'm taking the liberty to explain this. I feel that there's certain government agencies that need redundancy. Okay, there are others maybe that are not very crucial or frontlining. Pwede na sila dun sa national backbone. Pero kunyari, mga hospital o kaya mga NDRRMC places o kaya even the executive departments, they really need an option in case down yung isa.
Okay, so at least bababa yung subscription expense.
I think
Yun ang-
bababa. At saka,
If without the backbone, 100% of government would be subscribing. With the backbone, meron pa rin for redundancy, but not the
Yes.
same. Okay.
Yes, Mr. President, and I don't think they will be so emboldened to increase their prices kasi alam nila may sariling backbone tayo. Kung kailangan pa yan in 30 years. It's just what I'm saying. Baka kailangan na natin magpadala ng spaceship by that time. Meron na tayong National Space Commission, di ba? Oh, yan. In 50 years.
Philippine Space Agency. Yeah, the Philippine Space Agency is being supported heavily by this administration.
Yes, exactly. And I think
times 2 ang budget pa nila. That's what I remember.
We have a nominee already.
Madam Chairwoman, andito po yung ating National Privacy Commission, which is the main implementer of our Data Privacy Act. Tama ba yung yung
Yes, Mr.
Okay.
President.
parang hindi ba parang over reaction or overprotective naman tayo sa data ngayon? Yan po interpretation nila that even when a government agency requests for documents from another government agency in relation to official functions, ginagamit pa yung Data Privacy Act to deny the request. Is the National Privacy Commission aware of such incidents?
The new section 4. There are guidelines on what are allowable information to be given out freely, but the gentleman, our minority leader is correct to point out that even within other government agencies, it's not easy to access information. So it says here, criteria for lawful processing of personal information. The processing of personal information shall be permitted only if not otherwise prohibited by law and when at least one of the following conditions exist. The data subject has given his or her consent. So, kunyari, kailangan ko ng information ko from the DFA for something. Pag meron naman written consent, pwede. The processing of personal information is necessary and related to the fulfillment of a contract or data subject or in order to take steps of the request of the data subject prior to entering into a contract. So kung kailangan para sa kontrata, it's necessary for a legal obligation to which the personal information controller is subject. So kunwari, impormasyon ko kasi may bibilin ako, kailangan kumuha ng impormasyon sa bangko o ganyan, pwede naman. The processing is necessary in order to respond to a national emergency. So meron naman po talaga sensitive personal information, privileged information. If it is prohibited by law, the data subject has given his or her consent. So basically, Mr. President, pag may consent po naman ninyo ng subject, kunyari, kailangan nyo ng marriage contract to prove na may asawa kayo, kailangan ng kopya ng titulo ng lupa ninyo. So for public functions and
yung green.
okay, The processing is necessary in order to respond to national emergency to comply with the requirements of public order and safety or to fulfill functions of public authority which necessarily includes the processing of personal data for the fulfillment of its mandate. So kung meron pong official government function na kailangan ang data, pinapayagan naman po ng ibang government agency na mabigay. Like
Oh,
PhilHealth.
Yes, may we know who is now the head of the National Privacy Commission?
Please stand up.
Yung name, ma'am. Name, sir. Name, sir. Ma'am, can we state the name of the head?
John Henry Naga.
Sige. So, and then, meron bang, do you notice an increase in complaints on the implementation of the law, that it is making it more difficult for even official requests for information to be granted?
More in all of cases.
Ano ba ito?
Cases 20,000.
Kasi kailangan ko ng time mag-compare eh.
Per month?
For the 2016 to 2020.
So from 2016 to 2020, about 20,000 cases.
When most of it are all up.
Most of it are online lending applications, Mr. President.
Baka 20,000 cases yun of people complaining about the violation of the Data Privacy Act. Ganun
Yes.
yata. Hindi, ako yung aking concern is yung
Online
that
lenders.
that the act is being implemented in an unreasonable way, that it's now choking the flow of information. I mean,
Actually,
walang ganon. There's no complaint or no study towards that subject or concept. Ano ba ito? Ito mo sa lines ako.
dual daw yung kanilang function, protection of privacy rights as well as ensuring free flow of information. So ngayon, actually, Mr. President, you're not incorrect. Kuha ka ng silya, kawawa ka naman. You're not incorrect for pointing this out because, in fact, when we had our hearing for the SIM registration, the one that was kind of not as supportive is the NPC kasi they felt nga that privacy might be compromised. But then on the other hand, with the existence of the NPC, we were also able to, what do you call this, to assure those that had misgivings about the bill that there is a government agency tasked entirely to protect their privacy and information.
Okay. Attorney Naga, no? You're a lawyer, sir, no? Sige, ito. Senate Blue Ribbon investigation. There is a claim that one of the persons relevant to the investigation is already dead. So we want to confirm that the date, let's say we accept the information, we want to confirm the date of death. So we are requesting for a copy of the death certificate. We, Senate Blue Ribbon, where do we request this? Diba? From the Philippine Statistics Authority. Okay.
Yes, Mr. President, because
That's it. Ito nga question ko eh.
okay.
Can the PSA deny the Senate Blue Ribbon's request citing any of your interpretations of the
No,
law
no,
and
Mr.
regulations concerning the law?
No, because precisely in one of the provisions they said Section 12E for the fulfillment of public functions. Kasama po kayo dito. At saka parang hindi naman po kasi korte ang NPC eh. They cannot actually technically stop anyone, any government agency. They can just file a case eventually with regards to it. Quasi-judicial. Meron silang quasi-judicial but wala naman kayong subpoena. Meron.
What I'm reporting to the NPC actually, Madam Chairwoman, is yung mga regulations niyo, circulars ninyo, memoranda ninyo, ginagamit sa ganun. I mean, ito yung mga users ng inyong mga issuances, siguro mag-seminar ng mabuti how to properly interpret the law as well as your regulations. Kasi ganun ang lumalabas. Ita mo yung time na na-waste. I mean, wasted yung time namin. Hindi namin masulat yung ano dahil we need to confirm the date of death. So, diba? I mean, I hope the NPC gets my point na hindi ko naman expecting hindi naman kayo sinulatan eh. But the reasoning being cited is one of your issuances. Yun ang point.
I think all government agencies should have a direct line of communications with the, well, all government agency, particularly the NPC now, which is kind of new. That's why people are also taking advantage of it.
Sige, tsaka kung pwede, simplify na lang natin siguro yung rules natin. And if you can give examples, siguro.
Oo nga.
Kasi yung
Yung lagyan ng drawing yung mga
yung nag-execute ng law, hindi kayo eh. Di ba? Kayo ang taga-implement ng law, but taga-execute na nung the actual application of the law happens at the lower level na eh.
Yes, I agree, Mr. President. You know what? It has to be easily understood. Also, maybe if they can promote it also in their website.
Yes.
This is exactly what it means.
So, Madam Chairwoman, marami pa sana akong katanungan pero pwede naman in writing na rin. Hindi naman tayo against sa budget ng DICT except that ito nga medyo na we open this this Pandora's box on the National Broadband Plan, which brings worrisome, sad memories of a fraudulent scheme or scandal decades ago.
Na bumukol, di ba?
So, ano na lang siguro, advance na notice na lang na in the next budget cycle, tatanungin pa rin po namin to ulit itong National Broadband Plan.
Yes.
Siyempre, by that time, more information, more achievements, plus the commitment that meron ng maramdaman na ang effect nito by
Mid next year.
it's being in use. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
We will
okay,
put that.
with that understanding, and then we'll just submit written questions na lang. It will not be the approval of the budget. It will not be conditioned on the answers, but just request an immediate response from the department or from the commissions na meron po kami tanong. Okay.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President, also for to our minority leader for clarifying this very controversial issue. We should really learn from history, and hopefully, as we have learned from history, we could turn what was once a sad and tragic episode into something positive.
And then siguro the most important question na lang na isasubmit ko in writing na pakisagot nyo, yung role, what is the role of the DICT in the procurement of computers, hardware, software, ICT-related equipment by the different agencies? Kasi ang aking latest observation is, dyan po malaking fraud din ang nangyayari. Bibili ng computer, hindi yung what is supposed to be the function or the role of that computer system, hindi ka
Wala po sa
They cannot
DICT
apply.
yun eh.
May sagot na kayo? No? You have no role?
None, di ba? Wala po. If ever it's
That's so
DepEd,
disappointing.
in coordination dapat with DOST.
Well, at any rate, medyo mayroong ka pricing po rito dahil dapat may role kayo. So,
Okay, sa planning daw po meron. Did you plan with the DepEd?
pero role nila. O nga.
Yung ISSP.
Anyway, I'll give you, they can answer in writing. We'll give it.
Writing.
Sige.
Kasi kahit pabasa mo sa akin yan ngayon.
Sige po. Hindi naman kasi kung wala nga, kung ma-disappointed kami sa sagot, then maybe the remedy is to amend your law to give you a certain power.
I
control,
agree.
To control this this is the new frontier for the money making contracts
Agree, Mr. President. What happened to the Department of Education is a tragedy. Imagine so many laptops that are unused.
So we shall await the answer of the department. Thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman, and we thank the department and the attached agencies for their patience. Thank you.
Thank you, Minority Leader. Thank you, distinguished colleague. Mr. President, no member wishes to interpolate or ask any questions?
May I just make a quick manifestation
Please,
to
Mr.
the
President.
distinguished colleague? Just a quick manifestation, Secretary, to the Secretary of DICT. We passed the Ease of Doing Business law here two Congresses ago, the 17th Congress. And we added the business portal, central business portal. I hope that your team is also working on that. That is a creation of the law that we centralize all our documentation requirements. Kasi ang nangyayari, ang taong bayan po, pag bumibisita sa BIR, bumibisita sa SEC, ganito kakapal ang dokumento paulit-ulit, certified, true copy. So imagine if the person's applying for business permit, he has to go through so many certified true copies, bringing a stack of paper to the different agencies from LGUs to SEC to BIR. So what we developed, sir, which is the best practices, your honors, with other countries, is that they have a central business portal where you have an ID, like a TIN number, and it's listed there. The BIR, the Bureau of Customs, whoever, will just go into that business portal and get their details all in that business portal. But make sure that it is also safe. Our information is safe. Because other countries, it is safe. I do not know about our country. I hope it will be safe from cyber attacks and cyber theft and hacking. So yun lamang po, because that's the only way we can move forward to that. No, not today. Anyway, so with that, yes, Mr. Majority Leader, what is the
We were waiting for the confirmation of what you mentioned, Mr. President, but the sponsor just gave her thumbs up.
Yes.
Mr. President. Well,
Yes,
Mr. President,
thank you.
no member wishes to interpolate or ask any questions on the budget of the Department of Information and Communications Technology, Office of the Secretary, Cybercrime Investigation and Coordination Center, National Privacy Commission, and National Telecommunications Commission be deemed submitted for body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, the budget of the Department of Information and Communications Technology and all the attached agencies to it is hereby deemed submitted. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I move for a minute suspension and ask the Department of Agrarian Reform family headed by Secretary Estrella to proceed to the gallery, Mr. President.
Thank you. Session suspended.
Tayo.
Mr. President, I move that we consider the budget of the Department of Agrarian Reform. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize the distinguished sponsor of the budget, no other than the distinguished lady from the city of Las Piñas, Senator Cynthia Villar. So move, Mr. President.
The sponsor, our Mama Bear, Senator Cynthia Villar, is now recognized.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President and Majority Floor Leader and fellow senators. I come to you to present the suggested budget of the Department of Agrarian Reform for 2023. The Department of Agrarian Reform is the lead implementer of the Comprehensive Agrarian Reform Program, is mandated to provide land tenure security to landless farmers through land acquisition and distribution and other land tenure improvement services, provide legal intervention to agrarian reform beneficiaries through adjudication of agrarian cases and agrarian legal assistance, and to implement, facilitate, and coordinate the delivery of essential support to our agrarian reform beneficiaries. Secretary Conrado Estrella III will be joining us today in presenting the DAR's proposed budget for 2023. The total proposed budget of DAR for 2023 as recommended by the DBM is 14,397,000,000, which includes number one, the Land Tenure Security Program, which involves the redistribution of government and private agricultural lands to landless farmers and farm workers, has a proposed budget of 3.03 billion or 21.707%. Number two, the Agrarian Reform Beneficiaries Development and Sustainability Program, which provides support services to agrarian reform beneficiaries for them to become more productive, enterprising, and grow into vibrant players in community undertaking, has a budget of 1,567,000,000 or 10.89%. And number three, the Agrarian Justice Delivery Program, which is not only concerned with the attainment of agrarian justice, has a budget of 915.22 million or 6.36%. There are two existing locally funded projects of DAR, the support to parcelization of lands for individual titling, called Split Project, that involves the subdivision of about 1.395 million hectares of collective clause into individual land title, as the largest portion of the budget, totaling to 6.141 billion or 42.66%, of which 4.559 billion is loan proceeds from the World Bank. And the Converge projects, which is a 6-year, 2015 to 2021, implemented by the Department of Agrarian Reform, funded by the Government of the Philippines and the International Fund for Agricultural Development. This is a support service to 300,500 farmer beneficiary awarded with lands and other smallholder farmers, including women and indigenous people, in 11 agrarian reform community clusters in 10 provinces of Region 9, 10, and 13, with a budget of 6.884 million or 0.5% of the total proposed budget for 2023. There were no proposed changes or amendments in the budget of DAR from NEP and GAD to committee report. With this, I'm hopeful that DAR will be approved to uphold and implement comprehensive and genuine agrarian reform which actualizes equitable land distribution, ownership, agricultural productivity, and tenurial security for, of, and with the tillers of the land towards the improvement of their quality of life. Thank you, Mr. President, Majority Floor Leader, and my esteemed colleagues in the House of the Senate, in the Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think it is because of the fact that most of us here, except Senator Tolentino, were once members of the House of member of the House of Representatives, Mr. President, including the dashing Secretary of the Department of Agrarian Reform, who is here for quite a long time. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we recognize the first to interpolate is the distinguished Deputy Minority Leader, the distinguished lady from Akbayan, Senator Risa Ontiveros. I move that she be recognized, Mr. President.
The Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros, is recognized.
Salamat po, Mr. President, at magandang gabi po sa DAR family at Madam Chair. Unang-una na po, Madam Chair, Mr. President, tungkol sa pagpapabilis ng proseso ng land acquisition and distribution. Madam Chair, I would like to have an update on the DAR's initiative to generate CLOAs and install farmers on lands that are now in the name of the Republic of the Philippines. Sec. Estrella stated during his confirmation hearing that he will initiate reviews of current administrative orders pertaining to the LAD process. Yun po bang AO5 ay na-reinstate na?
Dear Senator, yes, AO5 has been deemed reinstated because it is more in consonance with the CARP law, the legal basis of our land reform program. The procedure will be identify landholding, landowner, farmer beneficiaries, determine preliminary valuation of the land. If rejected by landowner, deposit it to any accessible bank. Order the regional director to register the landholding to the Republic of the Philippines. Proceed with issuance of CLOA until distribution.
Maraming salamat, Madam Chair at Mr. President at sa DAR para sa mabuting balitang iyan. Indeed, more in consonance with the CARP law at nakakabuhay muli at dagdag ng pag-asa na sa wakas makukumpleto na po natin itong napakahalagang unang bahagi ng programang Reforma Agraryo, Land Acquisition and Distribution. Mabuhay po kayo para dito. Follow-up question kaugnay nito tungkol sa land balance sa simula nitong administrasyon. In August 2019, the former president stated that his government would complete the land acquisition and distribution of almost 550,000 hectares of agricultural land. Sa simula ng kasalukuyang administrasyon, ano po ang total land balance? Kasama na po yung 173,000 hectares na tinag bilang workable.
Today, the review and validation of temporarily deleted land holdings will commence on the first quarter of 2023 involving 147,000 hectares. Target for 2023 is 29,000 hectares subject to adjustment based on the result of the re-evaluation of problematic land holdings. Guidelines are currently be prepared in time for the commencement of revalidation on the first quarter of 2023 following the strictest rules and justifications to avoid injustices in the process of land acquisition and distribution.
Salamat, Madam Chair, Mr. President, pati sa pamamagitan ng isang sagot na iyon, paghagip na rin ng ilan sa mga susunod kong mga tanong ngayong gabi. You mentioned, Mr. President, Madam Chair, the 173,000 hectares tagged as workable, plus yung dagdag yung binagit na 147,000 hectares. Ito na po ba yung bumubuo ng total land balance or kung susumahin po natin, tama po ba? 310? Sorry, 310,000?
10,000?
No. Sinusuma ko po, Madam Chair, yung 173,000 tagged as workable and then yung binagit nyo pong kasunod na 147,000. So, 321,000 ang pagsusuma ko, at least nitong dalawang bilang.
173. No, hindi 147. Tama ba yun? 147 to 313. More or less, there are 313,000, but there are problematic land holdings worth 140,000. That's why ang natira is 173,000.
Understood, Madam Chair, Mr. President. Kaya tinag yung 173,000 na iyon bilang workable. Pero tama po ba yung pagdinig ko na ayon sa DAR sa simula nitong administrasyon, ang total land balance ay yung 313,000 hectares
Yes,
na
but
lamang?
problematic yun eh.
Problematic pa po yung iba doon, Madam Chair.
Solve nyo po ba yun? Parang
Babalikan namin, nire-review ulit.
I was told before, I remember, that in order to solve this, we have to pass a legislation pa. Kaya I'm not confident anymore. Kaya ang working balance talaga is 173,000.
Understood, Madam Chair, Mr. President. Pero kahit sinabi ni Madam Chair na hindi sila confident, kung hindi rin ako confident pa, ay gusto ko pong maging hopeful, umasa. Dahil meron pa naman po tayong 6 na taon nitong administrasyon para una, siguruhin yung total land balance at pangalawa, mag-target kahit taon-taon kung ilan po yung ita-target simula na sige sa workable, ilan ang ita-target taon-taon para ma-distribute para harinawa yung total land balance ay ma-distribute na rin po sa pagdating sa taong pagdating natin sa 2028. Dako na po ako, Madam Chair, dun sa distribution of land holdings in provinces with largest backlogs. So I understand that the DAR's new leadership, gaya ng binanggit din ni Madam Chair kanina lang, is now reviewing land holdings removed from the actual land balance. So ilan na pong land holdings ang nare-review na? Ano po yung target para sa 2023? Ito po ba yung binanggit ni Madam Chair kanina na 29,000 hectares?
Yes.
At meron na po bang guidelines na na-issue para gabayan yung operationalization ng review? Bukod dun sa binanggit ni Madam Chair kanina na may guidelines na lalabas sa first quarter 2023.
Their only answer is guidelines are currently being prepared in time for the commencement of revalidation in the first quarter of 2023.
Okay, salamat Madam Chair. Pero kung mag-i-issue nga po ng guidelines sa first quarter 2023 para gabayan yung operationalization ng review, but as of today, 16th November 2022, ilan na pong land holdings ang na-review na?
29,000 hectares.
29,000 hectares. Salamat, Madam Chair, Mr. President. At yung target para sa 2023, yun po ba yung binanggit ni Madam Chair kanina na 29,000?
Yun na yung sigurado kasi na ano na, re-evaluation.
Evaluate mo po. Salamat, Madam Chair. Pati dun sa sinabi ni Madam Chair na yun ang sigurado na. Ibig sabihin, pwede po tayong umasa, maging confident pa na bunga ng review, baka madagdagan pa ng target for 2023.
Usually, ang target nila yearly, based on my experience before, is 50,000.
Yan ang gusto kong marinig, Mr. President, Madam Chair. Mas ambisosong target. Of course, batay naman sa evidence, batay sa ibubunga ng review. Di hamak na mas maigi yung 50,000 hectares kaysa sa 29,000 hectares. Salamat, Madam Chair, Mr. President. Kaugnay po niyan, pati itong kung magiging ambisyoso din lang naman ng DAR, no? Itaas yung target para sa susunod na taon mula sa ngayon, siguradong 29,000 dun sa posibleng 50,000 or kung ilan man, no, batay sa review. Pwede po ba akong magpanukala sa DAR? Pwede kaya tayong mag-pilot ang DAR, kasama na yung kanilang legal at field operations officers, mag-pilot ng DAR review ng mga land holdings, halimbawa sa Negros Occidental, kung saan yung pinakamalaking backlog sa distribution ay nakalocate. At kung pwede sila doon? Pwede ba silang regular na magulat sa oversight ng Senado doon sa action nila papunta sa workable balance?
Dear Senator, they have scheduled a re-evaluation with the civil society in Negros Occidental.
Salamat, Madam Chair. Mr. President, importante lagi sa ganitong mga proseso kasama yung civil society para ma-validate o kaya ma-enhance yung inputs na maibibigay mula sa atin, sa gobyerno at gayon din sa private sector. So, sa ganong sagot, umaasa din ako na posibleng i-consider ng DAR yung ganitong panukala at makapag-pilot nga. And Madam Chair, Mr. President, kung magpa-pilot nga po ang DAR sa ganitong paraan, pwede po ba silang regular na mag-ulat sa atin dito sa Senado, yung oversight ng Senado tungkol dito sa progress ng kanilang
Dear Senator, we will ask them to make a report, especially to you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Okay lang po kahit hindi ako special. Importante makarating sa mga potential agrarian reform beneficiaries pa. Pero masaya ko pong tatanggapin kasama ni Madam Chair yung ulat na iyan. At huli po sa paksang ito, kung yun nga pong 173,000 hectares tag na po bilang workable, so ibig sabihin na review na po itong land holdings ng DAR. Yung timeline po para i-distribute yung buong workable balance ng 173,000 hectares.
For the year 2023 ba? 3 years ba yun?
Okay lang po kung for the year 2023. Kaya lang kanina po akala ko from 29 to 50,000 ang range sa ngayon. Posible po bang umabot sa 173,000 sa taong 2023? Hindi po. So ano nga po yung timeline?
173, 3 years.
3 years. Okay, Madam Chair, Mr. President. So, posibleng ma-distribute yung 173,000 hanggang sa taong katapusan ng 2025, midterm ng administrasyon. Okay na okay po yun, Madam Chair. At least
Let's pray that they will be able to do it.
ngayong gabi pa lang po, Madam Chair, alam ko tayo pong dalawa, pinapanalangin po yun. Kasama na po ni Mr. President. Dahil okay na okay po yun. Dahil kung by midterm, ma-distribute yung current workable balance ng 173,000, umuusad na po tayo patungo dun sa kung ilan, no? Kung 500,000 plus pa ang talagang balance natin. So, at exciting po makarinig ng ganung mga posibilidad na pinag-aaralan dahil the past administration recorded the lowest in yearly land distribution of around only 25,000 hectares. So mababa ang bar of comparison kumpara sa nakaraan pang mga administrasyon. Pero lalo na't dahil nakatutok sa agrikultura, ang presidente ngayon siguro ay maaari ring hilingin kay Presidente na suportahan ang DAR na pabilisin ang pamamahagi ng lupa. Okay, Madam Chair, dako po ako, Mr. President, dun sa isang tanong lang kaugnay ng commitment to proceed with coverage of high-profile cases. Bugsok, Pandanan Island in Palawan, consisting of 10,821 hectares, has been issued a notice of coverage since June of 2014. So ano na po yung status ng coverage nito?
With regards to the Bugsok Pandanan Island in Palawan, the land acquisition distribution process was suspended due to a pending protest from coverage of the land holding filed by the landowner invoking, among other grounds, the existing swapping agreement between the government and the owner of the Bugsok Island should be made as compensation for the acquisition of all other lands of the owner under the program. Notwithstanding, DAR effectively issued notice of coverage in 2014, but now subject of a protest by landowners before the DAR.
Salamat, Madam Chair, Mr. President. Nakakalungkot namang malaman po ito Kung maaari na lang pong humingi ako, humingi itong representasyong ito ng ulat mula sa DAR at action plan nila kung mayroon po kung papaano makakaraos dyan sa pending protest. Ano po itong existing swapping agreement at ano pong plano ng DAR na action dyan. Medyo namimisteryosohan ako dun sa compensation of all other lands dahil ito lang isla naman na covered ng NOC ang pinag-uusapan. Gayunpaman, also in the interest of time, Madam Chair, kung makahingi lamang po ng kopya nung
They
ulat
said
at
they will
action plan.
settle the case soonest.
Madam Chair, gustong-gusto ko po yung takbo nitong interpelasyong ito dahil parami ng parami yung mga firm
Remember,
commitments
that is
within
their
a reasonable
promise.
time.
What will
Madam
we
Chair,
do
Mr.
if they don't
President.
fulfill their promise, Miss Senator?
Pag-isipan po natin sa susunod na taon, Madam Chair. Ngayong taon, napupuno po ako ng pag-asa. At susuporta po ako kay Madam Chair, Mr. President, sa pagsuporta sa Darjan. Dako naman po, Madam Chair, doon sa correct beneficiaries list in collective CLOAS and fast-track implementation of split program, yung binanggit din ni Madam Chair kanina. The DAR World Bank project split collective CLOA parcelization will cover around 1.3 million hectares, binanggit din ni Madam Chair kanina, 139,000 CLOAs in 77 provinces. Reports from the ground claim that former landowners maintain control of the lands by controlling the list of beneficiaries, bumping off legitimate ones and replacing them with their own preferred farmer beneficiaries. Nakasara na yung listahan, nabubuksan pa. As a precondition to the success of CLOA parcelization, the DAR must be able to address the question of legitimacy of the beneficiaries list on which distribution of individual titles will be based. Kailangan po itong ma-validate ang mga listahang nakapaloob sa mga collective CLOAs para hindi masayang ang split project. Kaya, Madam Chair, Mr. President, may validation process na po ba na nasimulan?
Yes, the parcelization process includes the validation of the list of persons annotated on the back of the collective CLOA and persons actually occupying the land. The department has already initiated the digitalization of its data to further facilitate the distribution and authentication of the legitimate beneficiaries. The validation has started. In fact, we have already hired 4,900 validators in the field. In field validation, the department has already hit almost 75% of our target. The department is expected to deliver 1.3 million hectares by 2027, benefiting 1.1 million ARBs. The department is expected to deliver 84,000 hectares by the end of the year.
Maraming salamat, Madam Chair, Mr. President. Para din sa mga dagdag na impormasyon na mas nagfe-flesh out pa nung mga dimensions nitong split program na ito. At napaka mabuti ring marinig na una, na hit na yung halos 75% ng target. So 25% of the way na lamang to go. At lalong-lalo na po yung sinabing target din ng department matapos ang implementasyon nitong split program by 2027. So, hindi pa katapusan ng administrasyon pero bispiras ng pagtatapos ng administrasyon. At inaasahan po
5 years.
inaasahan po natin na yung ganitong mas maagang completion ng programa ay tamang maidudugtong sa iba pang mga aspeto ng agrarian reform at saka agrikultura. Salamat po, Mr. President, Madam Chair. Huling tanong na lang po, Madam Chair, para sa gabing ito. At isang manifestasyon pagkatapos niyan. Yung CARP implementation in Boracay. Parang hindi nagmamatch CARP Boracay. Madam Chair, pwede po bang makatanggap ng update mula sa Secretary sa CARP implementation sa isla ng Boracay. We received reports that the past administration covered titled properties which are supposed to be beyond the scope of land reform, considering that some of these properties are not even agricultural and are in fact beachfront properties and not suitable at all for farming. I understand that there are protests against this. Oo. There are protests against this coverage. Maaari po bang ang secretary sa pamamagitan ng chair mag-provide sa atin ng updates?
Okay. With regards to Boracay carp coverage, the total area covered is 5.2 hectares in 6 collective and 1 individual CLOAs, benefiting a total of 76 agrarian reform beneficiaries. The first one is a 3 hectares in 4 CLOAs, collective CLOAs with 44 agrarian reform beneficiaries awarded in November 2018. The second one is a 0.1 hectare in 1 individual CLOA with 1 agrarian reform beneficiary awarded in November 2018. The third one is a 1.9 hectare in 2 collective CLOA with 31 agrarian reform beneficiaries awarded in March 2020. And the last one, all with protest coverage, 6 cases. 1 case was resolved by the DAR Regional Office, which is now on appeal at Bala, and 5 cases are at the DAR Regional Office. Protestant claim that lands are not suitable for agriculture. DAR Regional Office directed the Protestant to submit soil analysis.
Maraming salamat, Madam Chair, Mr. President, para sa mga updates po na ito. So as I end this interpellation, maraming salamat, Madam Chair, sa DAR family, sa ilalim ng Secretary, at Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Risa Ontiveros,
Na tayo.
Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, this representation will no longer ask questions on the budget of the Department of Agrarian Reform, as we totally give our full trust and support for the approval of their budget, considering the secretary now is a far, far better secretary than the previous secretaries. I will put that on record. And
Bigyan mo nga ng lupa.
So, Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we close the period of interpellations. I move that we close the period of interpellations and debate on the budget of the Department of Agrarian Reform be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
There is a motion by the Majority Leader to close the period of interpellation and consider submitted the budget of the Department of
Talagang lakas
Agrarian
ng
Reform is attached agencies. Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President and Majority.
Congratulations. Session suspended.
Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we consider the budget of the Department of Transportation, Office of the Secretary, Civil Aeronautics Board, Maritime Industry Authority, Office of the Transportation Cooperatives, Office for Transportation Security, Philippine Coast Guard, and Toll Regulatory Board. I so move, Mr. President.
There's
Oh,
a
sorry,
motion.
Mr. President, sorry, I forgot to mention Light Rail Transit Authority, Philippine National Railways, and Civil Aviation Authority of the Philippines. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion of the majority floor leader, motion is approved. We'd also like to welcome Secretary Jimmy Bautista and the rest of the DOTR team to your Senate. Welcome, sir. And
Yes.
ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we recognize the sponsor of the budget of DOTR and its attached agencies, no other than the distinguished lady from Iloilo, Pangasinan, and the Republic of the Philippines, Senator Grace Poe. I move that she be recognized.
Distinguished colleague, the chairperson of the subcommittee on transportation, is recognized, Senator Grace Poe.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before proceeding, I would like to acknowledge and give my warmest welcome to the Department Secretary of the DOTR, Secretary Jaime Bautista, the CAB Executive Director Carmelo Arcilia, Marina Administrator Hernani Fabia, OTC OIC Crescenciana Galvez, OTS Administrator Maria Renada Aplasca, PCG Admiral Artemio Abu, TRBOIC Josephine Turbulencia, CAAP Director Gerald Manuel Antonio Tamayo, LRT Administrator Hernando Cabrera, PNR General Manager Jeremy Regino, MIA General Manager Cesar Chong, PPA General Manager J. Daniel Santiago, MRT3 General Manager Federico Canar, LTO ASEC J. Art Tugade, and LTFRB OIC Liza Marie Paches. Mr. President, it is my honor to present to the body the budget of the Department of Transportation and its attached agencies. The DOTR's total agency budget for 2023 amounts to 122,980,609, of which 122,555,385 of new appropriations will need congressional approval, and the remaining 425,224 will be automatically appropriated. The Office of the Secretary will receive bulk of the agency budget amounting to 99,418,158,000, while the budget of the attached agencies are as follows. The Civil Aeronautics Board, 229,419,000. The Maritime Industry Authority, 910,888,000. The Office of Transportation Cooperatives, 35,678,000. Office of Transportation Security, 345,519,000. Philippine Coast Guard, 21,583,100, and the Toll Regulatory Board, 32,623,000. Additionally, the subsidy of government corporations under DOTR are as follows. The LRTA, Light Rail Transit Authority, 1,053,363,000. The Philippine National Railway, 740,257,000. The Civil Aviation Authority of the Philippines, 100 million. With that, this representation is now ready to accept questions from our colleagues, short questions from our colleagues regarding the budget of the Department of Transportation and its attached agencies. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. First to ask questions is the distinguished gentleman from Davao and Isabela and the Republic of the Philippines, no other than Senator Raffy Tulfo. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague from the province of Isabela and Davao City is recognized, Senator Raffy Tulfo.
Thank you, Mr. President. Didiretso na po ako sa aking mga katanungan para makasave tayo ng time. But I'd like to put it on record na suportado ko po yung budget amount para sa DOTR. Wala po akong objection whatsoever. Now, to my questions. Mabuti na lang po, praise the Lord, nandito po si Administrator Fabia ng Marina. Okay, is he here? Excuse. Okay. Andito po si Administrator Hernani Fabia because um, during my radio program, I received complaints about
Ano yun?
him being an owner of a school for seafarers na yung school na yun ay bulok at isa sa mga dahilan kung bakit nagkakaroon po ng questions ang EU dahilan para hindi po tayo sigurado kung tayo po ba ay mababan yung ating mga seafarers sa European Union. And I was informed na si Administrator Fabian Marina, he owns a school although he's been saying na siya raw po ay nag-divest na dun sa school na yon. And I believe he did. We just made a check just a couple of hours ago,
Dito yung sa
contrary doon sa records na lumilitaw sa website ng SEC. He really did divest na. Pero meron lang akong katanungan. Andito ba si Mr. Fabia? Okay. Ang aking katanungan po, nag-divest na nga po siya pero yung po mga may-ari ng school ay kanya mga kamag-anak, although wala na pong bawal doon, pero public perception pa rin po ay dapat mahalaga na isa sa isip po natin na dahil alam natin na kapag itong mga kamag-anak ni Administrator Fabio lumapit sa kanya at maglambing, humirit tungkol sa problema o pabor na kailangan ng school mula sa gobyerno, hindi naman po siguro tatanggihan ni Administrator Fabia na paboran yung kanyang paaralan na pag-aari na ng kanyang mga kamag-anak, particular ng kanyang mga anak. Yun po yung gusto kong parating kay Administrator Fabia.
Mr. President, this is a valid concern. Of course, if there's any special treatment because of favors, this is something that shouldn't happen in government agencies. I am disappointed that Mr. Fabia is not here today. Unfortunately, I was just informed he had to attend an International Maritime Organization meeting, which is also important also, I suppose, for the accreditation of our maritime industry. However, let me get the assurance of our secretary with regards to the concern of the gentleman from Isabela and Davao. So what he's saying is baka naman there's special treatment because of his relatives still in the board. He himself. Okay. I was just informed that Mr. Fabia himself has assured the good senator from Davao and Isabela that he will not permit special treatment for the board in his school, in his former maritime school. But of course, it's really incumbent upon us to check if this is true and if there are any legitimate complaints about this. It will definitely be taken up in our committee hearing. It is also my assurance to the good senator, Mr. President.
Okay, Mr. President, Madam Chair, ano po yung status ng natin, Pilipinas, sa EMSA compliance para sa ating mga seafarers?
Mr. President, contrary to what was believed that we were actually we were disqualified or our permit was revoked. What is true is that they have actually the EU has specified certain areas where we need to improve compliance. And with regards to the Philippine issued STCW certificate, supposedly we did not fail the audit, but we have some shortcomings. So last March 2022, our government submitted the Philippine response to the ECAR containing the corrective actions taken. So let me give you an example of the ones that they feel we have to improve on. And just 1 minute suspension, Mr. President. Hindi ito, yung mga violations natin. Huh? Okay. Mr. President, here are the areas where we need to improve on: the education and training of maritime programs, the certification of masters and officers, and the Bachelor of Science Marine Transportation, ancillary training courses, programs delivered by maritime higher education institutions, monitoring system of CHED and Marina, practical assessment of competence of seafarers, simulator training and assessment, certificate of proficiency, requirements of training, limitations in certificates of competency to be retrieved or made available through the Marina. If we are able to correct these, meaning we are not outrightly unaccredited. We are still accredited, but we need to work on this, because if not, the employment of 49,461 Filipino Marine officers will be in jeopardy. And the employment of almost 600,000 certificated Filipino seafarers, both officers and ratings, may also be affected.
Okay, so I just want an assurance, Mr. President at Madam Chair, na wala hong mangyaring ban sa ating mga seafarers sa European Union, na marami pong nag-iisip at nangangamba na baka mangyari yon early next year. So this year mukhang too late na, wala na pong nangyari dyan as far as I'm concerned from what I've heard, pero nanganganib po na baka next year maisakatuparan po itong binabalak ng EU na ibaban po ang ating mga seafarers sa European Union. So hindi po mangyari yan. Can we get an assurance from the DOTR na it will not happen while our government is dealing and having talks with the people from the European Union for this problem?
Yes, Mr. President. In fact, we were not given a real timeline. What is important for the EU is that they see an effort for compliance, and it's an ongoing process. The next meeting, according to the Good Secretary with the EU, is this May. Without being too presumptuous and arrogant about this, without the Filipino seafarers also, I don't think the maritime industry will be able to function properly. If we're not at the top, perhaps we're the top 3 in supplying maritime seafarers to those shipping lines, shipping industries. So the mere fact that they've been accommodating and has not given us a definitive timeline, I know that they appreciate the process that we are taking at the moment.
Okay, now let's move on. Okay na po ako dyan. Let's talk about MRT. Sa tinagal-tagal na po ng panahon, hanggang ngayon, walang pagbabago po yung MRT. Mahaba ang pila, sira-sira po yung elevator, escalator, napakahirap po para sa mga elderly, senior citizen, meaning yung mga matatanda na mahina ng tuhod, hindi na po makaakyat sa pagkataas-taas na hagdan, nakatayo po sa MAC, napakahabang pila, it's not child-friendly, napakarami po mga pagkukulang na matagal na dapat makita ito ng mga kinaukulan, and yet nothing has been done. Hanggang ngayon po, kalbaryo pa rin po sa mga mananakay ng MRT ang sumakay sa transportasyong ito.
Mr. President, I share your frustration over this. In fact, I've always been an advocate for better ridership in the MRT. 2014 pa po yata, 2015, nung in-order yung mga Dalian trains. Hanggang ngayon po, hindi talaga nagagamit yon, although for tests. But the good news, Mr. President, is that the waiting time has actually been shortened. Thankfully, with the last administration, we were finally able to negotiate with an arrangement of maintenance with the Sumitomo Corporation. Kaya po ngayon, mas konti na lang po kung mapapansin ninyo ang aberya dun sa MRT. Although hindi pa po perfect, no? Ang waiting time po, anong average?
4 minutes.
4 minutes na lang ngayon po ang waiting time. Pero ang mga, ilan ang train ng Sumitomo? So from 14, we have 22 trains now running. For every train, tatlong bagon. For every train, there are about 3 Ibang tawag sa bagon sa English?
LR, like yung
Three coaches. So, from 14, naging 22. So, dumami na. Tapos, ang isa pang maganda rito, basta na-maintain na ng maayos ngayon. Ito lang nga yung catch. Marami tayong in-order na train sa Dalian, di ba? I'll be open and honest even if I'm defending this. Ilan? 48 na hindi pa nagagamit, right? Kasi wala pa sa contract ng Sumitomo na i-maintain yon at gawing compatible. So kung dadagdag natin yon sa terms of agreement with Sumitomo, mas madadagdagan ang babayaran natin sa kanila. Pero at least, 'di ba, medyo napapaikli na at mas mapapaganda pa dahil aayusin din nila yung mga Dalian trains to make it more compatible at saka yung water test kung ano-anong mga kailangan gawin.
Okay, delayed projects of the DOTR were flagged down by COA in the total amount of 8.1 billion, particularly dun sa light rail vehicles for MRT Line 3 expansion projects. Only 9 have been accepted, 39 have yet to undergo testing. B, the construction of the Unified Grand Central Station, Area A at North EDSA in Quezon City, with a contract cost of 2.783 billion. C, replacement of license plates of registered vehicle owners. The COA said that that as of the end of 2021, a total of 2.6 million pairs of replacement plates amounting to 1.15 billion, representing the fees collected from the owners of four-wheeled motor vehicles, remained undelivered. So ito pong mga contract na ito, ano po ang status?
Yes, Mr. President, I'm aware of all of that. The Grand Central Station, there's certainly a delay in that because during the pandemic, you'd think that they'd have ease of construction, but they didn't have the ability to have that many workers because of some safety concerns. But the target of construction completion will be second quarter of 2023. Construction progress now for the Grand Central Station is at 70.66%. Na-delay po to talaga. Pero kasi late din po yung construction nag-umpisa 2019. Nagkaroon po ng mga problema kung saan yung mga stops at kung anong mga gagawin. Tapos doon naman po sa LRT1, LRT1 ano? Yung concern niya? Doon sa mga trains na in order, if I'm not mistaken, we did order those trains. They're here, but we haven't really technically accepted them. So until it is running according to standards, we are not obligated to fulfill our contracts and pay them. So hindi pa po naman kailangan bayaran yon hanggat hindi pumapasa. So iba po yung dumating na dito pero hindi pa rin technically accepted. So yung warranty ay hindi pa rin nagbabago.
Okay, let's move on. Let's talk about the safety of the passengers, particularly sa ating mga airport. August 2018, PAL aircraft hit a bird upon takeoff in Davao. July 2019, Cebu Pacific plane damaged due to a bird strike. February 2019, Cebu Pacific strands passengers in Calibo Airport as a result of bird strike. And recently, this year, September 2022, sa Maylawag, nagkaroon din po ng bird strike again sa isang eroplano. Noong 2011, nag-promise po ang CAAP na magkakaroon po na sila ng tinatawag na bird avoidance technology. So, alam niyo po kung gaano kapanganib ito. Ito pong magkaroon po ng bird hit. Buti na lang po sa awa ng Panginoon, wala pa po nagka-crash na aeroplano sa atin, pero sa ibang bansa, marami na po nag-crash na aeroplano dahil po sa tinatawag na bird hit. Yung mga ibon na pumapasok po sa engine, mid-flight, nagka-crash po yung aeroplano dahil hindi kaya ng engine na tumakbo pa at nandoon po yung ibon na nakaharang sa loob ng engine. So what is being done at what happened po dito sa bird avoidance technology ng CAAP, nasaan na po yun?
Meron ba tayo ng technology?
Sound.
Sound. So all airports have it.
Hindi lahat. Major one.
Hmm?
Birds, birds.
May migratory.
Puerto Princesa.
May Mindoro siguro. Dito tayo tumuli. Okay.
Bird company. Next one.
Ah,
Ornithologists.
okay.
But the ka-update na in rolling out the program.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. I just conferred with CAAP and the secretary. And this is a legitimate concern again, because our country actually have certain areas where birds naturally migrate. No, andun sila. So number one is for them to manage the ground itself, kung saan yung mga ibon mismo. And they've hired an expert in, the scientific term is ornithologist. Okay? So ito po yung mga nakakaintindi ng mga ibon, yung kanilang migratory patterns. Tapos po, meron din silang ginagamit na teknolohiya, sound technology, I suppose, to drive the birds away from certain areas. Now, I asked them also, Mr. President, if this is employed in all airports. Unfortunately, it is only specific airports that have that technology, because they are these airports like Puerto Princesa or even here in Metro Manila, where there is a big avian population. So, hindi naman po lahat ng lugar meron, but they will endeavor to train all CAAP officials in all the airports to have knowledge on how to deal with these migratory birds. But right now po, again, to answer your question, airports that are most visited by these birds have that technology.
Can we see that sound technology na sinasabi po ng DOTR? Can you show it to us?
Can you show it to us, or can we hear it? O baka
Yeah.
tao lang yan na nag...
Oo nga, baka tao lang sumisigaw, pumapalakpak. I mean, I really need, kasi ako, hindi ko pa nakita yan. Paano ba yan? How does it work? At pwede bang subukan yan? I-demo sa atin kung talagang it works. Kasi, Madam President, Madam Chair, Mr. President, once sa NAIA, meron po ako nakita na, I don't know what kind of bird was it, puti eh, tatlo sila, heron ata yun. Medyo kinabahan ako. Paalis po, I think Philippine Airlines po yung sakay ko from NAIA, and I was going to Davao. Ang haba ng pila ng aeroplano. And then may nakita ako tatlong bird, tinulog ko sa wife ko. Naku, mukhang delikado yan. Hindi alam ng wife ko yung tinatawag na bird strike. Kinento ko sa kanya, kinabahan na rin siya. Sabi ko, umalis ka dyan. Sinasabi ko sa isip ko, ibon, umalis ka dyan. And hanggang sa makatake ko kami, nandun lang yung ibon. Nung nasa taas na kami, titingnan ko, nandun pa rin yung ibon. Sabi ko, salamat. Pero kawawa naman yung mga susunod. So what I'm trying to say is, nasaan yung tinatawag na bird avoidance technology o sound technology? Eh kung meron sound technology, sana yung tatlong ibon na nandoon na nakita ko, sana umalis na yon. Bakit nandoon pa rin, naka-steady? So mukhang hindi ata nag-work itong sound technology. So we need to see if it's really working or baka drawing lang.
May I ask, Mr. President, when the good senator was in the airport and he saw it,
I think this was last year sometime.
okay. May we request the DOTR then perhaps to submit a photo, if not the actual instrument? Would that satisfy the senator to see that?
No, I'm not satisfied. I will not be satisfied. Maging satisfied ako kapag ako po ay pupunta doon sa airport at makikita ng mismong dalawang mata ko, how does it work?
Okay.
Na merong ibon dyan nagkataon, and then patunugin natin yung sound technology. Tingnan natin kung talagang lalayas yung mga ibon. Like what I said, back in, I think this was sometime in November last year, nandun po yung tatlong ibon. Nakalipad na kami, hindi po lumilipad yung ibon. Naka-steady lang, kumakain-kain doon sa damo, tumutuka-tuka.
Okay, so Mr. President, of course, we cannot demonstrate to you at this time, but maybe we can move on pending them inviting you to view this technology.
Very good, very well.
Bitahin nyo, ha?
Okay na tayo dyan. Now, ilan po bang eroplano ang lumalapag at lumilipad sa ating mga airport? Because meron po tayong tatlong terminal na 1, 2, 3, and then one domestic, and yet dalawa lang po ating runway. It's not enough. We know that for a fact. Ilang beses ko na po nasubukan na dahil yung traffic po sa airport ay talagang matindi, sa pila po sa taas paikot-ikot, pangwalo po kami. Nandun po yung kaba ng lahat ng pasahero. So just imagine, 8 airplanes, umiikot-ikot, different siguro yung heights. Meron yung nasa 10,000, 5,000, meron sa 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, I don't know. Paano pa kaya napajambol-jambol yan ng control tower na hindi makakabanggaan? Pero nandun po yung risk. Do you agree with me? Na yung mga eroplano nag-iikot-ikot doon dahil hindi makalanding sapagkat congested yung airport sa baba. Wala ho ba tayong magawa na para yung ating mga runway madagdagan man lang kasi it's been like this for a long, long time. Ano po yung game plan?
Actually, Mr. President, tama po kayo. Pagka tayo po ay lumilipad sa iba't ibang parte ng ating bansa, usually ang flight time average maybe an hour or even less. But because of waiting for landing permit time, nagiging 2 hours. Di ba? Ano ba yung ginagawa ninyo ngayon?
One of their only things. Like planes. Operate for us.
Landing and takeoff.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
In terms of the total number of flights, say per month,
Mm.
she project 2019 it was average of 25,000 per month.
Okay.
In 2022, projected to some per month.
Okay. So, Mr. President, right now, there are about 40 planes, both takeoff and landing per hour, in NAIA, in Manila International Airport. And then there are about 2 general aviation. Ito yung mga private planes, I suppose, per hour. Every month po, ang ating sa buong Pilipinas, sa Manila International Airport, 25,000 planes ang nagte-take off and ang 25,000 flights per month. Ang projection natin itong year na to, kasi syempre nagkakaumpisa pa lang ulit, 20,000 month. Oo.
Pero ang ibig sabihin, Madam Chair, wala ho bang plano ang ating gobyerno through DOTR na magdagdag po tayo ng runway? I think only in the Philippines nangyari ito na kung saan yung naglalanding at nagti-take off, isang runway lang ginagamit. Tapos mahaba ang pila, ihintay muna, may maglalanding, pagkatapos landing ng isang aeroplano, yun din po, same runway, doon magti-take off yung aeroplano nag-aantay. And then, humaba ang pila, sometimes doon pa lamang sa pila para maka-take off, it will take at least an hour. There was a time na isang oras po kami nag-antay ng mga pasahero dahil nga po ang haba na ng pila at ang haba din po ng pila naglalanding. So kami po magte-take off, we have to wait at least for an hour. At nakikita kong solusyon dyan siguro it's about time na magdagdag po tayo ng runway. Bakit po hindi natin ginagawa yan for so many years? This has been a perennial problem and nothing is being done to address this kind of problem.
Mr. President, I think during several hearings, it's already been established that there's no land to be able to build a third runway in the Manila International Airport. On the other hand, and that's also the reason why we fast-tracked giving a franchise for the Bulacan Airport, which I believe will have 4 runways. And not to mention, there's also a parallel project in the Sangli Airport that they are developing. Yes, we are a little bit late in the game, and this will really stunt our growth, especially when it comes to tourism. On the other hand, this is what we have right now. That's why we really have to support the Bulacan as well as the Sangli Airport because that's the only way we can really decongest the Manila International Airport.
Okay. But you do agree with me, mga taga-DOTR, na meron pong danger o risk. Doon bang yung mga aeroplano sa impapawid, umiikot-ikot dahil nag-iantay ng kanilang turn na makapag-landing. Di ba? Because it happened to me. Almost half an hour, umiikot-ikot kami. Pagtingin ko sa taas, Meron pa isang eroplano, umiikot din. Pagtingin ko doon sa Kalawakan, another plane, umiikot din. And we're all waiting for a one runway to be available na doon kami lahat maglalanding at nakapila. Only in the Philippines.
I believe, Mr. President, it's really frustrating, di ba, yung ating airport.
Pero ang tanong ko po, Madam Chair, inirecognize ba ng ating mga otoridad sa CAAP or DOTR na nandun po yung risk at danger na accident might happen as a result of this kung hindi po ito na-address?
This is always a possibility. That's why they are confident in spite of this situation that we have now, because that every plane has a traffic collision avoidance system. So parang nasasabi rin, nagmo-warn dun sa mga piloto kung dangerously close na sila dun sa isa pang eroplano. So doon po tayo nagre-rely sa ngayon dahil nga masyadong congested. But we are not alone in this. Kahit naman Heathrow Airport, I believe they also have 2 runways. But they're able to function. They're definitely busier than us. But because of the technology already embedded in planes, it's been possible for them to operate safely.
Pero marami na po insidente na nagkakaroon po ng mid-air collision. Kahit na po sinasabi mo mayroon tayong technology na malalaman po ng isang aeroplano na they're very close with another airplane, still unavoidable po yung tinatawag na mid-air collision o near collision. So ang point out ko rito na dapat we have to do something na mabawasan man yung risk ng mga mid-air collision as a result of this congested traffic sa ating airport dahil kulang po yung ating runway. So this must be addressed and this must be looked at.
Thank you, Mr. President. I share your concern with regards to this. That's why, aside from all the safety features that are included in the aircraft, we also make sure that we are at par in terms of standards with training our air traffic controllers as well as our pilots. Kasi aside from the technology, you always have to rely on the human judgment and expertise.
Okay, last na naman po. Now, let's move on. Let's talk about passengers' welfare. Ilang beses na po ako nakaranas na sumakay ng aeroplano, whether na A1, 2, or 3, na nagkaroon po ng long delay sa flight. Kuminsan umabot ng 3 hours. Thank God, hindi pa ako nakaranas ng 6 hours dahil 3 hours pa lamang, umalis na ako and then kinakancel ko ng flight dahil meron pa ako dapat gawin. Ang nakakaawa po yung mga sa malalayong lugar, especially pag nakakancel yung flight. At nakikita ko po yung mga pasahero nanggagalaiti na, minumura na po yung mga ground crew na wala naman silang kinalaman doon sa delay. Ano po ang pwedeng gawin dapat ng ating mga kinaukulan para naman ma-ease yung tension? 3 hours, kuminsan 5 hours, kuminsan 6 hours? Di ba dapat pagdating po ng ilang oras na yung flight ay delayed na dapat man lang mabigyan po ng merienda, pagkain yung mga nagugutom na mga pasahero? Kapag na-cancel yung flight, di ba dapat yung pong mga pasahero na sa malalayong lugar o sino may gusto, mabibigyan na po ng shuttle, papunta po sa mga hotel at bibigyan po sila ng food voucher? Di ba dapat ganon? I think meron po tayong regulasyon o batas po patungkol dyan. At bakit po hindi po na-implement po ito?
Okay.
Itong terminal, tatanungin na natin yung ibang flights kasi terminal 4.
Meron ba terminal 4?
Yes.
So maglalagay din kayo doon.
Some of their flights, terminal 3.
Okay. So, Mr. President, what they're doing now is a coordinating council. The CAAP together with the management of the airport and also the stakeholders, yung mga airline companies, katulad ng PAL, Cebu Pacific. In anticipation, let's say there's a storm or there's a surge of flights coming in, to add more ground personnel. And then if there's a delay of flight, the passenger should be given some sort of snack or food, malasakit kits to tide them over. I personally haven't experienced receiving any of those.
Wala pa po ako nakita niyan. Wala pa po ako nakita. Ang may nakita ako, nanggagalitin na po yung mga pasahero at pinagmumura po yung mga ground crew dahil gutom na po sila because they're expected to be in their point of destination at the exact hour. Kaya wala po silang pera, pambili ng pagkain because they're expecting na pagdating doon na sila kakain sa kanilang bahay. At yung iba po, may problema sa kanilang blood sugar, pero wala silang pambili ng pagkain. So nanggagalitin po sila, nagwawala. At kapag nagkaroon po ng cancellation ng flights, yung mga malalapit, uwi lang po ng kanilang bahay. Pero yung mga nasa probinsya, they end up matulog lang po doon sa airport. Yung iba sa tabi ng CR. Kalunos-lunos po yung kanilang sitwasyon, kaawa-awa po sila.
Oo, opo. Anong last storm daw po, yung pinaka problema sa congestion, yung Terminal 4. Kung nandun po kayo, ewan ko kung, ako nga hindi ko matandaan yung Terminal 4, yun pala yung pinakalumang, pinakaunang terminal na pinakamaliit. Ngayon po, tama po kayo, I share the same experience, Mr. President, that in spite of what we are being told right now that there are actual malasakit kits or food kits, I don't think everybody has been able to avail of that. So we will just have to remind the DOTR to make sure that everybody is able to be accommodated by this program. And also, to add to the question on congestion, there's also been an effort to move certain flight destinations, like for example, the ones coming from the US, from the Americas, going here is now moved from Terminal 2 to Terminal 1. And then the others are, in short, inayos-ayos nila yung mga arrivals and departures para mag-decongest. Kasi some terminals have more flights than others. So they're trying to balance that.
Okay. Malasakit kit. Hindi ko pa nakita to. Baka ito ba'y nakatayap sa Malasakit Center ni Senator Bongo, itong Malasakit kit?
Anong laman ng malasakit?
Ano bang meron dito sa Malasakit kit? Hindi ko po ito nakita at wala ko pa nagsasabi sa akin na kapag na-delay yung flight, thank you at meron malasakit kit at kumain kami, nakapagmerenda kami. Ni isang kaluluwa po, wala pa nakapagsabi sa akin na nakinabang na po sila sa malasakit kit. Pero marami na po ako narinig na mga na-delay yung kanilang flight, nagutom, ng galaiti, at napabayaan po sila ng airline at nasaan yung kaap, walay. Sabi pa nga nila, nga. Nasaan po itong malasakit kit? At pwede ba makita ang itsura? Meron ba kayong dala? Yung drawing man lang o picture ng malasakit kit at kung ano po yung mga laman noon? Yung by candy, sardinas, instant noodles na maalat,
Okay.
ano ba, soft drinks?
Water and snacks po ang laman. Ngayon,
Okay.
hindi ko alam kung anong snack ito.
Skyflakes.
Huh?
Ito yung Skyflakes and pita.
Skyflakes and fita.
Okay.
Actually, dapat alam na alam nila to, no?
Dapat.
Siguro,
Dapat meron silang dala, sample. Or at least man lang picture. Wala bang picture kayo dyan?
meron
Screenshot?
po, pero
Meron? Pwede
good luck po kung
Tingnan ko nga.
Oh, sige pa. Ito
Para,
po. Baka may
opo.
message.
Para matuwa naman po, para ma-announce ko po ito sa aking
Yeah,
radio
sige,
program.
Dali mo na.
Okay. Ito po yung malasakit kit.
Regine, ikaw na magdala doon.
Okay? Okay. Ilan po malasakit kit meron at sinong bumibili nito? Yung kaap? Hindi ko makita, malabo.
Ang kaap.
Parang medical kit po ito. Parang COVID testing kit. Ayan po.
Sometimes may alcohol.
Malasakit kit. Okay.
Meron din daw meron din daw alcohol, yung iniinom
Okay.
ba o yung pang-sanitize? Baka kailangan yung iniinom dun sa mga matagal na maghintay. Tapos meron din daw electric fan, battery operated fans kung mainit.
Oo nga. Etong picture na ito, pang-PR to eh. Opo. Magandang maganda, halatang pinosing talaga. Yung pagka-anggulo ng paglitrato para maliwanag na meron talaga malasakit kit. Anyway, seriously speaking, ni minsan, wala pa ako narinig sa mga nagreklamo sa akin na delay yung kanilang flight at sila po'y nagutom na there's such thing as malasakit kit. Pero marami na po ko narinig na nagmumura sila, nagwawala ng gagalaiti dahil sila po'y napabayaan. At kawawa again, for the second time, kawawa po yung mga ground crew na pinagmumura po na nanggagalitin ng mga pasahero na wala naman pong kinalaman yung ground crew sa pagka-delay ng flight. Sana po, once na-delay po yung flight, kahit isang oras pa lamang po na-delay yung flight, dapat po may ground crew or CAAP mag-explain to pacify the irate passengers na kulamang kayo na delay because of flight this like that. There should be an explanation, especially pag dumating na po ng 2 oras, pag 3 oras wala pa rin, merienda time na. Yun po ang pinopoint out ko. Mukhang wala pong nangyaring ganon. And also, sana po hindi lamang po sa domestic flight, sana po maging sa international flight. Dapat po, isa katuparan nito, na kapag na-delay after 3 hours, kailangan po may merienda. Pag na-delay at nagkaroon ng cancellation flight, kailangan po may shuttle, ihatid po sa hotel ang mga taga-probinsya at kasama na po yung mga pagkain. At kung pwede, bigyan po sila ng allowance para pambili ng kanilang toiletries. Siyempre po, dahil matulog sila sa hotel, sigurado ako cheap hotel ibibigay sa kanila, meron man lang silang toothbrush, meron silang toilet papers, etc. Colgate, ay toothpaste. Thank you.
Mr. President, as I was conferring with the good secretary, because of your concern and also your suggestion, he mentioned that in all the counters, they will now post the passenger bill of rights na meron pong nakalagay doon based also on your guidance kung ano yung mga karapatan ng ating mga pasahero.
Thank you.
Like yung may pagkain, ganyan. So, kung nakita nila na, ay, karapatan ko pala yan, mapipilitan ngayon yung mga airport. Mas marami na ngayon tatawag sa programa ninyo.
Thank you.
Pag hindi na,
Tatama nga lang po.
pag hindi nag-comply.
Kasi po, pupunta kayo sa airport counter, may mga karatula po doon, sinasabi ko ano yung mga bawal. Ang daming puro bawal. Pero wala pong karatula doon na sinasabi po yung karapatan ng mga pasahero.
Tama
So
po
dapat
kayo.
po, meron din pong nakapaskil doon kung ano po yung mga karapatan ng pasahero. At kapag hindi po nasusunod yon at nababiolate karapatan ng pasahero, there must be a hotline na pwedeng tawagan right there and there, makapag-respond agad yung mga tao na nagmamando sa hotline. Yun po sana. Tama po yan. Thank you po, DOTR. Kapag na-implement niyo po yan, I'll be very, very happy at pupurin ko po kayo hanggang langit sa aking programa
Ayan.
sa radyo.
Nako, malaking bagay po yan. Thank you, Mr. President. Alam naman natin na kayo rin po ang napupuruhan dahil hindi lamang po kayo, Mr. President, ngayon isang radio personality, kayo po ay public servant, so lahat yan ay cargo rin po ninyo. So nasa interest natin lahat na maresolbahan ito. Meron pong passenger rights action desks. Pwede po ninyong sabihin sa inyong programa, hotline 165-266.
Pero ilagay po yan sa karatula para matawagan po.
Oo,
Kasi kung
lalagay
hindi
din
nakalagay
sa
sa karatula,
karatula.
yes.
Yun din po. Meron din desk din daw sa airport, pero sabi rin ng ating secretary, hindi din, dahil hindi din masyadong napapansin, ilalagay daw po sa mga counter din para mas madaling
Last
mapansin.
question. Yung pong hotline na yan, ano yan? 24/7 hanggang ano oras lang po yan? Baka 8 to 5 lang po yan. Eh, paano kung may mga delayed flights ng after office hours? So wala na pong sasagot.
Yeah. It's operational as long as the airport is operating. Paano kung nagsara na yung airport?
Okay.
Paano nga kung iwan na sila ng flight nila? So 24 hours.
24/7.
Sa NAIA po, 20%.
Sa NAIA po, yung hotline 24/7.
Good.
Pero hindi po sa lahat ng airport. So this is something that we can certainly look into kasi there should be a national hotline for all airports. Opo.
Okay, that's all. Thank you very much for answering all my queries, Madam Chairman, Mr. President, at sa lahat ng mga taga-DOTR, magandang gabi po sa inyong lahat. Thank you po.
Thank you to our gentleman, Mr. President from Davao and Isabela, always for these pointed questions that add to a more productive discussion and suggestion for the department.
Majority Leader. Thank you very much, Senator Tulfo, Madam Chair, Majority Leader.
Meron pa bang
Thank you, Mr. President. Madam President, next to interpolate and ask questions, and I was told she will just give a short manifestation, is the distinguished lady from the city of Taguig and Pateros, no other than Senator Pia Cayetano. I move that she be recognized, Madam President.
Senator Pia Cayetano is recognized.
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, ano na ba? Very short, Madam Chairperson, I will just manifest. I think I've made the same manifestation for 3 years. This is with regards to the active transportation, bike share system, and safe pathways program in Metro Manila. You have 1 billion DOTR, so can you just meet with my staff later, just give a quick update, and then if necessary, follow up. But tagal na nito eh. So, kailangan na lang talaga ito ma-implement. And then there's a request from biker groups that this budget be extended to Greater Manila, yung mga Rizal, Antipolo. So if that is okay, I personally don't mind sharing that funding kasi baka nga may mas malaking opportunity doon. Hopefully less yung congestion ng kotse. And then the second point, and I was hoping that our Senate President would be here because this is his project. Senator Joel Villanueva, Senator Angara, I think Senator JV also. Quite a number of us, the walkways, Senator Estrada also, of course, the walkways in along EDSA. You'll remember, Madam Chair, we've had this discussion then. I spoke to Chairman Artes of MMDA and they already have a design. So if you have a budget, if you can work with them quickly, kung magagawa natin ng paraan with the help of the Senate President, our presiding officer is a very strong supporter also of active transportation. Nakatayo nga siya, nagpe-preside. Baka naman we can put something together. I won't belabor the point, but according to MMDA, there are blocks of areas within EDSA na pwede nang i-prioritize yung wala ng issue. Let's make it happen naman. Yun lang naman, Madam Chair. DOTR is familiar. I'm not sure if the Secretary is, but definitely the active transport team, those who have been with the DOTR for a long time. I hope we can make this happen. That's all, Madam Chair. May loan daw. O yan, pinapasabi ni Senator Nancy, there is already a loan. Ay, oo nga, di ba may ano nga yan? May matching? May matching pa nga yata. So anyway, that's what it is, Your Honors. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cayetano.
Thank you, Senator Cayetano.
Mr. President, I'd
We
like
would
to
like-
give a short reaction to
I'd
this.
like to associate myself with the advocacies of Senator Cayetano. But we recognize you, Majority Leader.
The sponsor would like to...
Okay, Madam Chair.
Mr. President, just a clarification to the Majority Leader, because the manifestation of Senator Pia sounded like a question. That's why I also have an answer to it. Maybe what supposedly about 200 kilometers will be added.
240 kilometers.
240 kilometers will be added this coming year, which will include Region 1, NCR,
4A,
4A,
6,
5, 6, 7, and 11.
bridge, okay? So,
And
bridge
And also a bike bridge will be constructed in Commonwealth Avenue. So far dun tayo. But 240 kilometers, not bad. So hopefully we can continue with that.
so elevated
Sa elevated walkways,
greenways
EDSA Greenways
for procurement with DOTR. We're just waiting
is ready for procurement with DOTR, but we're just waiting for
objection letter from ABB.
no objection letter from the ADB. Kasi sila pala yung magfa-fund nun.
Does that include the area that I'm aware of coming from MMDA na ano nga ba yung sinabi sa akin? Was it Shaw to Ortigas? Is that it?
Similar po. Meron po tayo
Similar,
Guadalupe.
it will be in Guadalupe.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So can you just continually update us on this and whatever we can do? And if there's a funding requirement, let the chairman know so we can all help if we can find a way. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Cayetano. And just for the record and for the information of our distinguished sponsor, this representation a while ago posed 3 questions, actually, Madam President. But I will not belabor the issue as the sponsor will not admit that Senator Cayetano is more favored, Madam President. Anyway, Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we recognize the distinguished lady from Akbayan, our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros. I so move, Madam President.
Mr. President, before our distinguished colleague from Capiz will be recognized, I just want to say that sometimes the ones closest to us are the ones that we tend to take for granted. That's why I didn't want to take Senator Pia for granted this time.
Let it be placed on the record that the majority leader is about to shed a tear, Madam President. Thank you. I move for the previous question, Madam Chair.
Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Salamat, Madam President, at magandang gabi po, Madam Chair, at sa DOTR family headed by the Secretary. Unang tanong po, Madam Chair, on PUV modernization. So the biggest source of anxiety today among drivers and operators of traditional jeepneys is not even that they're earning, although masahol na po ito, Madam Chair, that they're earning far less than they used to. They are concerned that they, and not just their jeepneys, are being phased out. Nagdoble na po kasi ang presyo ng modern PUVs, pero ang inuuwing kita nila ay madalas hindi man lang umaabot sa minimum wage. Walang-wala pong mapipiga para ipambili ng modernong PUVs. Pagkatapos ay naglabas pa po ng pahayag ang LTFRB nung nakaraang administrasyon na kapag ang mga driver sa isang ruta ay hindi pa sumali sa co-op na uutang ng pambili ng mga modernong sasakyan, ay maaaring i-award na sa mga bagong pribadong kumpanya ang prangkisa para sa ruta nila. Ito po, Madam Chair, sa LTFRB Memorandum Circular 2022-33. Dahil hindi sapat ang kita nila, dahil walang karagdagang budget para humabol ang ambag ng gobyerno na 160,000 pesos per unit sa ipambayad ng modernong PUVs, mukha kasi talagang sinasadya noon ng DOTR sa ilalim ng dating sekretary na palitan na ng malalaking players ang maliliit na drivers at operators. So tanong po, Mr. President, Madam Chair, maaari po bang linawin ng bagong kalihim kung ano ang maaasahan ng mga drivers natin?
Mr. President, the PUVMP aims to improve the current state of drivers and transport workers, not displace them. Existing routes will be given to existing operators who consolidated into a cooperative. I understand you mentioned those that are not part of a cooperative.
Yes.
But that, according to our data, they are now the minority. These are the ones that really refuse to join. But consolidation is key to ensure efficient operations. Kasi alam mo yung nangyayari din sa atin, nakita natin yung ating mga kababayan nakapila dyan, naghihintay ng mga sasakyan dahil yung mga bus, wala ring schedule. Kung hindi sila sinasabihan na pumunta sa lugar na yan, kanya-kanya sila. So ang nangyayari, hindi coordinated, hindi synchronized. Kung kailan kailangan ng sasakyan, dapat nandun sila. That's why we are in support of this route rationalization. Yung hindi ba sa isang lugar punong-puno, sa iba naman wala. Now, should there be individual operators who will choose not to affiliate themselves with a cooperative or corporation, hence opting out of the industry, they shall be entitled to either free skills training through Super Scholar or a livelihood grant through Supernor. Ang hirap pa nito, ha? to help them transition into a new industry. Kasi minsan din, kailangan din natin isipin yung viability and competition. For some of them, maybe a career change will also be helpful. So they have an option. They can decide to stay as a driver or they're given more options. In fact, thousands already have benefited from this scholar, Super Scholar program and Supernur. Contrary to the statement on not earning enough profits, the PVU VMP, through the other components, ensure financial viability of operations. Aside from consolidation, route planning ensures that the route will be viable. Hence, all maintenance and operational costs shall be covered by the daily revenue and profit is ensured. The subsidy may also cover the first few months of amortization, hence helping the cooperative or corporation during that transition.
Maraming salamat, Madam Chair, Mr. President, sa substantive na sagot. Pati yung alternatives na ino-offer na ng DOTR sa pamamagitan ng free skills training and livelihood grants. Laging pag may dagdag na options, that's well appreciated, lalo na ng mga vulnerableng sektor. I only wish to make one follow-up comment about the matter of minority na lamang yung mga tsupero operator natin ng PUVs na hindi pa parte ng mga kooperatiba. This won't be the last opportunity anyway for this representation or any of us senators na makipag-ugnayan sa DOTR. Pwede pong i-validate yung data na yon, banggain yung datos na iyon ng DOTR at nung mga for one, yung mga kapartner naming mga PUV driver at operators organizations. And still to say, kahit matukoy na natin ano yung percentage ng minority na iyon, 10% na lang ba sila, 5% na lang ba sila? Minsan po, Madam Chair, Mr. President, lalo na kapag hindi pa tayo talagang tapos sa pandemya, nasa recession pa rin, even a minority could be a significant minority dahil ang bawat hanap buhay ng bawat pamilya dito sa public transport sector ay significant pa rin. And I would imagine na the best PUV modernization program na ipagpapatuloy at pamumunuan ngayon ng bagong liderato ng DOTR would do best na optimally, maximally, maisama pa rin lahat ng mga nais pa rin manatili sa sektor na ito ng public transport. Whether yung mayorya na nasa kooperatiba na sinusuportahan ko rin bilang isang mode, economic mode of organization, o yung mga nasa minority na for whatever reason ay pipiliing hindi maging bahagi ng kooperatiba. And therefore, sana po masundan pa ang mga naunang dialogo ng kalihim at ng mga maliliit na driver at operator dahil super appreciated po iyon ng sektor at nitong representasyon. At tingin ko po ay magiging mabunga pa ring proseso para ring i-tie up yung mga loose ends pa nitong PUV modernization.
Thank you, Madam President. Actually, there are about 40% more that needs to join a cooperative for consolidation. They have until March 2023 to finalize that. What is the benefit of a consolidated scheme? The important thing is they're guaranteed a stream of income because it's actually a study of where their operations is most needed, where the passengers are, at what time is the peak, and at what time it's most needed for them to be there. Then they also have a pool of resources because they work as a cooperative. Now, I was asking also the representative of the DOTR, what happens if they don't want to join a cooperative? They still can operate, but like any franchise, they have to get a permit to operate and in that particular location. At hindi din sila bibigyan ng permit to operate doon kung saturated na yung lugar na yon. That's the reality. I know it hurts for some But if we are to have a steady stream of transportation at the time when we need it, we need to be a little bit more organized and scientific also. Hindi pwedeng tira lang ng tira, bigay ng permit sa mga ruta na punong-puno na doon, yung ibang ruta wala namang nagsaserve.
Yes, Madam Chair, Mr. President, na-appreciate ko rin po yung mga puntong iyon. At muli, isa lang ang ifo-follow up ko po, 40% pa pala ang hindi miyembro ng kooperatiba. So
Pero
hindi lang
kasi-
hindi lang significant minority, large significant minority.
Well-
Naku, kung kami po ni Sen Coco dito ay 40% ang minority sa Senado, masyadong matutuwa po ako at kami doon.
But it is still quite an achievement,
Yes.
considering that we've come from a long number of years of struggle to explain the benefits of being in a cooperative. So 60% of hundreds of thousands of drivers, I think is still quite substantial. But I understand what you're saying about the 40% still being a large number. But hopefully they'll see the merit of being a part of a cooperative. Parang union din yan eh. 'Di ba? You have a stronger voice if you are consolidated. And then in the time when you have to strike, there's still from your union, you'll still be getting some sort of financial support as opposed as you're going it alone as a renegade, 'di ba?
Yes, indeed, Madam Chair, Mr. President. At preaching to the converted tungkol sa kooperatiba dahil super sinusuportahan ko nga po yung ganyang mode of organization at economic action sa anumang sektor. And sabi nga ni Madam Chair kanina, Mr. President, merong hanggang March 2023 pa, so may ilang buwan pa makapagdesisyon kung i-assume nga yung ganitong forma ng kooperatiba. And still, I would hold out even until the end. Kung meron pang mas maliit na percentage out of the 40% right now, who, again, for whatever reason, would choose not to be a cooperative. Tingin ko, dahil halos lahat yata ng nakausap ko na PUV driver operator, kahit yung hindi pa cooperativized, ay gustong lumahok sa PUV modernization. Lamang yung iba sa kanila wala talagang sapat na resources pa para gawin iyon. I would still hold out until the very end na kahit yung kung ilang percent na matirang minority na hindi mag-cooperativize ay somehow mahanapan ng paraan, mode within the PUV modernization. I'm content to leave it at that for tonight. Madam Chair, Mr. President, hoping nga na yung mga naunang dialogo na ng kalihim at mga maliliit na driver at operator ay masusundan pa. So, salamat, Madam Chair, Mr. President. Dako naman po sa service contracting. Totoo po ba na 3 bilyong piso kada araw ang nawawala sa ekonomiya natin dahil sa traffic?
Marami na pong datos dyan, pero hindi na po siguro nalalayo dyan. Kasi kung ang average commuter para pumasok sa trabaho at umuwi araw-araw ay gumugugol ng 4 na oras sa traffic, ilan po ang ating mga manggagawa, madali lang po talagang abutin yung ganong halaga sa isang araw.
Siya nga po, Madam Chair, Mr. President, at di rin po siguro nakapagtataka kung sa maikling panahon ay lalampas pa dyan ang perwisyo ng traffic sa ekonomiya. Kung alanganin po kasi ang lagay sa ngayon ng o hindi pa kumpleto ang lagay ng PUV modernization at kung wala din ang service contracting at kung napakarami na muli ang mga bumili ng mga bagong sasakyan, talaga po yatang patungo na tayo sa tinatawag na Carmageddon dito sa Metro Manila. Maalala ko po, Madam Chair, Mr. President, sinabi po sa atin ng DBM na kaya daw hindi na nila pinondohan ang service contracting ay dahil hindi daw ito regular na programa ng ahensya. Di ko po maintindihan yung kanyang paliwanag. Gayunpaman, at ito po yung tanong ko sa service contracting, Madam Chair, Mr. President, naipanukala na po ba ni Sec Bautista sa kabinete at sa Philippine Development Plan din na ang service contracting ay gawin ng regular na programa ng DOTR?
Mr. President, The department shall coordinate with the National Economic Development Authority for its inclusion in the PDP. Apart from the proposal for inclusion in the PDP, the department, with its attached agency and with the help of civil society organizations, are also lobbying with lawmakers the possible passing of legislation that shall further establish the SCEP as a regular program.
Wonderful news, Madam Chair, Mr. President. Maraming salamat at gayon din sa Secretary. And in principle, count me in tonight dun sa mga mambabatas na makikinig ng bukas at positibo sa lobbying para dun sa mga supportive legislation or legislative policy framework na iyon. Ito sana magbunsod din ng isa pang magandang balita ngayong gabi. Madam Sponsor, nasa balita din na handa ang private sector na maglabas ng kapital para mas pagbutihin pa ang sistema ng service contracting na gaya ng sa EDSA Carousel. So tanong po, ano pong service levels ang nasa proposal ng private sector para dyan sa EDSA Carousel?
The DOTR is correct.
The DOTR is currently in the process of requesting approval from NEDA.
And funding from PPP.
Funding for feasibility.
So the DOTR is currently in the process of requesting approval from NEDA and funding from the PPP Center to conduct a feasibility study regarding the privatization of the EDSA busway system. Part of the output of the said study will be setting up key performance indicators which will determine the operating service level of the EDSA busway. We still do not have the list of the KPIs, but the department will make sure that the KPI levels will benefit the commuting public.
That's it, Madam Chair. Salamat po.
Okay.
At
Salamat
salamat.
po nasagot ko na yung tanong mo. Basta yun yung sagot nila.
Hindi ko rin po sigurado kaya nagtanong po ako kung tapos na po yung
Parang tapos na.
sagot niyo sa akin, Madam Chair, Mr. President. So, pero wala pong indicate or hindi pa po masabi ng DOTR ano yung proposed service levels na ino-offer ng private sector kaugnay ng EDSA Carousel.
Wala pa po kasi they're still in the process of studying what the key indicators are. And when they have the key indicators, they'll be able to determine what to suggest for the program.
Fair enough, Madam Chair. Salamat, Mr. President. Maari na po bang ikuwento kung paano naman, kahit in principle, paano naman mababawi ng private sector proponents ang kanilang kapital? Meron na bang preliminary ideas ang department doon?
Proponent talaga, ma'am. So it will be a subject of pay study.
There's really no proponent at the moment. That's why I guess it will be dependent on the results of the independent study, what the revenues might be or the financial benefits, so that if it's good enough, then it's viable enough for a private investor to come in, then that's when it's going to be determined.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. President. But even now, I guess, no, sa palagay ko po, napakalaki ng economic value o pwedeng kitain ng operator ng isang bus system na hindi nata-traffic at madami ang naisasakay. Kung ibibigay ng DOTR at ng MMDA ang dagdag na road space at dagdag na loading at unloading base na kailangan ng EDSA Carousel version 2.0, siguro po talagang aandar at kikita ang panukala ng private sector na gawing isang regulated monopoly ang ating bus system sa EDSA. So tanong po, may senaryo po bang ganon na gaya nung may institutional memory si Madam Chair dito dahil sa kaniyang pag-chair ng mga kaugnay na komite at hearings. Gaya nung i-privatize ng Ramos administration ng MWS ay nakapangako ng mas marami at malinis na tubig ang concessionaires pero sa halagang mas mababa pa. Mas mababa pa nga kaysa sa sinisingil bago pumasok ang pribadong concessionaire. So, meron po bang scenario na ganito na nag-materialize or kahit dinivisualize dito naman sa transport?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, ma'am, it's part of the feasibility study. Pero yung sinasabi niya po, ma'am, na added space, tama po yun. In fact, ma'am, this coming Friday, mag-inaugurate, magbubukas po tayo ng bus stop sa Ayala. Tapos next month po, additional pa sa Malibay within the DOTR. But pag may private sector na po yan, it is intended na mas marami pa pabuksan ng even bus stops.
Okay. First of all, Mr. President, from my personal point of view, I've always supported the initiative of the private sector to be part of public services. I feel that it's more transparent from them because they have their shareholders to account for. We've seen that the private sector initiative, as mentioned by our good senator, in terms of providing water, has been, well, not the best, but definitely leaps and bounds better than when it was still NAWASA providing water. Now, going back to this, they're still relying on the study for them to be able to determine the universe of who are actually going to invest. But they're already envisioning that when the private sector comes in, there will really be more bus stops. Right now, they're already added in Ayala and
Sa Friday po, bubuksan sa
sa Friday,
sa Malibay.
meron nang bubuksan sa Ayala this Friday, one bus stop. And then they also will, in the coming days, open in Malibay. I think ang private sector, pag nakita nila na maraming tao at kumikita, mas maengganyo silang magdagdag, di ba? So, I'm actually supportive of this kasi kahit naman yung LRT1, although again, hindi perfect, parang mas naging maayos pa rin yung pagpapatakbo kesa nung when government took over with the MRT line.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Mr. President. Lahat naman nagsisimula sa pag-envision o sa isang vision. So it's good to have some peaks at that tonight. Salamat po. So just a last manifestation regarding the budget of the DOTR. Bear with me, Madam Chair. Siguro mga 3 minutes lang naman to. Bibilisan ko yung pagbasa. But
Hindi, mas gusto ko yung manifestation kaysa sa question. Pag ako yung sponsor, ha?
so this, Mr. President, Madam Chair, is basically a call to move people, not cars. Judging by the number of toll roads approved by the Toll Regulatory Board, chaired by the DOTR Secretary, we are definitely on a road building spree. Yet, the lesson in every city in the world is that new roads induce people to buy cars and to make more car trips on these new roads. Mabilis ang biyahe sa mga bagong toll roads, Madam Sponsor. Pero paglabas o pagbaba natin mula sa mga toll roads na iyan ay doble ang bilang ng mga sasakyang aabutan at mas matindi pa ang traffic kaysa dati. Sabi po ng Move as One Coalition, cars are bought because roads are built. In other words, Madam Sponsor, roads ease congestion for just a while. They ease congestion for just a while. And then the volume of private vehicles on the roads builds up with a vengeance and recreates the congestion. Recognizing the plausibility of this perverse mechanism, former NEDA-Sec Carl Chua even told us here at the Senate last year that NEDA would henceforth include in their cost-benefit analysis the cost of congestion resulting from car trips induced by new roads as well as the cost of associated greenhouse gas emissions. Unfortunately, it would seem that the overwhelming bulk of major road projects approved just in 2021 by the TRB are able to avoid this calculus of congestion and greenhouse gas emissions. And this is because the vetting process prescribed by the BOT law and its IRRs has been replaced by the mere issuance of supplemental toll operation agreements or STOAs by the TRB. Major new projects did not go through the process prescribed by the BOT law. We don't know if the social and economic costs of these roads exceed the benefits to warrant public support. And I doubt this, Madam Sponsor. Ang TPLEX at NAIA X2 at marami pang ibang malalaking proyekto ay dumaan sa proseso ng BOT law. Under that, the project has to undergo careful project evaluation through the NEDA ICC and interagency diligence. A proposed project needs to pass the rigorous test of social and economic feasibility or it can be shut down. If a proposed project passes this hurdle, it must then go through a process of competitive selection for the grant of tollway concession to the bidder that either grants the largest revenue to the government or requires the least amount of subsidy. Now, if concessions were acquired by operators merely through STOA, Madam Sponsor, they are not properly evaluated, regardless of how enormous they are. They do not go through the evaluation of the NEDA board. These come into being through mere agreement between the TRB and the concessionaires. So why do we do this, Madam Sponsor? The TRB might tell us that this use of supplemental toll operating agreements is legal. Perhaps they're right. But even if the lawyers are able to demonstrate to us that the resort to TRB powers inherited from martial law era presidential decrees and letters of instruction is legally tenable, I would still argue that the DOTR secretary and the TRB itself are in no way prevented from making use of the more transparent, speaking of transparency, and more competitive, speaking of competition, more transparent and competitive process prescribed by the BOT law. It's possible, Madam Sponsor, that we already have too many toll roads and I'm certain too many cars in Metro Manila. And the TRB now may be causing more harm than good. In closing, Mr. President, Madam Sponsor, I say it is possible, but we do not know for sure, Madam Sponsor, because the TRB denies itself the use of institutional practices that can methodically shoot down projects that may be unnecessary. Maraming salamat, Madam Chair and Mr. President, for hearing me out. If I may, Mr. President, good sponsor, just finish one topic in relation to the budget of the Maritime Industry Authority.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. Is it long?
It's one topic, 4 quick questions on that same topic. So it may not be so long, Madam Chair.
Okay. Well, before you move to the maritime sector, I'd like to react quickly on what you said. I understand what you're saying about the Carmageddon scenario. That's why also this administration and pushed by us for many years has also pushed for having more rail projects. So that carries more people. At the same time, we're kind of, again, late in the game, but we have the Metro Manila subway, the North-South rail. We also have the MRT-4, which will actually be quite fast from Tagay, no, from, saan ba? From N. Domingo? From Taytay? From Tanay Rizal to, anyway. Ilang minutes? 15 minutes? Basta, another MRT-4 project. Okay. And an MRT-7. All right. So, awaiting now your question on the maritime sector.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President, Madam Chair. So Marina, as required by EO number 63, is required to verify that the training and refresher courses submitted by the maritime training institutions for approval comply with the national standards for each course. Marina also establishes and verifies these standards. However, it was noted that the standards developed by Marina for 2 refresher courses and 1 regular course did not address some competence areas that those courses should have covered, such as boarding a survival craft while wearing a life jacket and swimming in special equipment. So, tanong po, Madam Chair, in general, sumasang-ayon po ba ang Marina sa findings contained sa huling EMSA, European Maritime Safety Agency audit report, or sobra bang mataas ang standards ng EU?
We've discussed this partially earlier. We've not really been rejected. Our accreditation is still valid. On the other hand, as you mentioned, there are certain areas that we need to be able to improve. The subject courses have been revised, approved, and are being implemented, including said competence areas. In general, Marina agreed with the EMSA findings. They are not actually EU standards, but standards provided in the STCW convention adopted by the International Maritime Organization.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And na-revise na po, na-approve, na-implement yung subject courses. Kailangan lang na pumasa na rin isa ito sa mga kailangan pumasa sa susunod na audit ng
They
EMSA.
have a meeting, as I understand, May next year. So by that time, they'll do a reassessment. But again, when Senator Tulfo was on deck, we mentioned to him that the seafarers, the Filipino seafarers, are a vital part of the world maritime industry. That's why they've also been quite accommodating. There's not been a definitive timeline for us to be able to comply with all of those recommendations. However, they do appreciate that we are taking the steps necessary to be able to be compliant.
Salamat, Madam Chair, Mr. President. Actually, yung susunod ko pong brief manifestation and related questions, kaugnay nga po is how we should assess the situation or the trouble we're in, and maybe the most positive or constructive attitude we should take towards this. I've also been informed that large shipping companies have their own in-house training programs, so any deficiencies are remedied before our seafarers take their stations. I've also heard that our maritime industry, providing the largest, as Madam Chair said, the largest number of seafarers aboard EU-flagged vessels, is, sabi nung iba, too big to fail. That decertification of our seafarers is unlikely, sabi ng iba, as it would paralyze or cripple the European shipping industry. And lastly, since we have around 500,000 seafarers aboard vessels of all flags beyond the EU, all over the world, I also understand that the scale involved, the sheer number of students, the sheer number of seafarers who need to be trained and certified makes administration and regulation difficult. But, at ito nga po yung pag-iingat at kung anong ugali siguro dapat, let's not be complacent. I know Ched and Marina have been hard at work correcting the shortcomings noted in the EMSA audit. But these problems and shortcomings have been observed in several audits since 2006, as we also appear, hindi ko alam kung bakit, to be the country most audited by the EMSA. Unfortunately, each time we've been audited, shortcomings have always been observed. Kaya tanong po, Mr. President, Madam Chair, talaga bang gano'ng ka-likely ba talaga na yung mga seafarer natin ma-decertified, so to speak? Totoo bang too big to fail tayo? Too big para mangyari ito? Or have we become too complacent because of this?
Mr. President, Of course, we never take these things for granted. We have so many of our countrymen dependent on this industry, but we also should not underestimate the contribution of our countrymen in the seafarer maritime industry. That's why we are working hand in hand with them to comply with the requirements, because we understand that it's for the safety of all that we need to be compliant. On the other hand, they've also been accommodating in terms of the time frame that they've been giving us, because we have too many maritime schools here, and to get them all up to standards, I guess is also quite a challenge. But they can't also belittle the accomplishment of these maritime schools, because they're hiring these people that have graduated from those schools. So, to answer your question, no, we are not taking for granted the possibility that we might be de-accredited, but we are certainly taking steps to be able to comply with the requirements, knowing full well also that they do need our seafarers.
Maraming salamat para doon, Madam Chair, Mr. President. And this representation certainly shares the concern expressed by Madam Chair for this sector of our kababayan because of their long-standing contribution to our economy na dapat lamang talagang masuklian ng tuloy-tuloy na pagwasto sa sitwasyon in which we are in. Thank you also, Madam Chair, Mr. President, for mentioning the matter of our maritime schools. Hindi ko po itatanong iyon ngayong gabi, pero certainly hindi lamang dun sa, kumbaga, endpoint na employable at employed na at may mahaba at ginagalang na track record ng ating mga seafarers, pero dun sa simula, kung kailan sila nagsisimulang mag-aral at mag-train bilang mga marino. Naalala ko po, Madam Chair, Mr. President, dito sa recent exchange natin about this point, yung kamakailan lang nung adjournment natin, nagkaroon ako ng working trip sa Germany at papunta sa Berlin via Istanbul at pabalik sa Manila via Doha papunta, pabalik sa Manila via Istanbul. Ang dami kong nakilala at nakausap na mga marino. Aware po sila sa sitwasyong ito. Talagang very forthcoming sila sa mga concerns nila. Halimbawa, yung isa na papunta sa Aberdeen na bakit daw nagbabayad sila ng isang klaseng buwis doon na sa tingin nila hindi tama. Pauwi naman mga kausap kong mga marino, pati mga kabaro natin, Madam Chair, Madam President, forgive me, Madam President, women seafarers na may mga provision din para sa gender-sensitive provisions ng pending natin dito sa Senado na Marino Bill or Magna Carta of Seafarers Bill. Yung mga pauwi naman ay pauwi sa atin galing Montenegro. Ang kanila naman ay ang tawag nito, bakit merong daw isang kontribusyon na hinihingi sa kanila ng isang shipping body na tingin nila hindi dapat kasi wala naman daw silang napapakinabangan doon. Aware din po sila sa Marino Bill at gusto nilang maipasa ito, yung Magna Carta of Seafarers, at talagang concerned sila na masiguro na hindi lang mag-expire yung kanilang kasalukuyang certificates of competencies, ma-issuehan sila ng mga bagong COC, makapagsampa muli sila at pa rin sa kanilang mahaba ng propesyon. And kung meron man sa kanila na nakikinig sa ating interpellation ngayong gabi, Madam Chair, I'm sure ma-appreciate din po nila, Madam President, lahat ng mga tugon na ibinigay so far ng DOTR. So, huling dalawang tanong, Madam Chair, Mr.
Madam
Yes,
President,
Mr.
can I just
Madam President.
quickly
Of
intervene,
course.
Madam Chair, with the indulgence of our dear colleague, because we were talking a while ago about the importance of this certification. I used to be part of TESDA and before the standards for training and certification and watchkeeping was lodged under TESDA. It was given to DOTR, Marina, etc. You made mention, Madam Chair, the sponsor, and I think this will be appreciated by so many seafarers watching us right now. meron ba talagang deadline? Because they have been talking about this March or May to November of this year that Marina is doing. So, just to be clarified, is there a deadline to correct the EMSA findings, which is November? Is it true or not? Para lang ho, and I share this sentiment, Madam Chair. You were with us, Madam Chair, in France when we spoke with several members of the French Senate. I remember talking to 2 or 3 senators together with Senator Lito Lapid, and I was asked the same question. Is this a concern on our part? Because again, we have 345,517 seafarers deployed overseas. This is the record given to us only for 2021, Madam President. 1 out of 3 seafarers around the globe ay Pilipino po. So we're the largest seafarer supplying country. And that's why, for me, Mr. President, Madam President, we have been talking about this for quite some time, 204, 207, 2022 na po ngayon, hindi na po pwede yung commitment, Madam President. Ang kailangan po assurance. Assurance because, you know, our kababayans are doing everything they can para masiguro na talagang tayo ay papasa dito. At again, I don't want to hear the word commitment lang na gagawin natin. But yeah, assurance, papasa talaga tayo because we're the leading seafarer supplying country, Madam President. So again, yun lang ho, no? Just to clarify, is there a deadline? November, may deadline? Why was it being mentioned so many times, no? Na by November may deadline. Meron ba talaga for us?
Mr. President, I already mentioned earlier that there is no specific deadline. With the last memorandum that they sent us on the things that we were deficient on, we were already able to submit. They are now evaluating it. This is not a deadline. We have a meeting March next year, so that with EMSA, so that they can look at our submission. But again, even then, they are not saying that we have to comply at a certain time. Now, when it comes to assurance, the only assurance we can give right now is that we are working towards curing all of those deficiencies. But again, it is not in our hands to be able to determine if it's already if proficient or not. It is with the EMSA. And sometimes they can also be a little bit subjective. There are really parameters, but even the course plan, as you know, even if we study abroad, even if our universities, our high schools are good here, when we go to the UK, there's still an enrichment period of 1.5 years. So there's always that. The standards are not always all on the same plane that are comparable. That's why we're reaching that. The assurance is the good secretary is really on top of this to make sure that we will be compliant.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, not to belabor the issue, I feel this representation would like to state for the record, for quite a long time, we have been hearing the word, we will do our best, we are on top of things. But it's been more than a decade now, Madam President, and I would be only satisfied if I hear the words, I am assuring you, we're assuring the Filipino people, we're assuring the seafarers of this nation na hindi tayo mawawala sa mapa ng EMSA at tayo ay patuloy mamamayagpag bilang mga marinong Pilipino. Maraming salamat po, Madam President. Thank you, dear colleague.
Maraming salamat po, Madam President, Madam Chair. So yung huling dalawang tanong ko po, babalik ko na dun mismo sa budget ng Marina. So meron po ba tayong concrete roadmap para sa pag-correct ng mga observed shortcomings vis-a-vis yung education, training at certification ng ating seafarers, at aling mga items sa Marina 2023 budget ang kaugnay ng layuning ito?
Audits and evaluation are continuing process to verify full and effective implementation of the STCW Convention. The convention has been amended several times, thus the need to continuously modify and update requirements and systems. Additional budget of 59.7 million has been proposed by Marina but was not included in the NEP. The budget is intended for the implementation of strategic initiatives such as onboard training portal, e-training record book, enhanced monitoring system. So hindi po nabigay sa NEP. Although meron naman budget ang Marina, hindi lang nabigay lahat nung hiningi nila na 59 million.
At out of the 59.7 million proposed, Madam Chair, Madam President, magkano lang ang isinama sa NEP?
Binigay na natin sa committee report natin, 59 million.
Actually, hindi nasama sa NEP, pero the good news is in our committee report, the Senate version, yun ang ginawa natin dito sa DOTR. Binawasan natin ng konti yung rail, route right of way. At dinagdag natin dito yung 59,746,000 sa Marina. Yun po yung naging amendment. So, wala nang problema. Yung sa NEP lang, initially wala.
Okay. Pero salamat, Madam Chair, Madam President, para sa update na yun na ginawa naman pala ng Senate ng paraan in a very bold way. So, mabuhay para dyan. And lastly, Madam Chair, Madam President, kasi kahit sa mga households at household budgeting processes natin, kahit papano nagsusubi din tayo o nagpaplano para sa worst case scenario while exerting our utmost efforts as a household na hindi mag-materialize yung scenario na iyon. So I guess as a national household, we could also ask ourselves this question, considering yung worst case scenario na kahit temporarily ma-decertify tayo. Meron po bang contingency plan na embedded na rin sa susunod na taong budget?
Mr. President, of course, it's always good to have a contingency, but this is a disaster of large proportions because right now we have about not only 300,000 seafarers, we have about 600,000. So of course, we have the benefits coming from the Department of Labor, but admittedly, it will not be enough. The Senate President reminded me to keep my answer short. So right now, I say what we have is just what we have right now available in the Department of Labor for the benefits of those that are unemployed.
Maraming salamat, Madam Chair, Madam President. And I think lalo na dun sa update na binigay ni Madam Chair na yung 59.7 million para dun sa Marina budget, in a way a concrete roadmap, ay isiniguro na ng Senado. Mas maigi po talagang mag-budget para sa paggastos ngayon for the objective we want to achieve than even to have a contingency budget for a worst case scenario. Na ang intensyon naman talaga natin ay huwag na huwag abutin. So maraming salamat, Madam Chair, Madam President, at muli sa Marina din at sa buong DOTR.
Thank you.
Mr. President, Madam President, at this juncture, I move that we recognize Senator Bongo, who will give his manifestation of support. I move that he be recognized, Madam Chair.
We thank the Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Ontiveros. We now recognize Senator Bongo for this manifestation.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I would like to reiterate my full support for the passage of the proposed budget. But before that, Madam Sponsor.
Thank you.
Ma'am.
May question po kayo.
Okay lang ba? Actually, manifestation ito, pero nabanggit lang po kanina yung ni Senator Tulfo, yung mga delays ng flights. Na-experience ko po yun na 7 hours. Mismo doon lang po ako sa bench. Nandito yung picture. Doon lang po ako nakahiga sa bench po doon sa NAIA.
7 hours?
7 hours po yung delay ng flight. Ayoko na po pangalanan, domestic. Pero komportable naman po ako nakahiga doon sa bench. At pinakain po ako ng isang one-piece chicken at saka one rice and a soft drink. So,
Saan po kayo pupunta sana nun?
domestic flight lang po from na-delay, nagkaroon ng alert.
Mm.
Yun ba yung tinatawag na lightning alert, no? So, pinantay kami. Salamat naman po ako dahil binigyan ako ng one-piece chicken at saka isang rice. Wala naman po akong reklamo doon. Anyway, wala akong reklamo kaya I would like to express my full support for the passage of the proposed budget of the Department of Transportation and its attached agencies. Mr. President, huwag niyo lang kalimutan yung mga kit ha, yung kanina, pag may mga delays. Alam natin na napakalaki po ng papel na ginagampanan ng DOTR sa ating economic growth at sa pagsisiguro na ang ating mga kababayan ay makakarating ng ligtas sa kanilang mga tahanan, paaralan at trabaho. Ngayon po na recovering na ang ating ekonomiya, nagbabalik na po ang ating mga workers sa kanilang mga trabaho, nagbabalikan na rin po ang ating mga estudyante sa mga paaralan at may pagluwag na rin po ang health restrictions. Napakalaki po ng adjustments at napakabigat po ng responsibilidad ng ating DOTR upang masiguro na makakasakay po ng walang bahala ang ating mga kababayan sa ating mga public vehicles. I also appeal, Madam Sponsor, to fully fund the Libreng Sakay program. Malaking tulong ang libreng sakay sa ating mga kababayan, lalo na sa panahon ngayon na nagtataasan po ang pamasahe. Must also have funds for the Pantawid Pasada program to help public transportation drivers who are most affected by the rising oil prices. Isa po ito sa mga programa na tinutukan ng Duterte administration para maibsan ang pasanin ng ating mga PUV drivers. Alam niyo po, Mr. President, bawat piso mahalaga po sa mga ordinaryong commuter at driver. Sa mga mayayaman naman po, maaring baliwala po ito. Pero sa ordinaryong mamamayan, bawat piso na matipid, malaking tulong na po yun. Aside from this, Mr. President, I appeal to the DOTR to ensure the continued implementation of the Mindanao Railway System. This is one of the priority projects of the past administration, is part of the Build program. Matagal na po itong hinihintay ng mga kababayan natin sa Mindanao. To spur economic development in other regions, we must also invest and improve the transportation in the countryside. Sana patuloy itong maging prioridad po ng DOTR. I also support the budgets of the attached agencies, the CAB, the Maritime Industry Authority, Office of the Transportation Cooperatives, Office of the Transportation Security, Philippine Coast Guard, Toll Regulatory Board, Civil Aviation Authority of the Philippines, CAAP, Davao International Airport Authority, Light Rail Transit Authority, Philippine National Railways, Philippine Ports Authority. Lahat po ng ahensyang ito ay mahalaga po ang pagsiguro na ligtas at maayos ang ating transportasyon. I remember I particularly pushed for additional budget for the PNR in this year's budget. We were also successful in the inclusion of additional budget in 2022 for the acquisition of modern equipment for the Philippine Coast Guard. Kung kaya nating madagdagan pa ang budget ng mga ahensya ng DOTR, gawin po natin. That is all, Madam Sponsor. Again, I reiterate my full support for the proposed budget of the Department of Transportation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the manifestation of our good gentleman from Davao, for his humility, waiting for that long in the airport. One-piece chicken lang ang katapat. Siguro yan ang ilagay natin sa malasakit kit. Thank you, Mr. President.
Madam President, at this juncture, I move that we recognize the distinguished gentleman from the city of San Juan, our Deputy Majority Leader, Senator J.V. Ejercito. I move that he be recognized.
Senator J.V. Ejercito is recognized. We know that Senator Ejercito's advocacy is transport in the railway system.
Thank you, Madam President.
Proceed.
Almost morning already, but I'm happy that my chair of the Committee on Transport is still up and about. Anyway, I just have some questions, but more of support because we have worked together the past few years. You are my chair in the committee, and I was the one defending the budget of the OTR for a couple of years. But I was during the SONA of President, the first SONA of President Bongbong Marcos. I came from a trip. I was admittedly suffering from jet lag, but when the president mentioned that he will make priority infrastructure, most especially the railway system, sounded like music to my ears. Medyo nagising talaga ako noon. At least ipagpapatuloy. Sabi ng Pangulo, ipagpapatuloy ang nasimula na. And we started this, Madam President, Chair, you know that we worked for this. And the development of the country's railway system will serve as the economic driver and stimulate economic growth. It will bring massive development, not just in Metro Manila, but in other parts of the country as well. It will create jobs and improve the lives of the Filipinos by spreading out the development in the countryside. Kapag naisa katuparan mga rail projects, magkakaroon tayo ng growth triangle by connecting all the ports in the future, no? Subic, Batangas, and Manila. And 65% actually of the GDP of the country is in this area, Madam Chair, Madam President. Honorable Chair, no, is in the Calabarzon, Metro Manila, and Bulacan area. So pag tinuloy po natin, talaga, full steam ahead ang railway projects, hindi lang convenience sa tulugan traffic, kundi masisigla pa ang ekonomiya dahil sa rail projects. I'm sure that the good sponsor would agree to this. Because we have agree po kayo, no? Madam Sponsor, my chair.
I agree.
Maging si President Marcos, ang marching order niya ay full speed ahead para sa sektor ng transportasyon. Full speed ahead ang sabi ni PBBM, kaya lang, medyo nag-alala lang po ako, kaya nga tumayo, hindi na supusan ako, medyo umaga na. But I'm just worried, Madam President, Honorable Chair, that when I saw the National Expenditure Program, we had about 100 billion for 70 billion for the North-South Commuter Rail and about 26 billion for the Metro Manila subway system. But when I saw the HCAP, it was cut to almost a half. North-South Commuter Railway System received a budget cut of about 40 billion, and the Metro Manila Subway Project Phase 1 received a budget cut of about 10 billion. So napakalaki po, no? Halos kalahati. Ang inaalala ko lang po, I'm just worried, Madam President, Honorable Chair, is that all of these, both of these projects already full steam ahead. Talagang ano na siya, no? Ginagawa. Siguro kung dumaan kayo ng SCTEX, nandun na po ang NSCR sa bandang Clark, Metro Manila Subway System, of which we were a part of with together with the Secretary and the President, will already start boring in a few months' time. So simula na. So from what I understand also, the funding of this will be ADB and JICA, which will take care of the electromechanical and civil works, and the participation of the government, for which we are, what the budget that we are already deliberating will be right of way and VAT. Is that correct, Madam Chair? So yun po ang participation ng gobyerno ng ating pamahalaan. So yung right of way and VAT. So ang aking lang inaalala, once there is a delay, no, or once there's a budget cut, there will be financial charges, no? So ang tanong ko lang nun, ano kaya ang how will the budget cut affect the timetable of the completion of the various railway projects? Ilang taon kaya ang may dadagdag upang matapos ang apektadong railway projects?
Balik muna kayo.
Budget cut.
Ano mangyayari?
1 year, so 1 year delay, 1 year madi-delay yung procurement, yung acquisition ng
Right of way. Okay.
Therefore, 1 year. Therefore, kung 2028, expected to be completed 2029 and 2023. So yearly kasi ang budget, kung 1 year ang delay, 1 year additional.
Okay, thank you. According to our USEC of rails, on rails, it will be delayed at least 1 year.
At least one.
Kasi additional 1 year. So kung 2025, kung 2028 magiging 2029. Kasi per year yung budget natin eh. So ngayon mag-a-accrue yan. So kung next year, bawasan na naman natin yung budget, isa na namang
Another
taon yon. So 2 years delay na. Although we have the parang we keep doing this for all our projects. This is not new. And then really we need to be able to see what the priorities are, and hopefully this is one of them.
Thank you, Madam Chair. From what I also understand, doon po sa babayaran po natin, yung pong part ng gobyerno, no, yung right of way, siguro pwede natin i-flash. Kasi minsan allergic tayo pag lump sum sa mga right of way because of the controversies in the past. But probably to give a better understanding, yung pong right of way will be used for land acquisition of different parcels of land, no, para sa mga stations, mga staging area. At dito po, no, sa Makati lamang, 16 billion, no, for land parcels of land kasi mahal po ang Makati. Sa Manila, about 9 billion, Binyan, 3 billion, Calamba, 3.2, Muntinlupa, 1.7.
Ikaw yata nagbigay
Yung
ng
ISF relocation, that will be about 11 billion for thousands of families that will be affected. Doon naman sa utilities, ang hindi po alam ng iba, no, kasama rin po rito yung utilities, no? Yung NGCP, natatamaan po. Meralco, yung mga tatamaan din po mga poste. Maynilad and Manila Water, from understand na kasi po ginamit po ng Maynilad at Manila Water yung old PNR line of which they were paying rentals. But now that they have invested, kailangan din po nating bayaran. So, ito po. So, ang mangyayari po, aside from the right of way, ito pong mga utilities will also need to be relocated. So, sa tingin ko, Madam Sponsor, Madam President, it may only, baka hindi lang 1 year, baka hindi lang isang taon, magpapatong-patong po ito. So, that's why, the reason why I presented this, Madam Chair and Madam President, so that we will have a better understanding of where, how the right of way and the budget, no, will be detailed, no, para po makita po natin. Also, Madam Chair, with the status of the railway projects implementation, the utilization rate, siguro ito po kasi yung nagiging justification every year na mababa ang utilization rate ng DOTR, no? Of which I agree, no? By the time I was also here, mababa yung utilization rate, kaya lagi pong kinakat yan. With the status of the ongoing implementation, 2020, no? For example, railway disbursement was only 57%, 2021, 55%. Pero noong 2022, umakyat na siya ng 184%. Tama ho ba to, Mr. Secretary?
Yes, actually tama. Tumaas na yung utilization rate.
So with the status of the railway projects already in full steam in construction, especially NSCR and Metro Manila Subway are now being implemented, does the DOTR now commit better utilization?
Yes, Mr. President. In fact, as of October 2022, the railway sector has disbursed 42.68 billion already. 11.62 billion disbursements from GAA 2002 programmed appropriations. 31.6 billion disbursement from unprogrammed appropriations. Ito yung mga foreign loan. To date, the sector needs to utilize the remaining 9 billion 278 million to achieve significant disbursement of GAA. But I think we will be able to achieve this, Mr. President. So this is for the first time. Of course, we have the expert here of the rail back in the helm.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam President. Also, my worry also is that if ever there are budget cuts, definitely the right-of-way acquisition will be affected, no? Especially yung relocation ng mga utilities, Maynilad, Manila Water, what have you. So, ibig sabihin mo nun, kapag nagkaroon po na ng delay sa right-of-way and relocation of the utilities, definitely the construction, the civil works will also stop. Yung civil works and the mechanical, yan po ay loan po natin. So there will be financial charges. Tama ho ba?
Correct, Mr. President.
Yun po doon po ako nag-aalala because we are already, this is a loan from ADB, JICA, although very friendly, but still every time there is a mastol, no, or magkaroon ng delay in projects, there will be financial charges. Meron po tayong pagbabayarang interest payment. So, Madam President, that's the reason why I really stood up because I think we really have to prioritize this because the President already mentioned in his persona that he will the administration will prioritize the really projects. And I think among our ASEAN neighbors, one of the reasons we are lagging behind our neighbors is because of our weak infrastructure and high cost of energy. Dalawa po itong bagay. And I think with our push, Madam Chair, to the years na nagtulong tayo, I think this is one of the reasons we have to play catch up. No? Kaya sana po I would like to really appeal to our colleagues to restore the budget that was cut. Halos kalahati. And this will definitely affect the schedules. This will also entail financial charges and we will be burdened by the financial charges. And more importantly, Madam President, the delay in the completion of the railway projects because of the lack of government support will also bring a lack of confidence probably in investors. It will paint a bad picture in the international community while the President is trying hard to market or to sell the country that we are already open for business. Dapat din on our part that the government should do its part. Ang papilala po natin dito yung right of way at yung VAT. So yung ADB, JICA, and other assistants will already provide for the electromechanical and the civil works. Tama ho ba, Mr. Secretary, Madam
Iba talaga, Mr. President. You can see the expertise and the passion of our colleague from San Juan. He actually is a very capable vice chair, more knowledgeable, I will admit, than the chair of the committee when it comes to the rail sector and the transport sector. And his points are very much appreciated to bring into light this dilemma that we are in. In fact, we are almost 1 billion pesos in fees already because of the delay of the projects.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam President. So again, like to thank our chair for always it has always been an honor and a privilege to be a vice chair. We have worked for this the past few years. Ito na po ang pagkakataon, nakikita na natin na it is already taking shape, no? Nakikita na po natin. Kaya nangako ko tayo kay Pangulo na the full speed ahead. I think on our part sa Kongreso, in the Senate, we have to support him, no, in his policy. The President, in fact, is our chief engineer, our conductor, and the Congress and the Senate should provide him the fuel to move our country forward. No? So let us work together. I appeal to our colleagues that for us to be able to address one of the weaknesses of our country, again, that is the infrastructure sector. I hope that we can restore so that we can again go full speed ahead with our infrastructure development, because this will not only this will not be only for the convenience. This will stimulate economic growth all around the country. Pati po yung Mindanao Railway System, pati po yung Panay Railway System which the President mentioned, and the South Long Haul. No, sana po magtuloy-tuloy na rin po. Napaka-importante na maging successful tong North-South commuter line and also the subway system. So with that, I conclude. Last point na lang po doon sa LTO. Nakausap ko kanina si Madam Chair, ang ating bagong LTO chief. Meron tayong backlog, no, with the plates. I think it numbers about millions, no, sa motorcycle and motor vehicles. Ang suggestion ko, sana tapusin na muna natin yung backlog. Dalawa kasi yung sa motorcycle, baka pwedeng unahin na natin yung rear. Kasi maraming Madam Chair, Madam President, no? Yung peace and order anti-crime. So nag-usap na po kami kanina, Madam President. So that's my humble suggestion po. So with that, again, Madam President, I terminate my interpellation. Thank you, Madam Chair. Be rest assured of my support all the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator JV Ejercito, Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, Mr. President.
Thank you.
The
Mr. President, I'd like to thank our Vice Chair of the Committee on Public Services for his very knowledgeable comments about the budget. And maybe we can also source some of the deficiencies through the unprogrammed funds that the Chair of the Finance Committee mentioned. And thank you, Senator JV.
Madam President, package deal daw po, the good one and the cute one. So I move that the gentleman from San Juan be recognized, Senator Jinggoy Estrada. The other gentleman from San Juan.
Senator Jinggoy
Thank you.
Estrada.
Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Majority Floor Leader. Thank you, Madam President. Good evening to my comadre, Senator Grace po.
Yes, good evening, Mr. President. It is my pleasure to be interrogated back to back by the good one and the gooder. No, not gooder.
Hindi na ako nagsabi niyan, ha?
The good one and the what? Cuter ba? The cute one. Okay, okay.
Well, my colleagues have already asked me to limit my questions because it's already
Yes, please.
late.
Thank you.
Medyo masama na tingin sa akin ni Senator Cynthia. Anyway, hindi na sana ako magtatanong pero meron po nagbigay sa akin ng isang news clipping with regard to the delayed DOTR projects worth 1.61 trillion pesos. And if I may read for the record, the COA has flagged the Department of Transportation over 128.42 million in additional fees incurred due to setbacks in 14 foreign assisted projects worth 1.61 trillion. Hindi na ako papaligoy-ligoy pa. Bakit po nagkaganito? Why the delay
161.
of these projects? 1.61 trillion worth of delayed DOTR projects.
Parang hindi naman
And
ako.
out of the 14 foreign assisted projects,
Mr. President, apparently a lot of the acquisition delay and also the labor delay was due to the pandemic. A lot of those projects were actually hampered because of the limited manpower supply as well as sourcing of the different materials needed for the construction.
so do you have any timetable for when will this be completed? Dalawa lang.
There are 1.3 trillion is about 14 projects which have a range of completion from 2024, 2025 until 2029.
So ibig po sabihin itong mga ibang projects na delay mag-umpisa pa lang sa 2025, am I correct?
And the ongoing po, matatapos
These
po
are
yung
all ongoing.
Oo, delivery dates po between 2025 to 2029.
Alright. And out of the 14 foreign assisted projects, only 2 projects have been completed. Am I correct? And this is the Bohol Airport, Air Traffic Management Systems, the first phase of the Maritime Safety Program, and the LRT Line 2 East
Okay.
Extension.
So it's really just the Bohol project and the satellite project of CAAP. Those are the 2 completed ones.
Yes, hindi ba naabutan ng pandemic itong Bohol Airport?
Hindi kasi ang tagal na po eh. Tapos na po siya noong 2019.
And the commission also noted that the 2 projects, namely the Metro Manila Bus Rapid Transit and the Cebu Container Port, had no data on their physical status. Can you please enlighten this representation with regard to the status of these two projects?
Both projects have not started construction yet. That's why there's no data.
May this representation know when will it commence? Hindi na? Hindi na tutuloy?
Okay,
Metro
so
and the bus rapid.
the Cebu project will begin in 2023, but then the EDSA busway, but the Metro Manila BRT has no start date because the loan was canceled by the World Bank.
The loan was what was the reason for the cancellation, Madam President? Mr. President, I'm sorry.
Implementation is mga right of way.
Yes, ma'am, right of way.
The implementation period has expired in 2022. Unfortunately, we weren't able to comply with the pre-requirements, and one of them is the right-of-way acquisition. So the World Bank in 2022 decided not to proceed with the loan.
Are we not going to reconsider or talk to the World Bank to reconsider giving back, asking for the loan that was canceled?
We are considering it, and also we will entertain potential financial partners.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Madam President. Going back to the questions of Senator Risa with regard to the seafarers, because being the chairman of the Committee on Labor, together with Senator Rafi Tulfo is the chairman of the Committee on Migrant Workers. I have already discussed with him with regard to drafting a bill, the Magna Carta for seafarers. And we want to get all inputs from all stakeholders in order for this bill to be beneficial for all our seafarers. May I know the reasons for the late or inadequate response of the government to these problems with regard to the seafarers?
Is the gentleman referring to the accreditation?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yes, this has been ongoing. We have not been disqualified. Our accreditation is still valid. We were able to submit with the recent request for compliance by the European Commission. It seems like we're always playing catch up with them, but they haven't given a definite timeline for us to comply. They are just going to be meeting with us next year in March to be able to tell us where we stand with our recent submissions. But I don't think it is something that will immediately jeopardize the employment of 600,000 seafarers, because as it is now, they recognize that we are doing our best to comply.
Yes, because the statement of the Foreign Affairs Undersecretary, and if I may quote, warned that 50,000 Filipino seafarers currently deployed in the European Union will be at risk of losing their jobs if the Philippines fails to comply with the European Maritime Safety Agency standards. How true is this?
Yes, of course, if we fail to comply. On the other hand, the report or the response of the European Commission is saying that they accept our submission for now, and they will continuously work with us to be compliant. As I mentioned earlier, Mr. President, we should not also underestimate the importance of 600,000 seafarers. It will really create a crisis in the maritime and shipping industries without them. That's why the EU is also very motivated to work with us.
And I know that, and you and I know that the Philippines is one of the world's biggest suppliers of sea-based workers, with Filipinos at one point comprising over 25%
25%.
of mariners worldwide. Well, anyway, apart from the Maritime Industry Authority or the Marina, are there any other government agencies concerned in addressing these issues?
Uh, well, CHED, because they are the ones that um, do the instructional materials, I suppose,
CHED?
the courses. So CHED, in coordination with the Marina, are the ones that are preparing the accreditation compliance when it comes to the instruction for the seafarers.
Meron ba tumutulong galing sa pribadong sektor? Are there anybody from the private sector helping in this issue and giving solution to this problem?
Yeah, they are continuously conducting dialogues with the private sector. As you know that the different maritime schools are run privately, and it is also to their benefit if we are able to resolve this matter. I know that I've been to the Magsaysay training center named Seafarer School, and I was quite impressed with the training. I'm sure that Miss Doris Ho is probably also helping um, for them to be compliant.
Halimbawa po, Madam Chair, naging unfavorable ang desisyon sa atin, sa atin mga seafarers. What will happen?
As I answered also Senator Risa, there's 600,000 of them. Right now, what is available for them is what we have, the benefits that we have lodged in the different agencies that are already existing, like the DOLE, and maybe the Department of Migrant Workers, but I'm not sure if they qualify for that. But then, kung ano po ang meron tayo ngayon, yun lamang po ang may bibigay natin. Kung 600,000 yan na mawalan ng trabaho,
That's a big problem for us.
that's a huge problem
Huge
for us.
problem.
That's why we are also working hand in hand. So it's actually both detrimental on both sides for the shipping, the worldwide shipping and maritime industry, as well as our country. That's why it is to the interest of both that we become compliant.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. On another note, may we know from the good sponsor an overview of the Philippine Coast Guard's budget, if any, that is related in the intensifying presence in the West Philippine Sea? And I believe the Philippine Coast Guard is under the DOTR.
Yes, it is, Mr. President. The total budget for the Coast Guard is 21 billion. 21 million? Uh, It's 21 billion total budget for the Philippine Coast Guard. And that also includes fuel costs for patrolling our archipelago, the repairs of the different sea vehicles.
Madam Madam Chair, kasi medyo naguguluhan ako. Kailan nalipat yung Philippine Coast Guard sa DOTR?
1998, Mr. President. Baka ikaw
Parang
naglipat.
tatay Paano it was during the time of
President
President
R.
Estrada. Bakit nalipat? Bakit hindi naging under sa Navy or sa Marines?
Or
Ano ba? Iba ba yung function?
Oo nga, kailan nga? Kailan? What month? We're not sure, Mr. President.
What was the rationale behind it?
April 15, so that was just right before the term of
Okay. You know what was
President.
the rationale behind it? Why it was transferred under the DOTR?
I guess because the Coast Guard is almost like a civilian branch of the military. Oh, you must humanitarian. Like in the US, iba din yung Coast Guard eh. More of enforcement sila, reinforcement more than anything.
So
More
bakit-
domestic.
Bakit ang Coast Guard ang nagbabantay sa teritoryo natin sa West Philippine Sea?
And
Bakit-
I think that's in coordination also with the Philippine Navy.
Yeah, why not the Philippine Navy? Navy.
Well,
Why
they
the Coast
also
Guard?
need the Coast Guard for like maybe small. Siyempre, we don't want naman the Philippine Navy catching like small time violators also, di ba? So if
Well,
we
do
need
they have
almost
the
small
capacity,
boats,
the ability, I mean, to
they
guard
do,
our
but
property there,
Since it's part of
our territory there?
activities through the Coast Guard, we currently have 3 offshore gold vessels.
okay. When if it's domestic enforcement, we really rely on the Coast Guard kasi hindi naman din tayo nag-enforce ng law enforcement na military ang gumagawa. Kaya if it's within our territory, we really employ the Coast Guard. Now, if it's an international incursion, that's when we employ the regular military branch, which is the Navy.
Yes. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and Senator Cynthia is
Sinisilip
still
ko.
has to defend the budget of the Department of Agriculture. Anyway, I would like to terminate my questions, my interpellations. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. While it is true that there's the good one and the cuter one, or the cuter one and the good one, both are gentlemen. So, thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Next on deck is our Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel.
Mr. President, can we have like a 5-minute break? Just
Session suspended.
So, Mr. President. Mr. President.
Minority Leader is recognized.
So, thank you, Mr. President, and with the permission of our hardworking chairwoman, may I commence my interpellation on the budget of the DOTR and the attached agencies, Mr. President. Thank you. Thank you. So, I have received the feedback that our Secretary Bautista, is open to consulting or holding dialogues with stakeholders, the general public, on issues related to the jurisdiction of his department. So, because of that, I'll try to keep my interpellation under 1 hour. Plus the fact that I think my kumpare is still here with us, Cesar Chavez. So, ano po yan, maaga po matulog yan, but he's still here. So, I know he is sacrificing. So, and then of course, andito yung idol ko, our Admiral, the Commandant of the Philippine Coast Guard, Admiral Arta Abu. So, kasi ako pa talaga, in all honesty, nakita ko po sa pandemic time, one of the agencies nagpakitang gilas would be the Philippine Coast Guard. Okay, so because of that, iklian na natin ito. But siguro I'll ask questions on the budget itself. Mr. President, from the net of the Office of the Secretary, is it correct that it got reduced by 50 billion in the House version? Tama po ba yung information? Railway projects, 50%.
It got
Net to gov. Tingnan mo, net to gov. Nalimutan ko.
okay. Actually, from the NEP, it's supposed to be 143 billion plus. From the GAB, naging 99. So we're looking at about 44 billion about.
44 billion.
44.5 billion.
On the Office of the Secretary's budget po ba yan?
Hindi po, that's the overall budget.
Hindi.
Office of the Secretary, sorry.
Yes, Office of the Secretary. So dun yung cut, that was the cut. Not on, so that was the significant cut from NEP to GAB, Office of the Secretary's budget.
Yes, there's also a cut from the Maritime Industry Authority, although we aligned also an amount there in the Senate committee report.
Yes, okay, kaya nga, now going to the Senate committee report, the Senate subcommittee adds 200 million to the Office of the Secretary.
We did add for the Marina 80 million for the Marina.
59 million.
For the Office of the Secretary, we added 200 million. Marina, we added
Hindi,
59 million in the Marina and then 200 million for the Office of the Secretary, specifically for the Public Utility Vehicle Modernization Program.
I think we ended up reducing pa pala. I think the Senate subcommittee ended up reducing by 59 million the budget for the Office of the Secretary. Ganun kasi.
We realigned some of them, particularly from the rail, the right-of-way. We realigned from the right-of-way funds for the PUV and the Marina.
We realigned from or to?
We realigned the budget of the right-of-way, which is under the Office of the Secretary, to another program under the Office of the Secretary, which is the Public Utility Vehicle Modernization Program, and also under the Marina, which
Yes.
is the monitoring and enforcement of maritime laws and regulations.
Saan siya yun? Right of way, yun na nga. So tama, 250 na, the total shift is 259 million. Ganun ang nangyari. Ganun ang nangyari.
Yes, yun
Yes,
yun,
okay.
yun, yun.
But then, so if we got it from the right of way funding, which is what the House did to the tune of 50 billion, therefore, my common sense tells me that for projects, the first step would be right of way acquisition before we can actually implement. So, hindi ba napakaraming proyekto ba nito ang madedelay? Now, isa nga i-connect ko na, connected sa tanong ni Senator Jinggoy Estrada na 1.3 trillion, baka madagdagan pa, sir. And then sa concern ni Senator Bina, yung commitment fees and other penalties, madagdagan na naman.
Sa undercover. From
Pwede pa natin pa-remedyo yata. Pwede pa ma-remedyo sa...
Kasi, actually, yung right-of-way total budget is about 12.6 billion from the GAB, no? Ginawa natin 12.3. And the reason is, yung utilization rate trend, yung absorptive capacity, minsan, pag napakalaki rin kasi sa isang particular initiative, hindi na naman nagagamit lahat. Yung kailangan din natin dun sa Marina, very crucial din
yes,
yung...
agree ako dun.
Oo, dun sa Marina, kailangan talaga yan. At saka dun sa PUV modernization, the 200 million will spell a big difference also to help the drivers. So, parang yon direkta kasing mapupunta talaga na beneficiaryo. We didn't really get that much considering they still have the same 12 billion, no? Naging from 12.6, naging 12.3. We figure usually yung utilization and absorptive capacity, hindi na naman nauubos yung ganong kalaking amount.
So GAB, 12.6 billion pesos for road right of way, but NEP 62 ito. Tama?
Sa
Kasi
NEP,
ang information ko, binawasan na ng House by 50
ang
billion.
initial ng
Tama ba
NEP,
yan? 62 billion?
oo, parang sa NEP 12.658. So pareho lang sila doon. Pareho lang sila doon sa
sa GAP.
sa GAP. Pero ano to?
2022.
Sa NEP po.
Pero sa 2022, Mr. President, 1.6 lang
Oo nga.
ang binigay dun sa sa GAA. So, malaki na ang tinalon actually from 1.6 billion kung susundin natin itong Senate Comrep to 12.9 billion.
But can I ask about the NEP? The 2023
12.3.
executives budget on the road right of way.
Sa NEP 12.658, pareho sa
12.65
House.
lang. So parehas lang pala.
Oo,
So,
pareho sa House.
Mali. Hindi daw gumalaw eh.
The 15 million reduction
Sige, is that the tama? So hindi gumalaw. So my information is wrong na gumalaw?
and meron din pong
Tama ako. Oo nga.
sa real projects. So the real projects went
Ayusin nila yung sagot eh. Tatagal tayo.
and survey.
That's a great.
Hindi tayo, yes. Nagising tuloy ako, antok na ako.
Kaya mo na, hindi naman nila tinatanong. Okay.
So, ma'am, so that, Madam Chairwoman, NEP, the President's budget ito eh. The Executive's budget for road right of way lodged at the DOTR would be what amount?
The NEP is 12.6 billion. GAB is 12.6 also. Tayo, ginawa natin 12.3.
I think what, if I may, the chair may interject, what received budget cuts was the NSCR, the North-South Commuter Line, which is about 50% cut from 70 billion. What was approved was about 35 billion. And from the from the Metro Manila Subway project of about 26 billion, only 10 billion was approved.
So, that would be a total of 50 billion and those funds cut were for the right of way acquisition for those two projects. Mr.
Yes, if I may interject again, the government's participation is the right of way and the VAT. The electro and mechanical and civil works will be taken from the loan proceeds from ADB and JICA.
Yun yung pinag-usapan.
Yes, so this is actually what was being explained to me. That's why it seems like the NEP right of way has actually increased. Because there's a separate line for the right of way acquisition for the rail sector. The other one is just the general right of way acquisition. So parang yung sa rail sector, malaki na talaga yung nabawas from the NEP pa lang. Dito naman sa atin, ang binawasan natin ng right of way sa general yon, hindi lang sa rail.
For what? Okay, so sige, para maklaro, but there is really a cut no, from 2 projects, as mentioned by our presiding officer, and those amounts were originally meant for what? Yun ang kinat eh.
For the one that we cut or the one that was already cut from the NEP?
Yes, cut from the NEP. Not ours, not ours.
Yeah, the one from the subway.
Okay.
And the north-south commuter rail.
For what? Yeah. Yes, meant to do what for the subway and meant
Right of way acquisition.
right of way pa rin nga also. And then for the north-south railway, still
Right
right
of way
of
pa
way.
rin.
So, right of way nga. Natago lang. Natago lang siguro. So separate lump sums ba yan? May lump sum ba for road right of way and then per project meron palang may item din na right of way acquisition.
Oo, iba-iba po.
So, okay. Confirm. We got it. So okay. So I was just looking at the wrong line, but tama. There was really a cut. So ito na lang question ko siguro. How will those 2 projects be affected if we can? Kasi ang understanding ko po sa budget process, budget call. Original figure siguro came from the department. Diba? And then you convince DBM that you need those amounts for the projects to be successfully completed. Acquisition ng property yun eh.
Yes, Mr.
And then-
President, that was actually what we discussed earlier. Senator JV, our Vice Chair for Public Services, had asked that, and the response of our USEC for Rail is that it will delay us at least a year. And then if next year we also have that deficient budget for this, it will be delayed another year. It will compound. That's why I spoke separately also from the chair of the Committee on Finance, and he said, perhaps we can look for an allocation in the unprogrammed funds later on.
Kasi ako, gives me the impression that there is a failure in budgeting or there's something wrong with our budgeting process. Diba? I mean, ano nangyari yun?
I don't think
But-
that, I think there should be more coordination between what the priorities are of this administration. Because sometimes, of course, part of the budget is political consideration, to the detriment of what actually should be for the development, the long-term development of the country.
Kasi the administration has overwhelming support in the House. And yet, this happens. Medyo, it does not show overwhelming support. You got 50 billion. Hindi po is that a biro-biro amount, Secretary? 50 billion sa panahon ngayon? Hindi ko alam kung binabaliwala na natin ang value ng pera eh. That's a big amount.
That's a big amount.
That's a big amount. Okay, so thank you for that. So, medyo, if you want to... Kasi ulitin ko, sir, Secretary, yung sanga-sanga, di ba? 1.3 trillion worth of delayed projects. Di yung dalawang nabanggit natin, potential candidate madagdag dun. Commitment and penalty fees that release ko sa committee hearing. Potential na naman madadagdagan na sa next year's budget. Gaya na naman ang tanong natin. And then kung paulit-ulit ang reasoning na ganyan, something is wrong with our budgeting process. Something is wrong. Anyway,
Mr. President, I think next year, we should have a concerted effort to really talk to the DBM to include it in their NEP. Kasi ang hirap na naghahabol tayo ngayon. Imagine sa natin kukunin bigla yung 50 billion, di ba?
Yun na nga po. Pero tayo naman po, ang Senate Subcommittee report, nag-cut naman tayo sa unprogrammed sa support to foreign assisted projects na during the committee hearing, I asked if that is under the jurisdiction of DOTR. Yes, ang sagot nyo, these are your projects. Nag-cut kami 69.5 billion. Linagay naman namin sa mga worthwhile items to be as a tawag nila rito standby appropriation just in case may excess revenue or may loan. Pero are we conscious, Madam Chairwoman, Mr. President, of the possible effect of our own cut at 69.5 billion pesos?
Ano to? 69 sa...
Doon po sa support to foreign assisted projects which are mainly DOTR projects.
Mr. President, I'm sorry, I'm not really familiar with that 69 billion cut.
Atin yan diba? Atin.
So ito yung mga affected, ano? LRT 1, Cavite Extension, Metro Manila Subway, North-South.
Wala tayong pambayad sa mga progress billings.
Talaga maapektuhan po yung mga projects natin. Wala tayong pambabayad sa mga
Progress billings.
progress billings. Ito pong mga progress billings na binabanggit natin, yung mga depot tunnels sa East Valenzuela, Quirino Highway, tunnel stations, Ortigas, etc., etc.
Oo nga, tinanong ko sa committee hearing yan, who remembers the answer, sabi ko, I mentioned too, yung SIP-SIP at saka yan, foreign assisted. Sabi nyo, sa SIP-SIP, hindi kayo involved dyan. Sa foreign assisted, involved kayo. So, ilan ba ito? Ito yung mga involved. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 projects. So, kinat din po namin. So, are these also 10 projects potentially to be also added to the 1.3 trillion delayed projects as well as additional commitment fees and penalty fees?
Yes, meron po tayong additional penalty fees for sure. Although, yung mga nandito naman kasi, like, for example, LRT Line 1, Cavite Extension.
Ito pala, may check.
Nilagyan natin ito ng pondo. Meron naman konting pondo na natira. MRT3 rehabilitation meron din, although na-cut din ng konti. Yung Cebu bus rapid project, yon meron din. So meron naman po, kaya lang it's not the full amount, so it's also not the full effect that we want or result.
Yeah, just to be clear, tatlo pala ang apektado, ma'am. Not the what did they say, 10? 10 projects. So tatlo lang po pala. Metro Manila Subway Project Phase 1, North-South Commuter Railway System, Mindanao Railway Project. Yun po ang binawasan natin. May pondo ngang natira, pero si North-South Commuter Railway System, 60 in billions to, no? 60 billion. So doesn't that show also parang a failure in planning? We can afford to cut a project by 60 billion?
Sino mother committee?
Standby appropriation na nga ito eh. Parang...
I'm not, sorry, I'm not familiar with this one, Mr. President. 69.5 billion that was cut. It's not from the subcommittee. Hindi, wala na matitira. Kasi kalahati na yan ang budget ng DOTR.
It's in the unprogrammed appropriation. At any rate, at least na-bring out ko na, may period of amendments, pwede po natin pag-usapan. Ano ba? Ang klaruhin lang natin ano yung possible effect. Kasi ganun din yun. When we cut sa programmed appropriations, klaro yung effect. When we cut sa unprogrammed, are the effects the same? Yan lang yung tanong ko. Opo, sige, anyway po. Anyway, we trust the Secretary to be competently at the head of the department. Pag may solusyon na sir, sulatan na lang kami para hindi na ako sulat na lang sir para rin po ma-enlighten din po kami. Ngayon po, Sige, para lang po to sa mga kababayan natin na ano, 'di ba meron tayong air passengers Bill of Rights?
Meron po.
'Di ba dahil nga yan sa mga naranasan yung mga delay, canceled flights, pinapabayaan sila, ganon-ganon. So yan ang resulta. Apparently,
Midnight snack.
andun pa rin yung kung ano man yung mga paghihirap na nagclamor tayo ng Bill of Rights of Air Passengers, present pa rin sila. Si Senator Bongo, 7 hours wait. Si Senate President Subiri, 5 hours wait daw. Meron si Senator Binay nagkwento na from international flight naman from Singapore, so 4 hours to diverted to Clark, 5 hours at the tarmac, not allowed to disembark from the plane, then ordered back to Singapore. So 4, 5, 4. I mean, nangyayari pa rin. So,
Well,
anong binigay natin sa kababayan natin na papel?
Hindi, Mr. President, kasi yung iba naman talaga, weather-related, wala rin naman tayong control. Hindi naman natin sinasabi na okay to. We're not saying that it is acceptable, but it also happens in other countries that there are waits that are significantly long. On the other hand, what the good secretary has proposed is that the passenger bill of rights be posted in very conspicuous areas, meaning in the check-in counters, so that all of the passengers will be aware of it. Na within a certain number of hours, pag wala pa, you're entitled to a malasakit kit. You are entitled to the information hotline that you can call anytime. Meron pong hotline na ganon. So, ayun po, talagang hindi po talaga ideal yung setup ng airport natin. That's why we are also banking on the expansion of the Bulacan Airport as well as the Sangli Airport.
Sige, can I ask my kumpare Cesar Chavez to call my attention when it's 12:45? Stop ko na talaga. Yes, sir. Okay. Okay, sir. But there is a violation. Let's assume the violation of the Passenger Bill of Rights. Kanino po tatakbo ang ating mga kababayan? CAB? CAB?
Sa cab po.
CAB?
Oo.
Okay, CAB. Sige. So, dapat ang CAB, I mean, mag-react naman po tayo ng maayos with 229 million budget. So, yung specific po na, unless it did not happen, pero syempre ang source natin, fellow senator, yung case sa Singapore, they already arrived in the Philippines. How come we sent them back wholesale to Singapore? Tamang practice ba yun? Pag-landing na 4 hours for landing. Pero wrong airport. Hindi sa ano. Pero ba't nga ganun? Or i-bus mo sila sa Manila. Hindi ko maintindihan eh. Di ba mumurahin yung Pilipinas? Kuy-kuy pa sa ilis mo.
Hindi naman yung experience.
Sabi, ano klaseng bansa?
We might as well, since the weather was instead of going. Sometimes it is a combination of circumstances. So there was ground handling inadequacy.
Hanggang 12:45 lang. Max na max. Or earlier, pag tapos na ako. Nahirapan lang sumagot.
Mr. President, it was actually the decision of Singapore Airlines to fly back to Singapore. And the reason is, when they landed in Clark, they waited a bit, hoping that they could fly back. They could fly and proceed to Manila International Airport. But then, when it was clear that they wouldn't be able to do that, they wanted to allow the passengers to disembark, but there wasn't enough ground handling to be able to facilitate the disembarkation. And because of that, and because also of the current, at that time, weather situation, Singapore Airlines thought it best that instead of risking to fly to Manila International Airport because of the weather, it was safer for them to just fly back to Singapore. So that was actually a business decision on their part. I guess they figured they might as well go back than be stuck here.
No, that became the business decision because of the lack of ground handling.
That's
Not,
also,
is that the responsibility of Singapore Airlines or Philippine authorities?
well, the ground handling is definitely the responsibility of the private concessionaire
Who
operating ground.
who is under the jurisdiction of what government entity? And under what?
It's
And attached to
under
what department?
yan, diba?
It's under the Clark International Airport.
Clark International Airport.
Separate, not under the jurisdiction of the OTR. Hindi pwedeng ilatigo ng department secretary? Wala. Wala, sir.
So,
Submit a report on what happened.
Sino kasama siya dito, White?
No, it is bugs.
Okay. Ano yung bags? Alam ko na yan. Okay. So, it is an attached agency, but it is being run by a concession group, JG Summit, Gutianon Group, and PAGS.
Kaya nga, sir. So hands off na tayo. They can destroy the image of the Republic of the Philippines by not having a cargo handling. What's the name of the Clark Airport? Is it Clark International Airport?
Yeah, so they've asked the Clark
Ang
Authority-
dictionary for the meaning of international.
And then can we impose penalties?
Yes.
Who will impose it?
Imposed by them because
By whom?
the concession agreement requires certain service levels.
Okay, so they've been asked by the Clark Authority to submit an incident report, after which it will be evaluated, and based on the concession agreement, if there was any violation, there is a corresponding penalty also for that.
Well, yun na nga. Let's not find solace in the fact na magpipinalize tayo. I mean, ewan ko, sir, Secretary, common sense. Ano kaya image ng Pilipinas dun sa mga pinaganon? I mean,
Hindi, talagang pangit. Yung mga airports natin are gateway, di ba? So
you think
doon pa lang bad trip ka
you
na.
think the penalty is good enough to answer for the damage to the reputation of the Republic of the Philippines?
Obviously, there's already
International airport, no ground handling system.
yeah.
So,
In short, hindi sila nakahanda na maraming biglang na-divert sa Clark because of the weather also. That's something that they really have to master. If in case flights are diverted, what are the contingencies?
and of course, siyempre, for you to be allowed to use the word international in your name, I mean, meron siguro namang corresponding ano yun. Hindi ako pasahero dun sa flight na yun, pero parang nainis din ako eh. Parang ganun. I'm just imagining their situation. Kawawa yung imahin po ng Republika ng Pilipinas. I mean,
Oo nga.
okay, so anyway,
Meron pang isang
Basta,
concern, yung agriculture natin later on, marami.
basta Secretary, bahala ka na dyan sa department mo, the attached agencies, malawak eh. Talagang
Oo.
ang lawak nung ano ninyo. Then siguro itong iba, I'll just put them in writing na lang and then ask for response from the department or the attached agencies. So. Pero sir, how about the use of drones in our territorial jurisdiction or unmanned aerial vehicles, UAV? Are we seeing an increase in the use of these gadgets ba tawag mo yan? Or equipment, Mr. President?
Tutukan mo na.
And tapos kasi air travel and safety.
So may regulation. Okay, Mr. President, you need a license to operate a drone. It's under the jurisdiction of the CAAP. There is a elevation limit to it, so you can't really just fly it anywhere.
Yeah, have we noticed an increase in the
Yes,
use
because
and presence of drones?
it's also used for agricultural purposes, among others, and for YouTube videos also.
I-link ko na lang sa concern ni Senator Tulfo yung air travel safety siya eh. So ako ang worst case scenario ko, alam mo, yung mga collision nun sa ano. I mean,
Yes, Mr.
we have to ensure that the pilot of the drone who is not on the drone but on the ground, di ba? So would have the same vigilance as a pilot in a real aircraft. I mean,
Yes,
to
Mr.
parang
President.
ganun.
Thank you for the reminder, Mr. President.
Okay, so we have already a licensing system in place.
Yes, we do, Mr. President.
Kasi ano na lang sir, if we just inform us kung meron din man tayong mga observation that there are many unlicensed drones flying, kung meron man.
They will submit.
Yes, kung
Mr.
meron man.
Please submit your
And then be conscious lang, o be conscious or be vigilant. Ano. So, okay na po. Hindi ko na kailangan ng signal from my kumpare, Cesar Chavez, because
Co-host. Nag-guest po ako sa inyo, Mr. President. In 2012. Oo. Sa inyo ako nag-launch ng aking first interview.
yes. Basta ganito, Marina, nung pumunta ang mga senador sa Europe, hindi naman railway ang na-raise doon, kung hindi yung ating mga maritime standards. Okay, so with your 59 million, sana maramdaman namin yung improvement or sabihin nyo lang kung kulang na kulang ba ito. And then some other agencies, dinagdagan din natin. O CAAP, you have a subcommittee report, 100 million more. CAAP, thank you to our chairwoman. We gave you an additional 100 million. Okay, so with that, Mr. President, because of the lateness of the hour, I am forced to terminate my interpellation. Anyway, we are supportive naman of the sector, the entire cluster, kasi napakahalaga sir, lalo na yung safety po ng ating mga kababayan na gumagamit ng transportasyon. Lahat naman yata ngayon users na of our transportation system. So thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman, for your patience as Secretary and of the entire transportation family. Thank you po.
Mr. President, I appreciate the interventions of our minority leader. All of the ones that he stated about the budget is more of a concern about the deductions in the budget that happened more than actually trying to deduct anything from the budget. Gusto pa nga niyan dagdagan. So again, thank you to our resource persons, to the Secretary Bautista, for your presence here today. Hindi ko alam kung adjourned, tapos na ba? Meron pa palang, akala ko sabi mo hindi ka nang...
Mag-move nga po ako.
Okay. Thank
Unless
you.
you wanted to say
No,
something else,
thank you.
Madam Chair.
No.
If the chairperson will
You're done.
Yeah, we're done.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. And again, just to put on record, the sponsor of the measure made mention that we have the assurance that we'll be able to not just do what we can to pass the EMSA standards, and we know that our seafarers are in good hands. So with that,
Before we make the motion, I'd just like to
Study.
not stress enough. I should stress enough. The importance of the department. We were discussing this last night. Actually, no, yesterday morning. Early in the morning, I think it was 2 a.m. when we were discussing this with the Department of Tourism. How important the department is for the Department of Tourism. Secretary, you'll have to work together with the Tourism Department, because you are the gateway to the Philippines. The first thing that they will see when they enter to come up with a good impression or not, it's really with the DOTR. So we are here to support you. We're not here to harass you. The Senate is in full support of the DOTR. I just wanted to state that because we have our good days and we have our bad days. And the last time I texted you, that was a bad day because I was stuck in an airplane for 3 hours in the tarmac. I hope we can improve in the coming months under the new administration. And we're here to support, Secretary. We wish you the best of luck, and to all your teams in the Department of Tourism, Department of Transportation, rather. So, Majority Leader, may we have the favorable motion so that they can go home to their wives and
Yes,
husbands.
Mr. President. Mr. President, there being no
Wife,
member,
not
there being no
wives.
member who wishes to interpolate and ask questions on the budget of DOTR and its attached agencies, I move that we close the period of interpellations and debate on the budget of Department of Transportation, Office of the Secretary, Civil Aeronautics Board, Maritime Industry Authority, Office of the Transportation Cooperatives, Office for Transportation Security, Philippine Coast Guard, Toll Regulatory Board, Light Rail Transit Authority, Philippine National Railways, Civil Aviation Authority of the Philippines be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the budget of the Department of Transportation and all its attached agencies are deemed submitted. Congratulations.
Mr. President, I move for a minute suspension and ask the Department of Agriculture family to proceed to the gallery.
And that we can have a photo op with the DOTR family. Session suspended for 1 minute.